Well, good morning from the hills above Sonoma Raceway as the California sunshine is starting to rise on the 2024 Velocity Invitational powered by Catalyst. I'm Kev Harris. I'm really pleased to say that once again standing alongside me are none other than Taylor Snyder and Johnny Green. And Taylor, Johnny, we are getting set for a great weekend, a great day, aren't we?
We absolutely are. The cars are rolling in, the fans are rolling in, and what another incredible year to be out here listening and learning about the history of cars.
Yeah, no question about it. You've got everything here. We'll start off back in the 50s. We've got lots of cars from then, and we'll take it all the way through, literally to the future, because we've got some really fantastic hypercars here as well. So if you are interested in learning about the history of cars, this is the place to be.
And Johnny, excitingly, you're going to be in the commentary position all weekend long. You've got a lot of experts from all the nine classes that run this weekend coming to join you. Some of the stories that come out of these cars and these classes, they're second to none, aren't they?
I know, and that's what's so beautiful about it. I want as many people to come in and tell us their stories, because the passion they have for this sport and how they go about loving and caring for these beautiful cars. They are pieces of art. They are, some of them, unaffordable to most people in the world. And yet, here we are racing them. Even ex-world Formula One champions like Jenson Button racing a Fangio car.
Yeah, I was just about to say, that Jaguar C-Type that he's brought out here, well, it's just something else, isn't it? But we're also celebrating 70 years of the Jaguar D-Type this year as well. Great classic collector edition set of cars on display in the middle of the concourse down there.
Yeah, I don't think we Brits have a real understanding of the love of the Jaguar C and D-Type back in the day, back in the late 50s. And in fact, the first ever big race was won by Phil Hill in a Jaguar back in the day for the first time at Pebble Beach. So ever since then, Jaguar and that British connection between racing in America and the big bore cars from England have had a huge resonance.
And Taylor, it's not just the cars that people are coming out for today, is it? There's a lot going on besides as well.
Absolutely. We're going to see some cooking demo. Obviously, this is a luxury event, which, as you mentioned, happens a lot in Europe. We don't get it too much in America. We're going to show off some NASCAR stock cars.
Yes.
I don't think at NASCAR you're going to have some extraordinary chefs out here or some fabulous wine like we get in the Sip and Savor pavilion down there. So lots of enjoying here in the pits as well, apart from the action on the track. And then women in motorsports, one of my favorite features that we're going to be talking about this weekend. We've got Josie Rimmer, Michelle Abate, Pippa Mann. All of these women are here to kind of bring this full circle. It's not just about the men of motorsports anymore, right? It's all ages, and everybody can join in here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what motorsport is. Why it's brilliant, isn't it? It doesn't matter what, gender, race, color, creed, age you are. If you can get in the car and do the pedals and do the wheel, you can do it, and it's as simple as that. We got some big names here as well this weekend. Travis Pastrana is joining us. Scott Speed is here. Subaru have bought out the whole shooting match. That's going to be exciting. But Johnny, you're going to be in the commentary position. The first group that you're going to be bringing us, Group 3 then, Formula Junior. Back in the day, if you wanted to get in a Formula One, you had to, show your mettle in this class. Yeah,
these are the small cars, basically based on production cars, and they look like mini Formula One cars, and that's how they were designed, from Maseratis to Lotus and so on and so forth. But yeah, it was the beginning of junior formula, an affordable chance for young people to try to learn how to go Grand Prix racing. So that's the first group, Group 3.
Well, without further ado, let's let you get to your commentary position. He's got a bit of a run. He's going to scoot down the hill and get over there under the grandstands, and it gives us a moment here up on the hill to take a look at what's coming up today, because it is a packed schedule, like we just said. Johnny, then starting with Group 3, those Formula Junior cars, but it doesn't stop there. Let's have a look then. So after that, we are going into Group 1. That's where you're going to see Jenson Button with his Jaguar C-Type. DirtFish Rally School are here. They're incredible. We've got some Group B rally cars and doing some passenger rides out on the track as well, if you fancy it. Then we got Group 4, some sports and prototypes cars and production cars from 63 to 68. Then we're going to see that collector car edition from the Jaguar D-Type, that exhibition group. And then just before sort of almost lunchtime, Group 8, 95 to 26 Le Mans IMSA prototypes and GT cars. These things are huge. Then your pal Travis Pastrana is joining us, Taylor, and then we go from there through the afternoon.
That's right. No lunch break. We're just eating rubber for lunch. Travis Pastrana's rubber from his cars. But after that, we'll head into Group 2, some 50s to 60s sports cars, and then heading into Group 5, going from the 60s into the 70s. And then we'll head into Group 6, 80s and on. This is what I'm ready for, some NASCAR stock cars out there. That was quite fun to hear on the track. We're going to take another look at some Hypercars. Then heading into Group 7, 70s through 80s, IMSA cars. Those cars were quite fun out on track. Those drivers are quite serious when they hit it out there. Some more Pastrana, because you can never have too much. And then some pro driver exhibitions. So we're talking about McLaren. Some of our new IndyCar drivers are out there showing off some beautiful, beautiful cars. And then our last big group of the day is Group 9, those Trans Am. And we've seen Tony Kanaan hopefully jump behind the wheel of one of those Trans Am cars. A little more DirtFish, and then another big time attack, which is quite fun, taking the track backwards to round it out.
It is a packed schedule, so there's a lot to get through, and we're excited. But we're also getting excited as well, because for the first time ever here at the Velocity Powered by Catalyst, we know the date for next year already. So you need to put this date in your diary, and we're going to pull it for you full screen right now. Here we go. We're looking at a week. We're going from November through to June. Now, what are we on? We're on June 4th, 5th, 6th, I think we're looking at. Sorry, 6th to the 8th of June. I forget. I'm getting a little bit excited, but 6th to the 8th of June then in 2020-25. So get your tickets booked now. You can get them pre-ordered, and you can start putting the date on your diary. I've got it locked in, and I know you will have too, Taylor. So there you go. We need to catch our breath. So I think what we'll do, we're going to be running around the pit and paddock all day long. You're going to take a look at that cooking demonstration and the Women in Motorsport panel and everything else besides.
I will be on Velocity Lane. I think I have one of the best seats in the house. I get to sit there and wait for all those drivers to line up and see if I can catch a word. It's a little hard to hear. When those cars start up, they're just like, we're going hard. We're just giving each other the thumbs up. They're ready to race. They're not here to talk.
They are ready to race. And the circuit they race on is famous here at Sonoma. So let's take a look at it with the circuit guide.
Well, as you can see, the pace car is out. And we are ready for our first group action. And it comes from Group 3, and it is the Formula Junior. And joining me for this one is fellow Brit, Ollie Crossweight. And Ollie, welcome to California. Welcome to Velocity. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Yeah, this is the first time at Velocity. I've been to California before, but not raced at Velocity.
And have you done the other historics? Have you done Goodwood and so on?
I've done Goodwood. Did Goodwood recently. That was a couple of weeks ago. I've raced out here at Laguna Seca before.
Now, what do you race?
This weekend I've been racing a Cooper Monaco.
Nice.
In Group 2.
Oh, lovely. I like the way they've got the groups this time. I really feel like they've got it to a point where now we're really seeing, if you tune in from anywhere in the world, you're really going to see the history of American racing particularly.
Yeah, no, the grid, I mean, is amazing because it's got such a spread.
Yeah.
And it's just like it was in the day. You've got like a pontoon Testarossa, which is unbelievably valuable, and you've also got the home-built specials.
Yeah.
And so it's exactly as it was in the day.
Does it just, I'm sure it does, but does it amaze you when you see so many European cars, and this group is full of them, that have made their way over here to the States? And then, of course, obviously the Americans made their specials, but it really is an amazing collection we have over here in the States.
There's always been a lot of European cars over here, and they've always made their way because, you know, there weren't so many American builders of the time.
That's right. Well, once again, it is the number 2 that is bounced out into the lead, and he did a great job yesterday. Of course, they all ran yesterday, so this is their second race. And looking forward to see if it's going to be a little bit closer, because he kind of ran away with it yesterday a little bit. Did our leader. And that, of course, Art Herbert in the number 2. And Art driving a MK5A Lola from 1963. There it is, in all silver. And he's got a lead, but not by much. How is the Sonoma circuit? It was very hot yesterday. It's a little bit cooler this morning, and these guys were looking forward to being out so early.
Yeah, it was very hot. We actually went out with totally the wrong tyre pressures in my car. And I was losing about 6 seconds a lap on where I should have been with just 2 hot tyres. So we think now we know what we're going to be running today, actually, this afternoon. So I'm hoping we're going to get a better run. But it made it tricky.
Tell me how you got into this. How did you get into being part of the classic scene?
Well, we have a business back in the UK that makes parts for old racing cars.
Okay.
So my father started in the 60s when these cars were kind of current. And then
lucrative business, I'll bet, these days.
It can be. I mean, motor racing is an easy way of losing money, though.
Yeah.
But we started quite a long time ago, and I took over the business 20 years ago. So we make engines and gearboxes. So we have a lot of parts actually out here this weekend. But I love racing, and when the opportunity came to come and drive out here, you can't say no, can you?
Not really, no. And of course, 2 great events here on the West Coast. There's many others, but historic racing is growing from strength to strength. And I really, I'm buoyed by the fact that there's so many young people at an event like this. I was surprised last year to see so many young Californians just coming out for a trip for the day and looking at these cars, and maybe not understanding the history because they weren't part of it, but really kind of getting excited by it.
Yeah, it takes a bit of understanding, and if you haven't seen it before, you don't necessarily get it. But with all the other things they've got going on here, they've got the drift cars, and a lot of young kids get really excited with all the supercars they have here. So I think that's a bit of a draw, get people in, looking, and then once they understand this, it's great.
Now, the cars we're looking at the moment are from 1956 to 1961. So this was the sort of blossoming era for motor racing post-war, and obviously, if you like, the high flyers, the wealthy racing drivers, sometimes ex-pilots from World War II, were the sort of well-known people. But then there was a realization that, they needed to fill these Grand Prix cars, and they needed to teach people how to drive these single-seaters. And so, in 1958, it was Count Johnny Lurani who got the CSI, that is the precursor to the FIA, in 1958, to sign off on this formula. And the idea was to create mini cars, production-based, small bore, and more importantly, affordable cars that could teach you the rudiments of racing single-seaters. And even back in the day, Ken Miles used to race these kind of cars, David Hobbs, many drivers on the way up to fame and glory would start at this level, and this would be their weekend runner.
Yeah, and the other big name you missed was Steve McQueen.
Of course.
So Steve McQueen was famous for having a coupe, I think a T56.
Yep.
But the great thing about these cars are they're great for learning in.
Yeah.
They don't have too much power, and you've got to carry the speed. You cannot scrub too much speed off in the corners. So to be fast, you've got to be really smooth, and you've got to carry the speed. So they're a great way of learning.
Like I said, late 50s, early 60s. You mentioned that you guys are involved in the parts. What do you go through? I'm guessing gearboxes. What is most at demand in this kind of racing?
The engines are the big wear items on these. I mean,
yeah.
The gearboxes, these cars don't have too much power. The probably maximum power you're seeing is 120 horsepower.
Yeah.
Although they do rev to 9,000, so there's a bit of load there, but they don't really. That's not the problem.
Well, that Lola Mark 5A in silver from Lake Spur, California. Art Herbert has been part of this scene for many years. Put on a good show yesterday. He's doing it again here today as he comes out of 12 and down past our commentary position, which is just to the left of that little kink there. So we've got a decent, quick view of them as they head up to speed. And it's pretty much like yesterday. Collins and Colivas also up there. Colasacco, Joe, getting a good start. He's up to 5th now. In fact, I'm not sure which one is which because we've got Joe and his son out there at the moment. So we'll work out who is who. Hang on a second. The 30 is Joseph Colasacco. Yeah, so Joe is in the Stanganellini. That's one of the Italian makes that actually looks like a mini Maserati F1 of the day. And then the other Colasacco is in the Ram Formula Junior in red, and that's the number 3. And that's the one that is in 6th place at the moment. So the Colasaccos together on track 5th and 6th at the moment. A lot of father and sons here, too. So it seems to be historic racing gets to become a family affair.
When you're young, it's quite a difficult entry point to go and buy some of these cars.
That's right.
Some of them can be quite value, so it's always useful to have some family help that's going to lend you a car to get you going.
It's funny, I'm finding more and more now as I get to know the historic scene, how many young drivers are actually going to historics to start off with for that very reason, is that it is a decent price point. The cars exist. The environment is friendly. You can learn without the pressure of being, against your peers in a Formula 4 or Formula 3. But you're learning that, like you said, you're learning momentum racing. And, if you're racing Miatas, if you're racing Trans Am, a lot of the drivers will tell me, it's all momentum. It's what it's all about. It's all about keeping the speed up in the corners.
The other thing is, in some of the more modern racing, there are some incidents. With historic racing, one of the thing is everyone's trying to take the car home in one piece, and so you have to be a bit more respectful. So it is a good learning.
Well, I mentioned the Italian manufacturer. The first people were the Italians to get involved in building one of these cars, and they are the Stanglini from Italy, Delfino from 1962, and the one we just saw a moment ago was a car that Walt Hankson drove for Briggs Cunningham back in 1962 in Formula Junior at Daytona. So it took off quickly, did Formula Junior, from its early beginnings, and it really pretty much progressed right across Europe, right across the USA and around the world very quickly. And of course, post that, Formula Ford, and it continues, Formula First, you name it, Formula V. All of these junior formulas were all very much of a similar nature. And of course, the race schools picked up on that, and so you could take race schools. Skip Barber then came along in the 70s here in the States, and Bob Bondurant, and so many others. So that I think is always, in any sport, a key, because motor racing is expensive. But you can't just throw people in Le Mans cars and expect them to bring them home safe. You've got to teach them the rudiments. Yeah,
these are really fun cars to drive as well. They all move about a lot.
Yeah.
With these little Dunlop tyres, the cars, you really see them sliding and drifting, and so it's great. It's great to learn car control.
Have you driven any of these?
Yeah, I used to have a Formula Junior, so I raced one a little bit. My car wasn't that friendly, so I did sell it after a while.
What was it?
I had a Gemini Mark IV.
Okay.
And it now lives in California. And it's winning everything now. After I sold it, it was a very quick car, and we bought it because we wanted to be at the front of the field, but I didn't get on with it.
It's so funny, I go to New Zealand in the winter, and there's a car there that Jeremy Shaw brought down to New Zealand, a Formula Ford, and it's still going. It's like 23 years old, and he kind of keeps an eye on it and says what it's doing.
But the great thing about Formula Junior is you can race them everywhere. It gets you into all the really good events. You're here.
Yeah.
You can be at Laguna Seca. Every couple of years they have them at Monaco. I mean, it's the cheapest entry if you want to race at Monaco. So you can take them everywhere. And the championships, there's a British championship, there's a European championship. 2 years ago, they raced all around the world. So they went from Europe down to Australia to New Zealand. They did South Africa, and they came back. And they came back via North America.
Fantastic.
So you can if you have one of these, you can put it on a boat, stick it in an aeroplane, and take it somewhere and go and race it.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. I've done a few laps in a Formula Ford. I've also tried out a Formula First, of all people, Liam Lawson, who makes his proper debut in Formula One, but drove to his first Formula First championship. And like you say, they move around a lot, but they give you a sense of ease. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes when you get in a big car and there's a lot of power to it, you're intimidated by that power and using it. These, you're going to have to really try hard to get them in a mess, right? To get sideways, but
they'll do it.
They'll do it.
But also they're stunning. Look at this, number 27. Yes. That Lotus 27.
Beautiful.
That's such a pretty car. I mean, that's one of the first monocoque cars.
Yeah, that is originally purchased by Carl Haas and raced in SCCA throughout the 60s and restored back in the 1980s. And it's owned by Chris Locke, and that is a name that we often use here. It's also been to the Goodwood Revival, as well as here, and the Monterey Historic. So, very storied.
But that's exactly the point. You can get to all the big historic race meetings with one of these cars. You don't need to spend a couple of million. You can. Well, a Lotus 27 is an expensive car, but I'm sure you don't need it. You also don't need a host of mechanics to fettle it. You probably just need a couple of people to help you out. With the Formula Junior, a lot of times the driver is preparing the car themselves.
Yeah,
a lot of these are owner-driver preparers. They're not running a big team.
There's Alberto Fernandez in his 1963 Lotus 27. 18 years he's been racing this particular car. And clearly still enjoying it. Currently in 9th position. Dave Hagan, who came in the booth yesterday, is in 10th position. And, well, the number 30, Colasacco, has got a little further up the board. He's making his progress towards the front. And that is Joe Colasacco, who has raced many of these historic events over the years here in the States. Loves his racing, so does his son. Repaved not that long ago. I guess, is there any tricky parts of the circuit in terms of, that you're worried about grip or?
The big problem with this circuit is the elevation change and the fact you're going over brow of the hill, and when you haven't been here before, you're like,
am I at the right place?
Well, you know you're kind of in the right place, but the braking as late as you need to brake takes a bit of building up to. We had a good lecture from at the beginning of the weekend of not going off and not bidding it, not hitting anyone. So that you've got that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, of course.
But I knew I was braking 50 yards too early. But it takes a while with coming over a flat out over a blind crest. But you've got to leave it later.
And it's tricky because a lot of the time when you do an historic race, you're really sometimes not really sure who you're up against. I mean, Jenson Button was lapping the field yesterday, and as he should. But, everybody's got to keep their eyes and ears about what they're doing because everybody's in their own race.
I was quite chuffed to out-qualify him, though, in my race.
Oh, there you go.
I did go up and
so that's a good one for the bar, isn't it?
I did go and talk to him afterwards, and I did point out that I was 2 places further up the grid than him. And then he came up with an excuse about how the brakes weren't working and stuff. So
he's a racing driver at the end of the day.
I love the fact that even a World Championship's got driver excuses.
I know it, absolutely. Racing drivers, one and all, absolutely.
But he was in a very valuable Ferrari Testarossa, and I think you've got to give that car quite a lot of respect.
Yeah, I think the two things I heard about that is, A, he doesn't own it, and B, it didn't have a roll cage, so he was being a little bit more...
Or seatbelts.
Or seatbelts.
Yeah.
Here's a factory-backed Lotus coming at us. That's the green number 9, Lotus 22 from 1962. That's Dave Hagan, currently in 10th position. I mentioned him earlier.
That's a very pretty car,
isn't it? Yeah, I like that mint little colour.
It looks like the BRP colours. BRP painted all their cars that colour in period.
Now, we've got some interest. It's a little closer to him than yesterday. 3 seconds the gap between the leader, and he's now getting into traffic as we come down to the end of this race. But it's going to be Art Herbert who's going to do the business by the looks of things. at the top of the hill now, making his way down through the right-hander. And we'll now start. There is the checkered flag, so it is going to be a win for Art. But a good way to start the day. Do you want to be out there? I bet you are. What time is your session?
I'm out at 12:20, I believe.
So brilliant.
Group 2.
Well, feel free to come back and join us and tell us about your exploits once you've had a go.
Thank you.
Because it's always interesting. I try to get as many people in as I can because the event is about you guys. It's about the cars and it's about you guys. It's not about what we want to talk about. We want to talk about what your experience has been like and what Velocity has held for you. There's the drag strip there and the famous grandstand. This, of course, Sears Point, so it goes back to the late 60s. And the race winner from 1963, a Lola Mark 5A, Art Herbert, in the number 2, takes the win. Well, my thanks to Ollie Crossweight for coming in. I'll let you go and get organised for your day ahead. Best of luck. Go steady.
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me.
No, not at all.
You're welcome.
We'll see you later. Thank you. All right, that concludes our coverage of the Formula Juniors, which all began back in 1958. And how about this? 2024 and a full field going strong here. It doesn't get much better than that. And a great way to start the day to show you the beginnings. And just a confirmation then of the results. Once again, Art Herbert in first place, Kyle Collins taking second. Nicholas Colavas had a good race yesterday in his 61 Lotus. He took third. Joseph Colasaco fourth. Homke Robert in fifth. Then Dominic Colasaco, the younger, the son of Joe. Then Chris Locke, Alberto Fernandez Jr., Dave Hagen, Alberto Fernandez Sr. So both Fernandez Jr. and Sr. as well. So 2 father and son teams in the top 10. I love that. Anyway, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Velocity Invitational after this. Thank you, sir. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here in California, and the drifting boys, it looks as though, are getting ready to go out because I can see a bit of smoke in the air, and that usually means they are. Coming up is our time attack, and on the subject of that, we thought we'd get up and close and personal, and we sent Kev Harris out to meet Robert Robels. Let's find out a little bit more about time attack.
So Global Time Attack really is a great series because you could run in unlimited, limited, or street, or even enthusiast. And I'm pleased to say one man that knows
giving
all
away your drive. Nice podium
all
yesterday.
The class is fair to say, but you're running in street. Is my pal Robert here from RSR, Studio RSR. Robert, great to see you. We've got this lovely white-looking BMW that's behind us here that you actually drove to the track.
Yeah, so, you know, this was kind of last minute, and we drove the car 450 miles yesterday, emptied the golf bag out, emptied the luggage out, tightened the wheel bolts, and then sent it out on track.
That really is one of the great things about this class, Global Time Attack. Certainly with street and enthusiast class, you can do just that, can't you? It's pretty kind of like easy and accessible to get involved.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of how we like to build the cars that you guys see here behind us, both of them, just to make it, more known out there that, you know, if you want to drive fast and do global time attack, you don't really need to build a rocket ship or a spaceship. So as long as you do the right things to the car, you don't have to do much to it, and just go out there and have a great time.
And that's what it's all about, isn't it? Going out there and having a great time. But chatting to, I think it was Gabe earlier, who's running in the Limited in his GT3 RS. For him, it was the idea that this class is all about, or this series is all about, just high top speed. People building really fast cars, just trying to get that highest top speed. Is that what appealed to you, as opposed to, say, wheel-to-wheel, side-by-side racing?
You know, with wheel-to-wheel, yes, there is that aspect. You know, you're not just racing yourself, you're racing other people out there, which is has its own benefits and fun factor too. But with time attack, you know, that's the key thing, is you're racing yourself. So whatever your goal is and what you want to build your car for, doesn't really matter if you're, you know, placing something with this other guy, but as long as you're improving, that's the fun part. Yeah. So just pushing yourself to that other level.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And for you, it started out, as I understand, it's become your business as well. Your interest in cars became your business. And this is a series where you can just make things happen for you if you want to.
Correct, yeah, and I mean, that's why we love this sport, you know. It's very grassroots, and being in LA helps a lot too. So, yeah, we get to introduce a lot of the guys who are interested in cars but haven't really known anything about taking it to the track. We try to show them, like, hey, you know, it's very easy to make it out there.
Yeah. And that Studio RSR, that's like your company. You can supply people with the parts to make the changes and bolt them on and turn their BMW M3 into a race-ready BMW M3.
Correct. Yeah. So, yeah, we're in LA, and if anyone has any questions, obviously, you know, give us a shout. But yeah, very easy to do.
Very easy to do. But one thing that isn't very easy to do, I'm sure, is to get fast lap times around Sonoma. How are you getting on? How have you slotted into this racetrack this weekend?
So, like I said earlier, it was last minute, and we weren't sure if we'd have time. But when they said it's Sonoma, there was no questions. This is our favorite track in California. So, yeah, it's very tricky, you know, Sector 1, Turn 1 and 2. But that's what makes it fun here, especially going down the carousel.
Oh, I can well imagine. And a great weekend as well. Some big-name drivers here. We've got Jenson Button just over there, Ramon Grosjean. Scott Speed is here, and Scott Speed is in that Subaru that's running in your class.
I know, it's amazing to be out on track with these guys, you know, especially we got Ryan Turk in the Judd V10 too. You know, very rarely will I say, hey, I'm going to let a car pass, but that car I'll let pass just because I want to hear it blow by me, so.
Yeah, I mean, the car that Scott Speed's running in, that Subaru, it's quite something else. And I said to Gabe about that, you know, what's it like? He said, well, I haven't really seen it. It's never near me on track. It just goes and it's gone. Yeah,
so we've got some footage from the M2 here, and Scott passed Gary coming around the hairpin, and I looked at the video. I was like, Gary, are you full throttle? And he's like, yeah, I'm pinned to the floor. And Scott's car was just like a rocket ship. It was gone. It literally looked like I had to ask Gary if he was even on the gas.
But you're all having a great time.
Yeah, it's amazing out here. It's so cool seeing so many different kind of cars, and then even cooler that we get to drive with some of them.
It's incredible. Rob, thanks for talking to us. Very best of luck.
Thank you.
Just remind me again, what number's on the side of your car?
74.
There you go. Car number 74 in the Global Time Attack series. Have a look out for it, because he's going to be, well, you're going to be doing great things, aren't you, Rob? Who knows? Might be top of the timing sheets.
Let's see.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out for him, and Global Time Attack is coming up. And just to give you a smorgasbord, you heard it there from the two of them, but Global Time Attack represents ultimate expression of automotive technology. That's one side. It's innovative racing and taking definitely up from grassroots racing very quickly, and I'm delighted to be joined here by the man who's one of the driving forces behind it, Jason Deanhart. Jason, tell us a little bit about what we're about to witness and why this is becoming so popular in your mind.
Yes, thank you. And good morning to everybody out there listening and watching. This is great. Sonoma Raceway is absolutely beautiful. The cars right now are doing a warm-up lap. They just were released out on track, and typically these cars will do 1 or 2 warm-up laps, and then they're going to what we call a hot lap or a flyer. You know, one thing that's different is that they're entering you're hitting the timing loop at speed, you know, and what they're trying to do is they're chasing the perfect lap. They're going for the fastest lap time that they possibly can. The cars are built in such a manner not for longevity and not to go out there and even run for the full 15 or 20-minute sessions. They're really built to do...
You don't fill them with fuel, probably.
No, the Viper out there that we see right now on screen, Cable Rosenberg, I think during practice in the first session on Friday, he used all 12 gallons of fuel. All of it, and almost ran out of gas out there.
So this warm-up lap actually is... very important because you are trying to get up to temperature, brakes, tires.
Yes.
It's early morning, so that's going to be harder. And yet you're also trying to give yourself a little space so you're not having to, play overtake for a car that's maybe slower than you. I presume that you can overtake, but that is part of the game, isn't it? It's timing.
It is. It's open passing. We do release the cars, and we do group the cars by speed index. So as you see, Scott Speed went out position 1 because throughout the weekend so far, he's been the quickest car of the group. I think the second quickest car is James in the AMG. So he's the second one out, and we space him with enough of a gap, and we try to explain to the number 1 driver going out, to Scott, maintain that gap, have a decent warm-up lap speed, not too fast so we can get all the cars out on track. And again, like what you talked about, people could feel out their gaps and give themselves the best opportunity to have a clean hot lap without any traffic. Now in this situation here, the truck is running 150. He's trying to break into the sub 150s. Scott's going 130.4 yesterday, so he is going to catch him. If he has to do 2 hot laps, he will catch him. So he'll have to contend with that.
What are the rules on how many laps you can do?
You could do as many as you want within the timed session. So I believe that this session's 20 minutes. So if the cars can handle it, they could do it over and over again. But you just rarely see that because, again, a true time attack car is built to the max. Like you're trying to go faster than you possibly ever could go. The rules are very relaxed, so you see a lot of innovation. It's not typical racing where these cars have to live in some type of box or some type of horsepower limitations. There's absolutely no horsepower limitations. You could have an enthusiast class car or a street class car with street tires on it and minimal aero, and if you wanted to have 800 horsepower on that build, that's up to you.
Wow.
The way that we try to level that out and regulate it is by the tires that they're allowed to use, stickiness, width, and of course how much aero they've applied to the car.
Well, the times are starting to come in, and Scott Speed has just done a 1:30.5. We haven't had a chance really to talk about Project Midnight. We'll see it soon. But Scott Speed obviously has got the ultimate car, really, literally purpose-built by Subaru, by Vermont Motorsport, and they built this absolute beast, 670 brake horsepower World Rally car, basically, but a lot more than that. Lots of carbon fiber, huge rear wing, and it is built for speed, and that's what it's here doing. And at the moment, 1:30.5, and I'm sure he wants to break in that. Here's that truck you mentioned, Kevin Phillips at the wheel, Phillips Motorsport. What a unique way to go racing. He was his daily driver at one point.
It sure was. And just, over time, he's just continued to turn it into a race truck, basically. And it's a great example of a full-on, time attack build. If you have a chance to go take a look at this thing or find him on Instagram, it's a beautiful build. It's built by a local fabricator, Riley, who's also here on site today, who's I think got 4 or 5 cars that he's building right now, all purpose-built for time attack racing.
Well, here is that Subaru.
Yes, and yesterday, speaking with the Subaru team, they felt that their best chance to go sub 130 was going to be this morning. So
just
hopefully we'll see it, right now.
And that really is because of the cooler air?
Yes.
And obviously, the tires will probably last a little bit longer, won't slip around, it won't be as greasy out there.
Right. And their car, I believe, could probably do 2 or 3 hot laps with the way that thing's built, Again, being a purpose-built gravel car, is really what that thing is set up for. So it is interesting to see how well they're doing.
Yeah, but they said when they built this, it was designed for the tarmac, Yokohama tires, which is very rare. As you say, Subaru prepare cars really for rally and gravel.
Yeah.
Scott Speed is ex-Formula One, ex-Rally Cross world champion, American champion. And there's no question that... as you can see, he's putting it through his paces.
He's pushing it,
Really pushing it now. And if he's going to get under 130, He's going to have to do it in the next couple of laps or so. James Kirkham is not far behind in the Mercedes. He's in second place. He did a 1:36.7. Now, let's see what Scott comes up with here. He's into 11. God, he's almost going through third gear as he exits there. Yeah. Fantastic. Right, let's have a look at the times as he crosses the line again. Oh, a 29.856. He's done it.
Love it. Love to see it. That is great. That's what they wanted to do.
That's the essence of this, isn't it?
Yes. This is great.
So Subaru can pack up tonight going, right, that's what your game done. And is that, if you like, part of the game is you set a goal and say, right, I think, given the circumstances, given what we've noticed in testing, given how we've prepared, we can try and go for this time. And so that makes it also a competition against yourself as well.
It definitely does. You know, it sounds funny, but sometimes when I try to explain this to someone that really doesn't even know that much about motorsports, I'll compare it to golf, if that makes any sense to you. You know, you're out there competing against other people, but you're also competing against yourself in the course with your equipment. So, yeah, you know.
Yeah, the day I stopped competing against everybody else and just wanted to get one really great shot that made me feel like Justin Rose, then that was a different day. Here's Robert Robles in that Studio RSR, nice BMW. Now, what class is that? That's
a street class
car, yeah.
Yeah, so again, we just were looking at the Subaru, much bigger wing. It had a rear diffuser. This does not. This car's not allowed to have a flat bottom, so it's much more of what you would consider something you'd see on the street.
Yeah. And I presume the rules for each and every one of the categories is different.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
So what can you modify on a street car, and where are the limits, as it were, to what you can do?
Like, let's say, for instance, you could add a front splitter, to your bumper, but it could only go 3 inches out in front from the furthest point of the car. The wing can't be higher than the roof line in that class. Of course, now you look at, let's say this car here, it's the class that it's in, GTX, it's allowed, which it might not here, but the wing could be higher than the roof line. The splitter could go out 10 inches.
Yeah, because it's a genuine race car,
Correct.
James Kirkham at the wheel of that. The BMW's slowing down, but that may be just to create himself some space because he's just done his quicker lap. He went with a 1:45.3. So 29.856 is the time to beat that Scott Speed has put together. But I don't think anybody is expecting, certainly not Jason, him to be beaten as soon as it was announced that he would be part of this. What a great thing for your series, but also what a great advert for what you're all about, which is creating cars that are really designed just to do this time attack for one really quick lap.
Yes, definitely honored, and it's a beautiful build. Really happy that Subaru came out here and set a goal and we're able to accomplish it. Again, that's a success story right there. And yes, it's great to, as an organization to have a car like that here running with us. And of course, Scott driving it, an amazing driver with his history and his talents, are definitely on display today.
So another street car here. Another BMW.
Yes, this is another car from the Studio RSR group.
And how big is your community now? Because I know that you do a lot of events across America, including places like COTA, here on the West Coast. How big is the community now?
Each of our events are a little bit different. Like we're somewhat of a support series at an event like this, which we also do that at Road Atlanta. The event that we do at Circuit of the Americas in April, that's an event where it's Time Attack as a star of that event, these cars, and we'll have a full field, 80 cars at that one, all competing for fastest lap times over the 6 classes. We've got a racing support series that comes in, GLTC from Grid Life, and breaks up the Time Attack sessions throughout the day, and we also have drifting at that one too. It's much more of a spectator friendly experience, and of course you've been to Circuit of the Americas. It's an amazing facility.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Velocity are including this. You just met Jeffrey O'Neill, of course, who runs the event. And, yeah, I think I like his style, which is, Yeah, they're very prim and proper about the cars that come for historic, but there's room for hypercars, there's room for a time attack, and give something people, like you say, different to talk about and to get involved in. And I'm sure there's probably some casual watchers today going, maybe this is my way into motorsport.
Yes, that's what this is all about, and it's great. And you could just see it on the fans' faces just walking around in the paddock that there's so many awesome cars and things to see and to look at and get close to. It's definitely a special weekend. I really like what they've put together here.
I was in the media center on Friday, and one of the photographers was giddy, quite literally, about all the cars out there, and he was going, this one, and he was telling me, the Mercedes is probably going to be the closest to this one, and I saw him in Monterey, and I did, not in Monterey, in the last event that he did, and yeah, it was great. So there is a genuine enthusiasm that is growing quickly for this sport.
Yes, and the thing is too is you touched on it right there. Most of the cars, not so much this one, of course, but are very relatable.
Yes.
Again, because they start off as street cars, so it might be something that you had before that you would like to get. So you'll have someone that's maybe a BMW enthusiast, and they'll go speak to the RSR guys. And of course the truck brings a lot of attention because it's so unique.
Well, let me ask you this. If there's somebody listening in and they're sitting there and their Subarus in the garage, or their Supras in the garage even, and they're thinking, you know what, I fancy a little bit of this, what do they have to do?
You could easily contact us on our website or through social media at Global Time Attack on Instagram. You can find us on YouTube, and you could also just email us. You could find any of our emails on the website pretty easy. Mine's simple. It's jd@globaltimeattack.com, and you can reach out to us if you want to find out how to get started. If you've never tracked before, we could point you in the right direction.
And all the rules and regulations
are all on the website.
Specs are all there.
Yeah. We could help you find get connected with your local track organizers and HPDE groups to get out there and get some seat time. That's really what it's all about.
Exactly.
You need to be comfortable and prove that you have enough seat time and open passing to where you can get out here and compete. That's another great thing about this sport, too, that you find yourself out there competing against guys like James Kirkland here and Scott Speed, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, he's got an interesting story, James Kirkland, hasn't he? He's a big influencer on the internet.
Definitely.
And has really made a name for himself, particularly around AMG and Mercedes.
Yeah, it's great to see. Anybody that is able to generate, I'll say press or generate that much publicity for motorsports in general is always a great thing.
Really impressive. Well, we're still holding speed as the top man out there with that 29.856. James Kirkland, who we just mentioned, 4 race services, did a 33.1. So he's just done his best lap. That's really impressive. That's, I think, better than yesterday. Gabe Zamora behind him with a 38.8. So everybody's starting to, as you say, use these cooler conditions to create some really quick laps here.
Yeah, this is as we call, this is probably the money session for Global Time Attack today, because our next session isn't until maybe around 4-ish.
Okay.
Which is going to be
hot.
Prime heat for the day. So this is really the time right now, as we've seen, with the Subaru car going sub 130s.
Back with Kirkham in the pink and black.
Another thing you'll notice that, even just like right here, he was 2 off right there. You could go 3 off if possible and not have to come in. If you go 4 off,
so you're pretty lenient on that.
Because
there's no real advantage to be gained by going off, is there really? Unless you're missing the corner, completely straight lining it.
Correct. Of course, we don't want anybody cutting the track.
No.
And obviously. So if someone goes 4 off, we'll black flag and bring them in so we can do a quick visual on the car.
And
make
you just
sure
get rid of the lap.
hanging.
They just don't get the lap, right?
Correct. Well, yeah. And another thing too is if you're contesting corners with another driver, you're never going to get your fastest lap that way.
No, true.
So again, it becomes something of self-regulation, which you noticed earlier, where it's like, hey, maybe I'll back off a little bit and create some more space here, and then go at it.
How many events do you have now a year?
This year we had a little more than normal, 7, but I think next year it'll be 6.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good number. It's a manageable number.
We try to have a month and a half to 2 months in between each one, if possible.
Yeah, and that's good for the pocketbook, too.
Yes,
you wouldn't want to be doing this every weekend, right?
For them and me, yeah.
And do you find it hard to fit in with, obviously you want to be on a ticket with other events like Velocity here. Is it easy to find ways? Because you mentioned that you even got involved with Long Beach at one point.
Correct, yeah. It's we've definitely proved that it's possible and it works. And even like today is another proof of concept that we can come in and, not muck up the day for anybody.
Yeah.
pride ourselves in being very organized and on time.
And I suppose you also, because as you well know, when you've got like group racing like this, there can be delays, there can be hold-ups. So you can also, cater to that, and maybe if you need to be shorter or longer, you can be.
Yes, definitely. A shorter session just really turns up the stress level for the drivers and the pressure. Even like we've thought about even like 10-minute sessions at certain tracks. So really they would only have the opportunity at max to do 2 hot laps if the cars could even handle it.
So, is there a sweet spot for the kind of car that you think that people should enter that is both economical yet has the possibility of being fast? This AMG we're looking at is not everybody's affordable car. So is there one that you would shout at to say that a lot of people are trying time attack with this particular car?
Gosh, you know what? Over the years, recently we've seen a lot of newer Supras.
Okay, yeah. Beautiful car.
Yeah, nice car. They're pretty quick from the get-go.
And always quick, yeah.
See a lot of Supras. We're seeing more later model BMWs. We're also seeing older BMWs with newer BMW engines in them, or even with the Chevy, crate motor in it. We've seen.
Because that, again, you're open on the rules on engines, right?
In the upper classes, like limited and unlimited, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Ryan Turek was out with his Supra in practice on Friday. If you guys got a chance to see that, and I believe he's got a Judd V10 in that car.
Okay.
And I don't know if you heard it. It was very unique sounding, yes.
But as we discussed yesterday, it's all very well having multiples of power. You've got to actually control it, and you've actually got to get it around the circuit. So there comes a point at power and brake horsepower that really doesn't help you anymore, especially when the car is only as good as the car can be, as it were.
Right. And, of course, the driver mod is really the most key thing.
Absolutely. Well, they certainly brought a ringer in bringing in Mr. Speed. But how about this? James Kirkin improves again, a 133.3 this time.
Nice.
Sorry, he's just taken it down to a 132.9, so really impressive. Now, somebody sounded like they went round then.
It does sound like that. Let's see who that was.
Just heard the screech of tyres, and it's the Mercedes having just set his quickest time, a 132.966, but he's just coming out of that ball of dust.
Now, this is something that you see pretty often in our time attacks because, they're out there driving 10-10s.
Yeah.
And, you will go off sometimes. It's kind of a nature of the sport. We haven't seen it as much during our sessions this weekend because we really stressed that we thought it was great for everybody to be out there as much as possible to show these cars and show what they do. But at the same time, I'm contradicting myself, and it's but go as fast as you can.
Yeah, go as fast as you can. Yeah. But he's back out, and he's okay. Just a little bit of a off-track excursion. And as you can see, no harm to the beautiful number 11. And, it's the old story. You just do your fastest lap and then push a little bit more, trying to get some extra out of it, and it's just not there. Kirkham currently in second. Gabe Zamora did a 137.1, just ahead of the Team Viper of Cable Rosenberg. And then the elite performance car of Gary Wong, Phillip Motorsports, Kevin Phillips in the truck. And then Robert Robles in the Studio RSR. 2 cars from there. Gary Peterson the other. And it looks as though that's about it for our time attack. But they've achieved what they wanted to do. Certainly Scott Speed and Subaru have. Well done to them. A 29.856 gives them what they wanted, which is to get under 130. Checkered flag is out. My thanks once again to Jason Deinhardt for coming in. Best of luck for the rest of the year. Please keep in touch. We'll see you at COTA, and we'll hopefully see you here next year. And coming up after the break, we'll have Group 1, 47 to 56 sports cars. Stay with us here at Velocity Invitational. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway here in the heart of California. We're just above San Francisco and about an hour from the city by the bay. And Vallejo just across the estuary here. And Sears Point, as it was originally named back in 1968. Beautiful venue. Coming up, Group 1. And one of the members of Group 1 is Robert Manson. And he caught up with Kev Harris earlier today.
Well, one of the great things about coming out to the west coast of America and doing car shows, as I've been doing now for a few years, is you get to catch up with a few old friends and faces. And I'm gonna put Rob Mason in that category right now because, Robert, we've chatted old cars a few times now in the California sunshine, but one car that we haven't spoken about before is this one, because you only picked up a few days ago, running in Group 1.
That's correct. This is the 1950 Johnny von Neumann MG Special. Was built in Los Angeles. John von Neumann basically stripped an MGTD to its bare bones and then turned it over to Emil Dietz, who was the go-to aluminum fabricator in the day. Built Indianapolis Roadsters and all sorts of wonderful stuff. Emil Dietz took that MG and basically threw everything away and built it back up, lowering the body over the chassis, building the fenders, building the valences, building the firewall. John von Neumann drove it in 1950 and never lost a race. There is a plaque on the dashboard with all the races he won with it. In November of 1950, he brought it up to the Pebble Beach Road Races and promptly won the very first under 1500cc race for sports cars. This car then went on well into the early 50s, but 1950 was its heyday. 1951, it came back to Pebble Beach in May and was promptly beaten by the Barlow Simca Special. Johnny von Neumann said, I'm not going anywhere with this thing, and sold it and bought one of the very early Porsches to come into the country, raced that, and of course we know the history of Johnny von Neumann. He convinced the Porsche Volkswagen factory to give him the importing rights for Volkswagen Beetles and for Porsches, and he became a billionaire as a result. Getting beat in this car by the Barlow Simca changed the history of Johnny von Neumann and probably created the Volkswagen storm that took over the country. Be that as it may, it's a great race car. It is a survivor. It has been beautifully kept, and I've had a lot of fun with it the last couple of days up here, and it is very fast.
I mean, power to weight ratio on this thing must be huge because it's very small, there's not much to it. But the class you're running in then, Group 1, 1947 to 1956, I think. This is an interesting time in road racing, post-World War II. So development of cars perhaps stopped a little through that war period and they were kind of picking it up again post-war?
That's right. And of course you have in California the overlap with the hot rod craze and the development of speed equipment manufacturers. At that point, there were guys working out of their garages, but that became an industry. That overlap provided the skill sets, the specialized workers, aluminum fabricators, engine builders, to take those production British sports cars, the first ones we saw after World War II, and of course with the MGs, they really, once you drove them on the racetrack, you decided you were going to modify them. And they were very quickly modified. This one was modified more than anybody and probably has the record of more wins as an MGTD of all of them.
Well, as cars that have provenance go, this is right up there, but also as well, running in Group 1 this week, and excitingly, Jenson Button is here with his Jaguar C-Type. That car holds provenance because it's got Fangio as the first name on the pink slips of ownership. What a great car and what a driver to have at the Velocity.
Absolutely. We love having them with us, and Of course, we don't see much of him. He's a number of seconds faster than any of us, and including our bigger engine cars. That said, wonderful. We have C-types that run with us regularly. They are always a great part of the show, along with the XK120s, and along with the Parkinson Jaguar Special, of course.
It's a really good-looking class, and we enjoy seeing them out on track. And as always, guys like yourself and James Alder just sitting across the way over there, we love having you because the stories are brilliant. Robert, thank you ever so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you, guys. It's always a pleasure.
Right, there you go. How about that? No, it's great. So how about that, folks? Group 1 here, 1947, 1956, another golden era of motorsport, and we get spoiled with them here at the Velocity.
No question about it. We are absolutely spoiled rotten, and this group is fastly becoming my favorite. It really does epitomize everything. And that car that you just saw there, can you believe it? That won the first in its class ever Pebble Beach race in 1950. And that's really where it all began here in California. Was at the Pebble Beach races. They raced for the Del Mar Trophy, and they raced round the forest. They painted white paint onto the trees so as to try to make people avoid them. It didn't always happen, and they did it for 5 precarious years. And yes, the likes of Sterling Moss, Phil Hill, Don Parkinson, names that are well familiar in this part of the world, all raced, and Jaguar XKSs, MGs, as you saw there. It was a fantastic affair, but it got things going. And it also led to the building of Laguna Seca, because once they realized that racing around the forest was probably a little too precarious, they decided, you know what, we should get a permanent circuit. And so they built Laguna Seca back in 1955-56. And this circuit, Sears Point, followed in the late 60s. So the growth was quick, and that was part of the emergence of motorsport full stop, was that there was more tracks being built. It started off back in the 50s at airfields that were used perhaps during World War II, and in preparation for those airfields, once they were disused effectively or not used enough, people would hire them. There's James Alder in the 33 from Reno in Nevada. And as you can see, a full field. Looking forward to this one for sure. Jenson Button, the 2009 world champion and Grand Prix winner of 15 Grand Prix in his day, and still at the height of his game in the World Endurance Championship for Jota Porsche. But straight away, it's John Budabaum who goes into the lead ahead of Marcus Bicknell and Nick Price. Lars Mopstead in there as well. James Alder I mentioned. And several Jaguar C and D types. The C standing for competition, but that then led to the D type and then the E type, and as they say, the rest is history. I was surprised to hear and discuss yesterday how small a window that Jaguar raced in the late 50s, early 60s, and really pretty much pulled out of factory racing and developing race cars in the late 60s. They just felt that they'd done enough to market them. They definitely wanted to come into the American market. The American market was, brimming with interest on the foreign cars. And like I said, when the likes of people like Sterling Moss would come over and race them, it just added to the cachet of the event. As we take a look at the Streets Manning Special of Marcus Bicknell from Chalfont St. Giles in Great Britain. And that is a classic American car. In fact, it was built in Shattuck, New York, and it was known as the Shattuck Manning Special in 1953, and it took till 1955 to get it all together in New York by Wally Chapman and John Streets Chapman. And they'd worked with Chuck Manning in California to return home with a copy of the plan for a Manning Special, intending to build one. And so that's exactly what they did. They raced it in hill climbs and in Canada. As we take a look at the 21 now, another C-type This is a car that was raced in both Ireland and England. Nick Price, a well-known collector and vintage racer from California, at the wheel of this one. And a beautiful example. And I love about these groups is that you can go into the paddock once these guys come back in and have a really good nose around. Yeah, Nick Price has owned this car now for 5 years, and it was also owned, so it's had a really quite star-studded history of owners. Bob Baker owned it, and Steve Earle, and of course Steve Earle, definitely one of the big founders of vintage racing here in California. And it was he that put the reunion together in the first place back in the 70s, and he's still his presence, if you like, in what he achieved in his time is still felt today in historic racing. James Alder up to 4th place behind Price at the moment, so a good start for him. And I know I've told the story before, but I love telling everybody that James Alder, who's in a similar car to that 21, drives his car like they did in the day. There was no trolley queens back then. You didn't put the truck out and carry the car there. You drove it. And he still does to this day. He's been racing. Here he is, James Alder. He's been racing since 1985 in historics. So he's got a fair few miles under his belt. And given the fact that he drives from Reno to each and every one of them. And that, by the way, if you don't know your geography, it does involve going over the Donner Pass. So if it's inclement weather, it's in for a real interesting ride. I asked him about his ride this time out, and we've got a strange heat wave here in October in the States, and he said it was piping hot in the cockpit. It was about 110 on the road and then about 125 inside the car itself. So here he is, James Alder. Talk about a man who loves what he does. He'll be in here regaling us with stories. Haven't seen too much of Jensen yet. I think he might be taking his time. Now, Jensen, there you see him starting to make his way up to 7th. And he put on a show yesterday. There he is at the back of this group in the all-gold 22. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about this car, because Jensen started racing it. Well, he bought it. It took him best part of 5 years to get it sorted. It was originally owned by Juan Manuel Fangio, and it was Fangio's street car, if you will. They gave it to him while he was a Grand Prix driver for Maserati. So it was a freebie for Fangio. I don't think it was a freebie for Jensen, but I think he loves it all the same. But can you imagine auctioning this off someday, saying it was owned by 2 previous Formula One world champions, and if not, the greatest of all time in many ways? So, yeah, it's a special little car now, and there's no question that Jensen's got up to speed on it. And, yeah, really, really finding his way as we look at Gilbert Hakim in that number 9. And another monster of a car out there. That is the Denzel Roadster from 1953. Raced at Sebring by Toland 54 and 55. It also raced at Bridgehampton and did somewhere in the region of 23 hill climbs, and then turned its hand to doing just vintage racing. And that is currently in 5th place overall, just behind James Alder. I think, in fact, he's got past Alder now, and he'll be up to 4th when he crosses the line again. I can hear some nice squealing of wheels as they come into 11. So there's several guys pushing on hard here at Velocity. And actually, I think they're really enjoying the fact that they're out in the cooler temperatures of the morning. And always nice not to have too much heat. There's Button now up to 4th. Well, I think there was an idea last night that they wanted to start him at the back so that he didn't just blast off into the distance, because yesterday he was literally lapping everybody, and yeah, good to see. And what a thrill. Schuller in the 44. That's the sports racer, the Hagerman sports racer from 1955. Mostly raced on the West Coast here in California from 55 to 58. And there you see the speed of Jenson Button. It's interesting, when he got this car, he tried to get he's got a giant wheel. And actually, for us, that's great because we get to see what a world champion can do and how much input he is putting into a car like this to push it to its limit. But he tried to modify the wheel and get a smaller wheel, because you can imagine he's racing a wet car which basically has the same wheel as a Formula One car, what he's used to, and that's what he spent most of his life doing. But look at the size of this wheel. And there you see it. Now that's what I'm talking about. Watch that, folks. I'll tell you what, if you know you're racing, it doesn't get any better than that. That is pure car control, and that is using the power of the car, the sway, the balance of the car, and just putting little inputs in to keep it in a straight line so that you can use that power and go as fast as you possibly can. And I've just got a feeling that Jenson is channeling his inner Fangio, because he looks like Fangio out there right now, even though Fangio didn't race this car. Sterling Moss raced a car like this, as did many of the drivers of the day. And here he is at 11. Oh, it's glorious. Absolutely glorious. It just doesn't get any better than that, folks. Now, he's in 2 or 3 other cars, actually, throughout the day. He's got a Testarossa that I think Nick Price owns. He'll be taking that out. And also an Alfa Romeo GTA, I think, that he will be pedaling later. And so he's having a busy day, is our Jenson. But he's really embracing the whole historic scene. Currently, of course, part of the World Endurance Championship with the Jota Porsche team. To much effect, they've had a win and several podiums. And so his first run at the World Championship in Endurance going well, taking in Le Mans and Kota, Fiji, you name it. And they've still got one more round to go later in November. So big year for Jenson Button, but I think he's finding a new home, both in historics and in the World Endurance Championship, and that just gives you enough time that it isn't anywhere near the Formula One schedule. And I just wonder if Daniel Rick would start considering maybe doing this. Maybe he should go and see Steve Rimmer and get in a DirtFish car. I could see Daniel Ricciardo doing loads of stuff if he stays over here in the States, which I've got a feeling he just may well do. Some people think he might go to NASCAR. Some people think maybe Indy. I'm not so sure, but either way. Here's your battle for the lead, and it's been that way throughout. Bicknell and Budebom. And it is John Budebom who's taken the lead in the number 3. And this was built, this Parkinson Special Jaguar that he is driving is a 1950, and it was built at International Motors in Los Angeles, which is probably one of the most storied places for preparation of cars of the day at the time, and now still today. And Don Parkinson, brother-in-law of Phil Hill, of course, sketched the car out on a sheet of paper just one day as a teenager even, and came up with that, the Parkinson Special. Meanwhile, coming through shot, the number 9. That is the Denzel Roadster from 1953, raced at Sebring in 54 and 55. There you go. And behind him, the 44A, that's Schuller, in the Porsche Glocker from 52. And its story is Helm Glocker drove the number 3 and won the prestigious, he won the prestigious Nürburgring, and that would have been the full green hell. That would have been the massive, long Nürburgring at the time. So that little tiny tiny Porsche getting round the German track that is one of the most notorious for being a car killer in many ways, because it's very, very tough. I've been around it myself, and back in the day in those small cars back in 1952, and it won the German Sports Car Championship and was then sold to Max Hoffmann in the US. He was a US Porsche distributor. And then Hoffman entered several events on the East Coast with Johnny Van Neumann, who we heard about earlier, who, of course, won the Best in Class in 1950 at Pebble Beach. So a name that isn't as known as some of the more familiar names, but John Van Neumann, definitely one to remember in your history books. Coming through shot now. Another car, another Hagerman, raced mostly on the West Coast between 1955 and 1958. So it looks as though Button's going to get another podium, but I don't think he's going to make it all the way from the back to the front. But that doesn't matter. And there's that 9C. That's a Curtis 500S Dodge from 53. And again, another American special, Curtis 500. Curtis Kraft from Glendale, California. And Dr. Harold Colston of Fresno, California. And it used a 240 Dodge Hemi when it was originated. And they raced it all around Long Beach, Madeira, Bakersfield, Pebble Beach. 52 and 53 it took part at Pebble Beach. And here's that young boy from Froome. He's got some potential, that's for sure. Young Jensen. I wonder if his dad called him after the Jensen Interceptor. Well, no surprise, he's gone to the top. I said he wasn't going to get a win, but I am totally wrong, and I underestimated him. It does seem a long way away. When I first met Jensen at the Macau Grand Prix back in the day when he was just a Formula 3 guy, and he just signed for Williams. I think he was 21 at the time, and everybody said as he came to Macau, he won all 4 races, both at Macau, 2 at Macau, 2 in Korea, and won all the prize money and was signed by Williams and already had the contract in his back pocket when he arrived in Asia, and the rest, as they say, is history. It's been a fantastic career for Jensen. He is a true gentleman, the epitome. And as I said earlier in the weekend, there is some symmetry, some poetry and history that the fact that Phil Hill won the first ever Pebble Beach race and went on to become a Formula One world champion. And here we are, 2024, and a returning F1 champion returns to race a Jaguar, very similar to Phil Hill's. And so in many ways, a full story complete. We've got the likes of Roman Grosjean here. I'm very excited. The next session coming up, we've got some real big rally stars too coming in, and more importantly, rally stars cars from the past, Group B. And we'll hear all about those. Scott Speed is here, the former Toro Rosso Formula One driver, and now doing Project Midnight, a multiple rallycross winner and champion. And of course, well, he's done everything, has Scott Speed. There isn't much that he hasn't turned his wheel out, whether it be NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula E, you name it. And there's that 44 again. So Button took him 8 laps, but gets to the front of the group. I'm going to have a quick check on his times because I know we don't usually in historic take too much note of the times, but a 155.7 by Jenson Button. Not bad when the closest man to him is a 206. So, yeah, he is schooling them, but they're taking it and they're loving it. And I think they are all just as excited as he is to be part of this field. And it's not a bad line to be able to take home to say that, yeah, I got beaten today, but it was the ex-world champion from Formula One. Not bad. Good run from Lars Mapstad as well. And he and Older kind of go wheel to wheel as they did yesterday, 7th and 8th at the moment. And there's Schmidt in 9th position. Steve Schmidt. And that's 53 Denzel, as we mentioned. I know that Jens is kind of racing against himself. To give you a bit more history, he raced at Monterey, got a 4th, I think was his best there. and a 5th in Saturday's race, but he improved over that weekend by 2.5 seconds, and that's pretty much what he's trying to do here, I think. The car prepared by Huffaker, so he's got the best in the business on the job. And like I said, he'll be running 3 cars, but this one he owns. And it was also, after Fangio's use of it, he sold it to drive it. Well, he took it back to Buenos Aires, back to Argentina, his home, and sold it. And in the mid-50s, it did run in Buenos Aires and did various races there before coming back to Europe. And I'm not quite sure of the details of how Jensen got his hands on it, but I do remember an interview where he said that it took him 5 years to kind of finally get delivery of it. And, of course, Jensen now living in the Agora Hills in California, so it's not a surprise to see him at an event like this. And there's the 814 going through. It's the Elva Mark 1 1955. Kevin Adair at the wheel in 9th position as Jensen making his way on the penultimate lap towards the checkered flag. Yeah, Kevin Adair, a regular to Velocity and other events here on the West Coast. In fact, all over the country, Kevin. And racing this 55 Maserati Special with an Elva chassis, and it's one of the first 10 Elva Mark 1s that were ever built. Look at the control, it's fantastic to watch. Look at the control, it's fantastic to watch. Look at the control, it's fantastic to watch. And Jensen Button takes another checkered flag, and well, are we seeing the beginning of a new era for Jensen's career? He's now taking his 2nd historic win, and I think he likes the taste of it. And nobody's giving him a hard time about it. They're just delighted he's part of this community, and long may it continue. So now you know, Formula One drivers, they never retire. They just head to the hills of California and race a C-Type. That's the game. And just a confirmation that it was John Buderbaum taking 2nd place and Marcus Bicknell in 3rd. And there he is. Nick Price 4th, Hakeem Schuller, Mapstead, James Older in the end finishing 8th, just ahead of Kevin Adair and Steve Schmidt behind him, rounding out the top 10. So well done to Jensen. He's certainly getting a workout. And now he'll swap over, and the next time we'll see him will probably be in that Ferrari Testarossa. So looking forward to that. And I do know, having talked to some of the other drivers, that he has been fettling this and learning about this car since he owned it, and it is pretty trick. They put some hard work into making it what he needs, and he too is learning the art, the craft, if you will, of big steering wheel driving and big lolling cars. I mean, you can imagine racing, or still racing, in very, very precise race cars, sports cars. That Porsche, he only needs to twitch his fingers and that Porsche will go where it wants, whereas with the Jaguar, you're really having to put a lot of input in, and that input is delayed. It's sort of latent because it's such a large beast, 2 tons, and you're really having to wheel it and master it, and that's why Fangio got the reputation he did as a racing driver too, so I'm sure he enjoyed driving it as his daily car. Jensen Button then in the Jaguar C-Type wins ahead of John Buderbaum, then Marcus Bicknell in 3rd in the Streets Manning Special, Nick Price, Gilbert Hakeem in the Curtis 500 Dodge, Schuller, Mapstead, Older, the Elva of Kevin Adair in 9th, and Steve Schmidt in 10th. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma, and when we come back, we've got more action and some really exciting stuff to bring you. So stay with us here at Velocity Invitational.
down here on Velocity Lane, and what an honor it is to be chatting with Jensen Button. Jensen, you have this absolutely stunning bronze Jaguar behind me. How cool is it to be driving that around here at Race Sonoma?
It's super cool. I mean, Sonoma, beautiful weather, obviously wine country, so everyone loves to be here, but then you get to race cool cars as well. So this is actually my Jaguar C-Type. It's ex-Fangio car. It was his road car back in the 50s, so pretty awesome to drive this here. It's so much fun. It's all about drifting, all about hand movement and controlling all those movements and just going with it, flowing with it, and that's what I love. Very different to a modern car, but yeah, good fun. This car's a little bit quick for the category, so I think I might be starting last today. There might be a slight mechanical issue before the start, and I'll hopefully start last, and we'll have a bit of fun coming through.
Talk about fun. You've had your hands on the wheels of some incredible machines, but does it feel a little bit more like a weight lifted when you're in something, when you know you're not out here really going all for it? Does it give you that joy of racing again?
No, whatever I drive, it's always everything. What's the point otherwise? I drive this thing as hard as I can, and you'll see that today. So no, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm driving some wonderful cars. I'm driving this. I'm driving an Alfa GTA. I'm also driving a 250 Testarossa Ferrari, which is that one's a bit, the car's worth quite a bit of money, and it's not mine either. So no, and there's no roll hoop. It's just a lap belt. So that one I'll be taking it a little bit easier. I'm really looking forward to today. It should be fun. So yeah, whoever's here enjoying the day, it's going to be a good one.
Absolutely. Velocity Invitational, this is your first time joining us at the event. What are your first thoughts? It's a stunning event.
It is, and I think, it's October and it's 90 degrees plus. Super hot, so hopefully everyone's got sunscreen on. But no, it's great. You've got cars from the 40s all the way through to almost current cars driving. So, it's a real mix of cars. Whatever your flavor is, whatever you like, you got it here, which is good.
Excellent. Well, thank you for chatting with me, Jensen, and have a blast out there.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. This is the fifth running here at Sonoma of the event. We've actually been to Laguna Seca as well, but we're here, and I think this is going to be our home from here on in because it just seems to fit. The wine, the sipping, the tasting, the food, the sort of elegance of the location and how we're able to set up here. The track itself is as demanding as it's always been since the late 60s. But now for something completely different, in the words of Monty Python, because we have on track both drifting you'll see here, and I bring in Farouk Kawaya to tell us more about that. And we also have Steve Rimmer, the founder of DirtFish Rally School, as we have the rally cars out on track and a special stage all set up. We're going over to the special stage, but it is available, and DirtFish have now been part of the event for the last few years. But let's start with the drifting, and he's not going out yet. He's obviously just done a warm-up lap, and he's not happy with the setup. But Farouk, welcome. We spoke yesterday. Really interesting how these cars come to be. That was a Toyota truck we just saw, but boy, it can move.
Yeah, that's an old Toyota Stout from the late 60s, which
Brilliant.
is, I think the name is pretty much all that's left from that original car, besides maybe the roof and the hood. But they've created this kind of bespoke drifting truck, 3SGT, old MR2 style motor underneath the hood, 600-700 horsepower, driven by Ryan Turek, who's been in Formula Drift for 2 decades, phenomenal driver, but also kind of a unique builder of cars, right? Creates these crazy concepts that he drifts in demos like this around the country and world. And it's really, it's kind of a cool combo to see kind of not only his driving, but also his build factory, let's call it, of what he creates.
And Steve, here's some of the rally cars, Group B, but these aren't just rally cars. These are unobtainium, in my mind, part of your collection, I believe. Tell us why you picked them and what is special, and tell the audience what's so special about these particular cars.
Well, thanks, Jonathan, for having us here, and thank you to Velocity for inviting us. We're very excited to be included again in such a special event. Group B is something I grew up with, showing my age, but I remember watching these cars going through the forests of northern England.
We're talking mid-70s?
This late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
You know, the car up there now, the Audi, special memories, Hanna Mikkola's car. He bought it from the factory and then was owned by another World Rally champion, Juha Kankinen, who I bought the car from. So with these cars, obviously, rallying is pretty tough on a vehicle, but probably the most original Audi S1E2 that's actually out there.
All-wheel drive?
Four-wheel drive, 5-speed box, dogleg left, 5-cylinder turbocharged, lots of turbo lag. One of the other cars out there is a predecessor to the Audi and the Lancia Delta S4 that's out there, because we have the Fiat 037 out there. And that was the last type, two-wheel drive type to win the World Rally Championship. It then went on to four-wheel drive. But that is supercharged. It gives you a more linear power application. And then the other car is the Lancia Delta S4, the martini-colored car out there. That's really the derivative that Lancia came in with the full Group B. That's four-wheel drive. Everybody else stayed with turbocharged. But in fact, what Lancia did was they kept the supercharger from the 037 and added a turbocharger. So in theory, you've got some linear power application through the supercharger.
Here you go.
That's a Henry Toivonen car, also driven by Marco LN in period. There's one car you'll notice that's missing from this session. Thankfully, in touching wood, it's not because it's not working. We're holding back the Peugeot 205 T16 because a certain French IndyCar driver has put his hand up and said, "Can I drive it?" So you'll see
a Frenchman driving a French car. Goodness gracious!
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, Roman Grosjean. Yeah.
So I hope I'm not tempting fate.
No.
Roman has actually driven a Delta S4.
He's done a hill climb, hasn't he?
Hill climb in a Delta S4 before, but you'll see him out on the track in the in the T16 at 1150.
Right, Farouk, I got to ask the question because everybody else is asking it. How the heck do you do that?
Well, if you notice, he flicked the opposite direction before entering that first corner, and I know in rally you guys do the Scandinavian flicks, right? Those usually happen under braking or with a weight transfer, just with a lift. We do that with what we call a clutch kick. So we stay full throttle, and we actually pound the left foot in and out of the floor just to upset the balance.
And it brings the car forward and then gives you a chance to flick it.
But it still lets you have the weight on the back axle, so you still stay fast. So he'll do something called the clutch kick into an e-brake, where he grabs a secondary brake system on the rear axle and then initiates the slide. then all gas from there.
Now it sounds like you're talking ice skating at the Olympics, the way you're describing it, because but there is technique. I mean, that is exactly what you're describing.
Yeah, there's a lot of pedal dancing for sure.
Yeah.
I have a question for you with these incredible historic cars. You know, a lot of our drift cars take so much maintenance to keep up. This field that you have on the course, I mean, how's the maintenance of these old Group B cars?
So, like a lot of things, parts are key. But to be honest with you, if you ask Sean Medcroft, who takes care of the cars for us, I think he prefers the Group B cars rather than the later cars. These cars are very mechanical, very analog.
They're more accessible, right?
Yeah, and so you can do things very logically, physically, mechanically.
Yep.
The next generation, the World Rally Championship cars in the 90s and 2000s are really electronic wizardry. And electronic technology that's moved so fast that even now it's hard to maintain, though. It's harder to maintain the World Rally cars out of 1990s than it is to maintain these Group B cars. If ever we find spare parts for these cars, anywhere, we grab them, because obviously that's something that is essential to keep them going. But we love having them out there. This is what they're made for, at least, get them out and let people see them and understand them.
I know it's like asking which child is your favorite, but do you have a favorite amongst your, these are your cars, correct?
Yeah, if you ask the favorite, the Audi has got such heritage and there, but the S4 is special as well. I think my son James is driving the S4 today, and he drove it up the hill at Goodwood earlier this summer, and he said, I've never been in a car that feels like it's going to kill me, like the S4. Whereas the Audi is much more progressive. You saw Michael Martin out in thank you, DirtFish. This is where
you all started it. Yeah, we wanted to show people if they like what they see, they can do it.
They can do it here on the rides over the other side of the course, but this is what we started in. We just had our 14th birthday last week.
How many acres have you got?
It's 300 acres, a great playground. It's a Foreman mill site.
It's beautiful.
And this is the school itself. We have our own shop, obviously. We run BRZs for rear-wheel drive, and we run STIs for four-wheel drive. We've had a great relationship for the last 14 years with Subaru, who... we share a passion about rally and rally in North America, and we've had a great experience here with them. But we have about 3,500 people come through every year.
It's amazing.
And basically we're open about 360 days a year.
Amazing.
The rain in Seattle is helpful.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you say that. It's such a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what kind of day it is. I've been myself, thanks to you, Steve, and appreciated it, and loved every minute of it. And what I didn't kind of take into consideration is that you get instructors. I think James's engineer was my instructor when I went, and so I was delighted because we were having a bit of fun because I actually knew the guy, but he was teaching me some rally skills. I didn't break anything, thankfully. I didn't get any trouble, but I learned a lot. And also, while I was there, one of the professionals was training for, Jim Carner was training for American Rally, so I got to see some of the best in the business.
Yeah, we've been fortunate. We've got a great team of people there, and that team, puts a smile on a lot of people's faces every day. But we get everybody. Jensen, Jensen's father, John, was a rallycross driver.
Okay.
And Jensen came up to DirtFish when he was preparing for, the Extreme E.
Of course, makes sense.
He ran the team there. But I'd be remiss not to say, we love to teach people. We love people to come out with a smile. We love people to come back. But we actually love people to come and do something like this, get them on the stepping stones, and that includes everybody. There's a DirtFish Women in Motorsport panel.
Yep.
We held one yesterday. There's one at 11 o'clock today at Turn 11. I think it's at a similar time when Travis Pastrana is actually on the track. So, Travis is a great supporter of rally in North America, and I think he might be doing some exhibitions around Turn 11.
He's bringing the Huckster, isn't he?
Yeah. Yep. So maybe he'll do something like Ryan and the Dirt guys, the Drift guys are doing here.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Entertain us out by turn 11 and come along and see the Women in Motorsport panel.
Entertainment is a middle name of Travis Pastrana. If you don't know who he is, stay tuned, because he has a star-studded history of extreme sports, whether it be two-wheel or four. First man to do a double backflip, I think.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Ever.
There's lots of firsts in
yeah,
Travis's life.
with Travis.
But this is amazing as well. You know, you look at the truck and look at what you guys do. And as you say, there's a lot of shared skills across this.
Yeah.
You know, what you guys do in drift, you know, what we do in rally, and what people do on the racing lines out here when they're actually racing, like we just watched Jensen.
It's about the examples and I guess the enjoyment of car control. Let's put it that way, right? Just being able to be completely in control of the vehicle around the racetrack. What Jensen was doing around the track, I mean, obviously with great pedigree, but the way he was dancing that classic car around the track was just phenomenal. And back to the Turn 11 thing too. For those that don't know, the Turn 11 building's right at the entrance of the racetrack, has a fantastic terrace. So if you guys are going to go watch that women's panel, the terrace there's one of the best places to watch. You know what will be happening on track as well.
You know, just to put a footnote on my experience with rally and learning rally, you may have no interest in motor racing whatsoever and think, I don't want to go there. I don't want to be a racing driver or a rally driver. But when you get either in the passenger seat or get a chance to drive one of these cars and understand how strong the braking is, because you're in an environment that isn't a road situation, you can slam on the brakes, you can use the car, you can see what power it can create, you can see how the car will actually help you steer with the right technique. And it just makes you walk away, and once you get back into your rental car or whatever, and realize that you don't need to drive it like that, but there is a lot more to driving than perhaps meets the eye at first bet, and the car probably can drive a lot better than you are able to input it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're giving drifting ride-alongs today in the middle of turn 10, and I urge everybody to come get a ride, because it's one of those experiences that, you know, for a normal driver, you will usually not be in one of those situations until you don't want to be.
Correct.
Right, and understanding what it's like to be in that situation really is a great kind of threshold breaker. Right, and same with a rally school. You know, I urge everybody to take those advanced driving classes, because especially for the younger kids or younger people in the family coming up, even if they don't plan on becoming a racing driver, the amount of safety that you teach with those techniques is, you never know when you're going to need that technique.
I think the most rewarding emails we get is, you know, I was driving in the snow or I was driving in the wet, and, you know, I didn't know I was going to be able to, you know, apply what I learned with the day with you, but you probably saved me from a big accident.
Yeah.
And it's surprising and disappointing in so many ways that people have to suffer it, but so many people go through that on the road today, and it's most rewarding when you get something like that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you so much. You saw the checkered flag there, Farouk and Steve Rimmer joining us here. Let's head down to Velocity Lane and join Taylor.
Down here on the grid with Group 4. I'm going to see if I can get a quick word with Gear here in this absolutely stunning Lotus. You're at the front of the pack. Are you ready to go for this race?
Yeah, it's been fun. You can't hear much.
That's okay. If you notice how low this car is to the ground, these guys are absolutely ready. And I think this is the 23 that I'm hearing next to me, that 1969 Chevron that's making all that beautiful noise down here. But these guys are absolutely set to go. Let me see if I can catch a word with Jonathan over here. I am seeing the 3-minute board up, so they may kick us off. But no, he's got a nice windshield on. But quite the collection of cars down here. Obviously, this silver 1963 Corvette has got to be one of my favorites. Just check out that car right there. Absolutely stunning. That is Patrick Byrne. We can see that thumbs up that he's got. And then it looks like we are at our 2 minutes. They're going to start letting these guys loose on the track. So let's go to a quick commercial break. And then when we come back from that break, it's time to get Group 4 out on the track. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. We turn our attention now to Group 4, and we heard from Taylor there, just having a quick chat. I'm also joined here by George Dyer, who has been coming to Sonoma since he was a lad, I think, pretty much. You're a local man here and love your racing.
Well, I grew up in San Mateo, and my dad loved cars. So our the first race I went to was Pebble Beach.
Wow.
I think 1956. The last year they ran it, and then there was a bad accident, and they moved they moved the race over to Laguna Seca.
Yep.
Which they built in record time, and I think they had their first event there in 1957. I remember.
Pretty impressive.
With my dad.
So you've seen how the history of motor racing in this part of the world has come together, and now you can celebrate it here in 2024.
Well, I'm celebrating it. I haven't driven or done anything in over 44 years, but a couple years ago I thought, it'd be fun to recreate the car that I won the Sebring 12 Hours with overall, recreate it and start doing some of these vintage races.
What was the car?
It was a 1974 Porsche RSR.
Wow.
3-liter.
Who'd you beat?
I forget who came in second, but proud to say that Peter Gregg finished third.
There you go. That's a pretty... if you know your motorsport in America, that is a big, big accolade to have beaten Peter Gregg at anything.
No, we were lucky. I was in the right place, right time, and got into IMSA in 1973. Went to driving school in 1972. Just took a year in SCCA. Did showroom stock sedan for 4 races. Then bought my first 911 from Peter Gregg at the end of 72, I think, and then did 2 SCCA races with the 911. And then somebody said, hey, you should race at IMSA. It's a new series. Even if you finish last, you might make enough money to put gas in your truck and get to the next race. So that's what we did. That's how we started.
Fantastic. And I've often wondered, somebody from that era, for fans, you had so much choice in the 70s. IMSA, as you say, was growing exponentially. Can-Am, Trans Am, NASCAR. So there was, real blossoming and big money too. Manufacturers were paying big drivers to come over. So it was a really exciting time in the mid-70s.
Yeah, I think my 3rd race in IMSA, I'm out on the track and I'm following Peter Revson.
Wow.
And, for someone who just had a few races under his belt, to be racing at that level was pretty exciting and encouraged us to keep going.
Well, as you can see, we are line astern, 2x2. This is Group 4, and I'm sure, John, you're very familiar with quite a few of the cars out there, or have seen them in the past. Coming here, you can see we've got a 63 Corvette with a split rear window, very famous, of course, or well known these days. And yes, a bunch of Chevrolets, Brabhams, Bizzarinis, Porsches, Chevrons, Lotus, Shelbys, all here in Group 4. And this is a great group. Really enjoy this one. If you want to see the real heart of American historic racing, here it is, right in front of you, because you've kind of got a real smorgasbord of different cars from different eras, but we look at cars from 63 to 68 FIA sports and prototypes and 63 to 69 SCCA production sports cars. So, we really are getting a combination here, which is rare actually in one group, of, outright racing cars and also production-built racing cars.
Well, these cars I recognize because in 1963, there was a Ferrari 250 GTO that won the Daytona 3-hour.
Yep.
And a year later, my dad found it and purchased it for $12,000.
I'm always intrigued how you find these things.
A local car dealer in San Francisco bought the car from Chinetti after it had run at Daytona, both Daytona and Sebring, and asked my dad if he'd be interested in buying it. I think the price was $13,500. My dad said, no, that's too much.
Okay.
So eventually the deal went for $12,000 if the car were painted blue, which they did. They painted it blue. And my father was very tall and really didn't fit in the car, and gave it to me and said, if you'd enjoy working on it and helping me fix it up, it's yours to do. So that helped me.
Yeah, no kidding.
That really helped me learn about cars and racing.
We're also joined in the booth by Bert Skidmore, who's been with us yesterday as well, and I know he too likes a good look at Group 4, works with Intrepid Racing, which prepares a lot of the cars that you see in action today. So welcome, Bert, again. Have you got any skin in the game in this one?
I don't, and thanks for having me announce with you guys. It's great. It's a good time. What a great group, though. That little Chevron that's up front, the B16, what a wonderful little car. You know, probably weighs about 1,400 pounds, 1,200 pounds, and has close to 300 horsepower. It's a great group.
Yeah, that's Gare Ramleth, who we saw at the beginning there, from California, and leading the way in that Lotus 23B. We've got several 23s, and very popular here in the States with the 23Bs. I bet if Chapman were around today, he'd be making a fortune.
Are there any original drivers driving these cars?
Not that I know of from sort of the day, as it were. We've obviously got some good names. Dave Hagan out there. That's Rob Walton, obviously, is out there. He was in action yesterday, too. So there's guys that... Charles Nurburg's another one. Well, there's guys that we well know in the historic side. But no, I don't think any of the drivers of the day, per se. John Fudge is out there, too, another.
What was Rob Walton driving? I thought he was
in his birdcage yesterday.
Okay,
yeah. I don't know what he's today in this group. Let me see.
He has a 26R Lotus.
Yeah, he's got a 26R. That's exactly what he's in. The 66 26R, yeah. There's that Corvette from 63. Patrick Byrne. He and his dad here this weekend.
In the mix with that Porsche. There's a good battle going on there.
So, both of you, talk a little bit about what interested you, what cars interested you when you first kind of got into this whole game, because there's got to be something that really pricks your interest and says, and then that leads to a bigger, wider.
I told you the story about the 250 GTO. So I'm 16 years old. My dad has this car. He said, George, work on it, fix it up, learn the craft.
Yep.
And along with the car, we got a lot of spares. And more importantly, we got large posters from Sebring and Daytona. So as a kid, I'm sitting in his garage looking at the posters, sitting in Pedro Rodriguez's Ferrari, and starting to dream, which is always a danger.
Always. Nothing wrong with dreaming.
So by the time I got to 20 years old, I thought, well, maybe my dad would let me go to driving school and start racing. Of course, he said no. So I had to wait till I was 22, I think. I went to Bondurant's.
Yep.
And then I did the 4 showroom stock sedan races. And then my next race, I think, was at the Daytona 250 Paul Revere IMSA race.
Wow, you moved quick.
Yeah, I'd never driven at night, and I'd never been on a big oval. And here I am.
That's wild. Very wild. How about yourself, Bert?
I started racing in midgets, oval track, for a short period of time.
Dirt?
And on pavement.
On pavement,
yeah,
midgets,
with wings,
okay.
yeah. And then started vintage racing, went to a couple of driving schools, Bondurant, and here at Sears Point, that's where it was. Started driving a Lotus 18 Formula Junior, and then quickly got to drive the Lotus 79 John Player Special, the Andretti championship winning car, for 4 or 5 years. Good time.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
I love hearing that story because so many go to Skip Barber or to Bob Bondurant. And, I've done it myself. And, it's a great day, or a couple of days if you choose, and a great way to learn in a good environment, a safe environment. And that's the important thing. Got a great battle here between Lyon and Rosenthal in the 23X. Rosenthal in that Chevron 9069 all red 23X. But it's Ramleth and Byrne out front. Ramleth with a 4-second lead as we look high above. That Corvette leading this group of 3. And at the back of that is Rosenthal.
The Corvette's got his hands full.
Yeah. No kidding.
Those guys are breathing down his neck. That Chevron can get stuck behind cars, and as he is, I think if he could get out in front, he could probably pull away from these guys. 23B right there is doing a good job.
Yep. We've got several 23Bs out there, 63, 62, 262s in fact, and 263s.
Did Lotus 23 win the race yesterday? I think he did.
I'm going to have to look that up for you, but I will do. My memory's good, but not that good. Hang on a second.
They were driving the wheels off that thing.
Yeah. So, of course, if you weren't with us yesterday, they did a full day of racing for the groups, and yeah, yesterday it was once again. It was actually Gunnar Jeanette.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Jonathan Rosenthal, who's leading. Who's in fourth at the moment, was second, and Gare Ramleth, who's leading at the moment, was third, ahead of Nick Colonna and Seth Burgett. So yeah, that's the answer to your question. Patrick Byrne was seventh, and he's currently in second at the moment in the 17.
What a great race these guys are doing. They're close together.
Oh, it's great. This is our Group 4. And like I said, does combine rarely the purpose-built race cars with the production sports cars of the same era. And we kind of refer to this era as a transitioning era for the FIA. You've got GT production cars coming through and then straight-out racing cars. So the class contains FIA Group 4. There's even the GT40s, of course,
look at the
from
Porsche,
4.
Look at the Porsche going for it.
Around the
outside.
outside.
It's a long way around. It's a long way around. Here we go. I don't know if he can. Oh, well,
yeah, he's got it.
That. Oh, I think the Corvette might have a problem.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, he's accelerating away,
wow.
but
that was a great
nice
move. That was a great move.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
But tell us about what Intrepid do.
So we work on vintage race cars. Anything. We take care of a lot of Ferraris. We've got D-type Jaguars. In fact, we have the Le Mans winning D-type in our possession right now that we've done a bunch of work on. C-type Jaguars. In fact, the car that Nick Price has, Nick Price is driving the C-type. We did the engine in that car. We did the Testarossa gearbox and rear end that Jensen Button's driving.
Oh, right.
Yep. And
has that had a lot of work to do? I mean, I was asking James Alder if he's spoken to Jensen about what he's doing, because obviously he's got it to his liking now, because you can see the way he's driving it. He's not holding back.
Yeah. No, it's good. I tell you what, I mean, on TRs with drum brakes and spoke wheels, it's tough to keep the wheels on it and the brakes on it.
Yeah.
The next year, the TR59 went to disc brakes, and what a difference the car was. But the pontoon fender car is still, what a great car to drive.
Okay. And George, have you had, over the years, had a chance to drive any of these types of cars out here on Group 4?
I raced the 250 GTO Ferrari only once at Laguna Seca. At one of Steve Earle's events. He started the historic race in 1974. I think we were there.
And he's owned a few of these cars as well over the years, yeah.
Yeah, Steve bought my RSR. And then subsequently, I think Paul Newman bought it. It's been through a lot of hands. Bobby Rahal has owned it.
Wow.
Jim Farley has owned it.
That's a heck of a history. Your price is going up by the minute.
Well, Bruce Canepa called me and said, George, you want to buy your Sebring winning RSR back? I said, absolutely. And then he told me the
price, and you went,
And I said, well, Bruce, I sold it for $38,000, thinking I made a killing, because I think back then the cars were $28,000.
What's it worth?
Well, I think, and I don't know this for sure, but I think the last buyer bought it close to $2 million.
Wow.
It was offered to me at 1.1.
Amazing. Yeah, we've been talking about the fabled Le Mans film number 20, 917, that's coming up for auction in January in Florida. And I was talking to Brian Redman, who drove it originally with Joe Siffert, about it, and he owned it for a while. Richard Atwood owned it, another driver of that era. And, of course, Steve McQueen owned it. After the filming of Le Mans, it then went into the hands of Jerry Seinfeld. So, yeah, a similar kind of... And they're talking about, well, crazy numbers for what it might be worth because of its storied history, the film, and what it means to so many people, and the colours, the Gulf colours, synonymous with that era
and
of
I tell
racing.
people that I started in a 250 GTO that cost $12,000. The next question is, well, what did you sell it for?
Yeah, exactly.
And, of course... Yeah, we had it for 30 years and sold it for the then record price. I think we sold it in late 80s, you know, everybody talked about the
GTO, yeah.
Of, $3.5 million.
Now
those
those,
money. But now I've heard, what, 60 million maybe? Yeah.
Crazy numbers. 20 million, 30 million, you name it. Now, this is an interesting car, this one here. This is, well, it's an ex-rally car, isn't it?
Is it
an Alpine?
Simca?
Yeah, I think it's a little Alpine.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an A10 GRP Rally Alpine from 1972. And this is a Berlinette Group 4 factory built. And like I said, the Alpine A110 was built in Dieppe, France. And it's built by a former race driver and Renault dealer, Jean Ridel, who raced it from 1961 to 1977. And one of a small number of factory-prepared cars and designed to compete in the Group 4 Rally Series. So there you go. Don't often see a rally car out there. But
did the Corvette get back in front? I think it did.
What, of Ramleth?
Yeah.
No, Ramleth's leading. That battle was, I think, for third.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, okay.
So it's just a little further back. Yeah. But here's your leader on lap 7th, Geir Ramleth.
Guy's flying.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, as we all know, Colin Chapman designed the 23B, as he did so many lightweight, small bore cars and small displacement sports cars. And it was a two-seater at first, but again, was built for that FIA Group 4 racing between 62 and 63. Now, that number 80 is another special car. I was looking at that, and that was hooning around earlier this weekend in practice, and it took my eye. It's the Mustang Shelby GTO 500 from 67.
Yeah, GT 500, yes. What a great car.
And according to its bio, it's a rare Shelby that's perhaps the longest road race history of any GT 500, dating back to 1969, and it's participated in the likes of Sebring in 71 and 72, and also has been raced every decade of its life since 1969, so it really is a real thoroughbred.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. And sounds fantastic as well if you get to see it fly by.
Yeah. This little 23B's got a 1600cc engine and all that. I mean, what is that GT 500? Is that a 5-liter?
Yeah. What about working on these smaller cars? I mean, presumably you can just pull the bodies off and you can get right to them, right? And which is a real plus in your game, right?
Yeah, they're very, very easy to work on.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to the rally guys earlier. They were saying that the more modern the rally cars, the harder it is to work on because of all the electronics.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah, it sounds as though you'd get a modern car, it would be easy, but not always the case. That 88 you were watching there, that's the Porsche 910. Don't often get too many 910s. That's a 67 910 in white from 1971. Chassis number 22. And was sent from the factory to Edebar in San Jose, and it raced pretty much throughout the SCCA here in California, but also at Watkins Glen and Daytona.
Pretty special car.
Yeah, it's had a very busy time, as it were. So coming to the end of this lap and this race, because we did get the one-lap board, and here is Ramleth, your leader, coming out.
Porsche's trying hard.
Yeah, he's trying to get it with him, isn't he?
He's only got a few more corners to make it happen.
Well, this is where the little car gets a little bit more of an advantage, doesn't it?
Going through the S's, yeah.
And this is the kind of essence of American racing. The smaller cars, nimble through the twisty bits, but in a straight line, of which there are not many here at Laguna. At Sonoma. But now there you see, he had that was his last chance. He's going to try down the inside. He's going for it. Hold on.
Almost.
Oh, he might still just turn in.
It's going to be a drag race to the end.
Drag race to the end, a photo finish. This is the final lap. Oh, wonderful stuff. Group 4 doesn't disappoint. The Lotus does get it.
That's awesome.
More grunt than we thought, perhaps. But that is, well, that was played out, George, each and every weekend here in California, wasn't it? Back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Love it. Absolutely fantastic.
Great stuff.
So what else have you got that's coming up that you've prepared or had some work to do on?
We've got a Lola T70 that actually should have been in this group, it wasn't. And then we've got a Devon SS.
Oh, nice.
That'll be coming up, yeah. So
yes, I've seen that.
Yeah, good car, yeah. And then we're done.
Well, George, thank you for coming in. Congratulations. It's always nice to have a... yeah.
I don't think we'll run this afternoon.
Okay.
We're having some CD
Well, come back and talk us, tell us, regale us about the Sebring 12 hours. It's not often we get a luminary like yourself coming in.
Yeah, my first time at Sebring, I finished second overall to Brian Redmond.
Oh, well, that's not a bad accolade either.
Yeah, it was great.
And he was what, in a Lola? What would he be in?
No, they were there in the BMW.
Oh, right, okay, with David Hobbs?
No, Brian Redmond, Sam Posey.
Okay.
And then Stuck and Alan Moffat.
Actually,
I think it was Redmond Moffat in the 24, and then Posey and Stuck in the 25.
Well, if you're starting to hang out with company like that, you know what you're doing.
They beat us by 5 laps. After 12 hours.
Wow. Well, you see, we won't make that part of the story. Listen, to finish that race in any top 10 position, to finish that race, full stop, is an achievement in itself, and that's rarefied air, no question. No question.
Yeah, in 77, my co-driver got heat stroke. There's 2 of us in the car.
Oh, no. So you had to do the whole race?
I drove 8 hours. It was hot like it is this weekend.
Oh.
That's a challenge.
A lot more humidity.
Not a lot of fun. Well, you've been listening to Bert Skidmore and George Dyer, who thankfully have given up their time to come in and join us. But enjoy the rest of your day. Stay out of the heat if you can.
We will.
I hope you don't have fingers crossed for no mechanicals.
There you go.
But guys, thanks for coming in. Feel free to come back if you've got a story or two you want to share. But that concludes our Group 4 race. But more great racing to come. Let's just confirm our result on that one. Gary Hamlet then in the 23B wins ahead of Bill Lyon in the 910 Porsche. Michael Sweeney Jr. in the Lotus 23B ahead of Dave Hagan in the 67 Porsche. Then Patrick Byrne, Campbell, Burgett. Paddings Dowling, hardly mentioned him this weekend, but a very, very well-known racing driver of historics. Paddings Dowling, seen him historic at Monaco, and he just took his Lotus 23B to 8th. Randy Hill 9th, and Dan Wise all again in Lotus 23Bs. My thanks to our guests. We'll take a short break here from Velocity Invitational, and we'll bring you more from the mighty Sonoma Raceway after this.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
I've made my way over to the Sotheby's booth, and what a booth it is. Talk about some incredible cars, and I'm here with Chris. Chris, tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing out here this weekend.
Sure. So I'm with Sotheby's Motorsport with the online auction arm through RM Sotheby's. Our main goal is to take the same experience you'd have buying a car at one of their live events with the quality of car and the caliber, along with the service and the customer experience, and put that in an online format. So we're out here with a handful of great cars. This particular one behind us is live right now on our site. The auction closes 2 Fridays from now on October 18th. Online bidding, so go to sotheby'smotorsport.com. You can register, get our daily emails, and see the latest inventory that comes up every day.
Awesome. Well, let's talk about Ferrari. Probably one of my favorite things to talk about. When you hear that F word, you're just ready to go with Ferrari. So I've got Michael here. Tell me a little bit about this specific race car behind me.
So this car, we actually purchased the team of cars just outside of Rome, Italy last year. And this car's really been growing on me the more I keep working on it. And seeing it, the green is not exactly what you think of when you think Ferrari, but it's a very nice change for us in the shop. A little break from the red, but and it's just been, I mean, it's just gorgeous. It's a car that stands out. It's a quick car. The racing and pedigree that it has is fairly new, but it's been fairly impressive for what it's been able to do. And so we've just done a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of a few new parts on it, a few upgrades, some brakes, some new aero work, and really just general cleanup and, doing the safety features, new seat belts, seats, fire system, all the things you've got to pay attention to with vintage racing and being able to be safe out there on the track.
It was quite a stunning car, so thank you for sharing that with us. If you guys want to check these out, obviously, like he said, you can check them out online. But before you do that, come on down Velocity Lane. We're right here at the front near the track, and you can check these incredible cars out in person at the Sotheby's booth. Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more action on the track. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. It's the 5th year of running here in Sonoma, and it's been a beautiful weekend. And how about this for an eclectic group? This is basically a display group, and as you can see, from a Bronco to a Formula One car, that's not often something you say, but these are collectors' cars driven by, well, collector humans in very many ways. You could... when you start getting the likes of Matthew Brabham and Tony Kanaan and Christian Lundgaard, all part of the McLaren scene here in IndyCar. You've also got Scott Speed, as we've seen already out in action. Travis Pastrana is going to put on a demo soon. We've got some great names here, but it's the cars that are the stars, as we say. I know it's a cliche, but it's true. But in this particular instance, we'll also have a bunch of Jaguars, and that's why I've got Kev Harris alongside me, because he is just as interested as I am in the celebration of C and D-type Jaguars this weekend, and there are a plethora of them. I know you went over to the stand and talked to the sort of static display of them, but mighty display, beautiful.
A mighty display, Johnny, and I was really pleased to have the company of Terry Larson, who's an authority on the D-type Jaguar, to give me a little bit of chat. He's written books on them and owned them and worked on them, and yeah, really, really great guy to have a chat to, but just stunning cars. Back in the day, you know, in 1954, 1955, when they're first coming onto the scene, the D-type Jaguar, we're talking about, you know, kind of post-World War II, aeronautical engineering. You've got airplane designers putting the smooth lines into them, trying to get them as aerodynamic as possible. And you stand there today in 2024, 70 years later, and they look as good today, and they turn heads as much today as they did back then. So, yeah, an incredible display of D-type Jags in the middle of the event plaza there, the paddock here at Sonoma. So, really excited to be here once again, Johnny. And like you say, this collector's session that we've got out on track right now, what a collection of cars in this one. All kinds of cars
I know,
coming out to track.
I can't put a definition on it. It's just a group of fantastic cars, as simple as that.
And why not?
Yeah.
With a setting like this and the cars that we've got here in the California sunshine, what else are you going to do with them apart from put them out on track and let the folks see them? One thing that was fun just now, I was just up at turn 11 with Jeff O'Neill having a chat to him.
I was just about to mention him, yeah.
Yeah, and while we were having a chat up there in front of the driver's lounge at turn 11, the guys from Mobile One, Ryan Turk was out there doing his drift display in that, whatever it is, 500 horsepower plus monster of a truck that he was drifting around the bottom end there, getting the tires squealing. As we look up on screen right now, something slightly different, but vintage NASCAR here
Petty,
as well.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, those things are something else, Johnny.
That's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's got its own storied history. The 43, well-known and definite piece of history. I'm so glad that we are celebrating a bit more NASCAR this year. We've got a full historic NASCAR group as well. And, yeah, I think it's important. I really do. I think often for the classic historics kind of, generally speaking, concentrate on the unobtainable from Europe, as it were, like the Mercedes and the Maseratis and so on. And yet, if you know your NASCAR and coming to America, I guess you almost try a little harder as a foreigner to get into the local scene. And so I've followed NASCAR since I was a kid, to be honest. Because I was fascinated by it, but also, I felt it important that if you were going to be part of the motor racing scene here, you needed to understand it.
No, and I couldn't agree more with you there, John. And I think the reason why, as a kid or when you were a younger gentleman, when you think about sports car racing or motorsport in the US of A, we grew up in England, you think immediately about NASCAR. Well, if you're going to think about what do they race in America,
absolutely, especially
when we're growing up in the 80s and then the early 90s, this is what we were watching, wasn't it? And also where I think these, the NASCARs sort of are as iconic as they are, at that time we didn't have the internet, so television was king. And over here in America, television sort of ruled the airwaves, and you think about MTV and that kind of thing. So these NASCARs were on television. They were in every home across America.
Yeah.
So the liveries were iconic, so everyone knew them. I was chatting to Michael Thompson, who's running the number 26 car, a 1995 Ford Thunderbird yesterday, and he's just an absolute enthusiast on them, and he agrees that the liveries is what makes it. They're just still iconic today. People remember them.
Yeah. Now, we've got some cars that are out on track. We've got Indy cars, we've got Formula One cars, we've got a 76 Lotus Type 77 here that is also being displayed, and some, like I said, are static on display. They won't be run. Some are on track, as you can see. Scott Durnick is also out there in a Dallara GP2. We've also got an Arrows footwork. I haven't seen that on track yet, and I think that has just been displayed actually quite close to where we're sat here in the media centre. And that's about it on the Formula One cars. We've got a great group of McLaren Indy cars here this weekend, including a Johnny Rutherford, three-time winner. And it's easy to forget that McLaren also dominated IndyCar back in the day as well, back in the early days anyway, of Penske and IndyCar and McLaren coming together in IndyCar efforts. Johnny Rutherford, perhaps the most well-known winner, but there's been others. And, of course, currently, McLaren back to winning ways in the Arrows McLaren team. And Tony Kanaan, the vice principal of Arrows McLaren here this weekend, and has been out and about. He even did a Trans Am race yesterday, his first ever. He jumped in Parnelli Jones, who we sadly lost in June this year. And now we're starting to see the Jaguars out and about, and I can tell you a little bit more about their history too. Because we've got some fantastic cars. We've got a 54 D-Type XKC chassis 403 and was one of the second of the 6 factory team cars that raced in the 1954 Le Mans race by Sterling Moss and Peter Walker. It actually DNF'd, did that car, and Moss, though, still set the speed lap record of 172.
This is the car.
97.
That was the exact car that I was chatting to Terry about yesterday, which was interesting. I said to Terry, can you imagine in 1954 or 1955 doing 170 miles an hour in anything, let alone an open-top car with a steering wheel the size of a dustbin lid?
And probably not a full lid. He was probably in a half shell like Sterling used to open
face helmet and a scarf to keep the dirt out is what it would have been, wouldn't it? And it would have been. But what's interesting here as well, Johnny, we're looking at what is a short-nosed D-type, the cream-coloured one on the inside, and then the long nose behind us there. And you can tell the long nose with the bigger fin behind the driver's head as well, which was interesting. They kind of, when they designed them, they started out like the cream-coloured one there, the number 54 car, and then they became the version which we see behind, which perhaps is more familiar or more instantly recognisable.
Another D-Type out there was actually in the 1956 overall winner of the 24 Hour of Le Mans. Think about that, folks. We have the actual 56 winner here. And it was the first customer car sold, dispatched May 5th, 1955. And it was actually sold to a Courier Cost. And if you know your racing, that's the Scottish race team. And it raced from new, and his most famous success was that win in 1956, driven by Ninian Sanderson and Ron Flockhart. Now, talk about something completely different. How about that? Coming up the hill.
Oh, what have we got behind us there?
Old and new, passing out. It looks like a GT40.
I think a GT40. And that display of GT40s that's in the middle of the paddock.
Yeah, there's a bunch, right?
Yeah, there's a load of them. There's about 10 of them, I think, parked up, and they are looking just great in the California sunshine, as are all of these cars this weekend. You just can't. I'm walking around with the television crew, but everywhere you point a camera, there's something great to look at. And also, as well, full credit to all of the photographers that are running around getting the images from this weekend, because I have thoroughly enjoyed looking on social media, on the Instagram, on the internet. The photos that are coming out this weekend are second to none. There's some great guys doing some great work here.
You know, going back to the GT40 display, there's not only the display, we've got several cars in different groups. And when you look at the history, and you know that you love your Fords, but we've got Fords that, go all the way up to, 2019. And they are still Ford GTs. Kurt Knight's got one, the GT05. And then we've got GT40s that were mid-60s and were at Le Mans.
Fantastic.
One crashed in practice, in fact.
Yeah, really, really fantastic and an iconic car. And certainly if I, had the deep enough pockets and the big enough wallet, that's probably where I'd go shopping first.
We'll also have some hypercars out later as we take a look at the 54 yet again. And these are just absolutely, this display, not only for the drivers, it's a thrill, but for us to see these cars, absolutely fantastic.
And you've been enjoying having a good chat with your pal James Alder.
Oh, he's been in and out.
He's been in and out, isn't he?
Yeah,
And,
he had a good run again.
Did he?
Yep. He was fighting with his good buddy. Now, here's your favourite car.
Oh, here we go. So we've got Gateway Bronco then. What we're looking at here then is a Shelby branded Bronco from the guys at Gateway Bronco. I spoke to Seth Leggett yesterday, who's the CEO of
You're not telling
company.
me Shelby had anything to do with the Bronco. How did they wangle that?
I'm not sure, but Seth is good pals with Aaron Shelby right now.
There's the connection.
Yeah, exactly. Who's a top chap I was lucky enough to chat to once again in August. Who's driving that? Is that Jensen or is that Romain Grosjean in that?
Well, Romain Grosjean, Romain was going to do a rally car. So.
Was he? I wonder who's driving that, because that looks like a very professional race suit
It's definitely a very good racing driver, for sure, yeah.
I do apologise, folks. We're sitting here in a lofty commentary position, but we haven't quite got all of the info on who are the drivers and all the cars at this point.
Going back to your discussion about Jeffrey O'Neill, that was what I love about his organisation. He came into the booth earlier, holding his cigar, having a good time, but he likes to riff. He likes to say, hey, how about you get in that car?
I know, that's what he does.
And that's what makes the event. People get to do surprise drives. Well, like I said, Tony Kanaan driving Penele Jones's Trans Am car to a podium from 13th yesterday. These are the stories that make Velocity Invitational what it is. And long may it continue. But it isn't easy for a commentator to work out who's in the car at what point, because it could be anybody.
Yeah, it could. But we've got to talk about this Gateway Bronco, because if you are at Sonoma this weekend and you haven't walked to where their booth is, you really should go and have a look at them, because what you've got here is the classic lines of the first generation of Bronco, launched in 1966, running to, I think, forgive me, but I think about mid-70s. But what you've got here is the classic styling from that, but every bit of modern engineering you could ever expect to have.
So it's a retro.
It's the body is retro, and therein it stops. Under the hood, you've got huge power. You've got all the safety of a modern vehicle. You've got acceleration like you're never going to know, and handling like you're never going to know. Look at this. Look at this. And just something else. The craftsmanship on these is incredible as well, Johnny, because if you do, I love a Ford Bronco, right? I'd love to own one from the late 60s. But if you drive it in 2024, it feels like a vehicle from the late 60s, right?
Right.
So you want the styling, you want that retro vibe, but you want the modern vehicle.
Yeah, you want to hit the brakes and know they're there.
Yeah, exactly. And then hit the loud pedal and know it's there. Right?
Yes, exactly.
And that's what Gateway Bronco are doing. So go and chat to Seth and Lisa and the team at Gateway Bronco, because you're going to have your mind blown. And if you get a chance to drive one, then that's a whole other story, because go and do that as well.
Yeah, and if you can't afford to buy a Bronco, hey, head down to Grand Prix Originals. Jonathan Seiger and the team are selling away. And I know it's hot, but they've got some great jackets that'll be good for the winter coming up. And I bought one myself, and they are lovely. They've got the Steve McQueen.
You look very stylish in
Michael Delaney kind of doff their cap to the Le Mans famous film, and of course all the Gulf colours. They in fact sell and are the official apparel company for Gulf apparel here. There's also, I don't know if you've had a chance, but there's that simulation. They've got several simulators from Williams F1, and I'm really intrigued to know what, as the kids say, what the rig is, because obviously sims now are a big part of motor racing, both historic and modern day racing. I was noticing that several of the historic guys said that they got on iRacing. Scott Speed admitted he got up to speed for Sonoma on iRacing. So, it's a tool now that is always used.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And also, Scott Speed said, because for the hill climb, they're obviously running the circuit in the reverse direction. And to get ready for that hill climb, Scott Speed said he'd been doing it on the sim. He'd been practicing at home running the circuit in reverse, and that's how he got himself up to speed before he arrived here this weekend. So used by racing drivers young and old, novice and experienced.
Well, the king, Richard Petty, in the 43.
Probably the slowest.
He's not there now.
It's probably the most cruisiest ride that car has ever been on at the moment right now, I reckon, Johnny.
Yeah, no question. And, the king, as he's called. I didn't realise he'd been to Goodwood as well, Richard Petty. He got around, but that famous 43 car that he always ran, and here's one version of it. And, storied history. NASCAR starting back in the late 40s, and so absolutely the eras that we're talking about from the late 50s to always, the various generations of NASCAR. It's been through ups and downs. As NASCAR, I think the TV was a big thing for NASCAR. Once it got on TV and now remains a stalwart of a Sunday afternoon for race fans here in the States, it was never going to look back. And even though its roots are in the South, and if you know your American culture, you'll know that NASCAR is known for that, and that's fine. Martinsville, Talladega, we all know it. But when you consider someone like Jeff Gordon from Vallejo, just across the estuary, born there, his influence on NASCAR, his sort of approach to it from the California kid, then Jimmy Johnson, and now more recently, Shane Van Gisbergen of V8 fame and from New Zealand. So, NASCAR has gone through, and then there's people like Jenson Button and Daniel Kvyat and now Jenson Button, all trying out NASCAR. That's a beautiful car. And as you can see, a fantastic display. And as we continue, somebody else getting a nice little joyride. I know somebody's having a lot of fun down there is our girl, Taylor. She's down there in Velocity Lane. Taylor, over to you.
Down here on Velocity Lane, we're getting ready. These IMSA cars are ready to go. Colin Braun, you are no stranger. In fact, you're still currently racing. What is it like to be out here on Race Sonoma?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, Velocity's put on such a cool event. I have more fun, I think, walking around the paddock looking at the cool cars. But, a privilege to drive this Mark III Riley car. I mean, this exact car won Daytona and Sebring in 1996. And, it's still super fast today. So it's a blast being out there just getting to kind of show what these cars are capable of.
And you said you had a chance to walk around, so have you found a favorite car? I know it's so hard to choose with all of them here, or has anything really caught your eye out here?
I think everything's caught my eye. It's just neat. All these guys bring all these cars out, let everyone come and see them. I mean, it's neat to see them on the racetrack as well. It's not just behind a glass wall. So pretty special event, and really proud of everyone that's put it together.
Any words for people looking to get into motorsport a little bit deeper, whether it be as a driver or crew or get their start, really?
Yeah, I think just come out to some of these local events, these tracks. I mean, Sonoma's a great place, obviously. Come out, get involved, see what it's about. And, I think this racing community, car community, is probably the most welcoming group you'll find.
Absolutely. Well, I'm seeing that 3-minute board go up, so that means it's time for you to get your helmet on. Thanks, Colin.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, there's plenty to see here, not just the cars and speak with the drivers, but awesome innovation as well. I think Kev has a little bit more information on that. Kev?
Well, it's not just high performance and historic cars that you're going to see at an event like this, but there's a whole host of accessories too. And one accessory that I think every car he needs is behind me now. The guys from Windshield Skin have just done a fantastic demo, and Mia, just talk us through what we just watched, because it was incredible.
Absolutely. So we have our 8 and 12 mil product that we just released, the 12 mil this year, and it's super easy to install, DIY application. It takes no more than like 20-30 minutes. You and our buddy protects from rock chips, cracks, pitting, anything, you name it. Your historical cars, your exotics, your daily commuters. It's designed for all of you.
Because what we're talking about here is you got a car from 1958 or 1960 or even earlier or whenever, or a brand new hypercar, you get a chip or a crack in that windshield, it's a hell of a job to replace it. But with Windshield Skin, what you're saying is those rock chips and that kind of damage, it can be prevented or lessened.
100%. It has its own self-healing properties as well. Your life expectancy, you're looking like 1 to 5 years, depending on how often you're driving it. It's really designed just to keep you safe on the roads. Yeah.
And an easy install as well. The guys behind us are just finishing up, but they installed that. We were watching them while we were filming it in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Exactly. Obviously, if you're doing it on your vehicle, you want a little bit cleaner. It's a bit different situation in the garage, all that kind of stuff. You're still looking at 20 minutes tops. My guys out here, they've been doing it for years. They're well trained, so they got that down in less than 5 minutes.
The boys were under pressure because we were filming it, so the pressure was on. They had to get it right when the cameras were rolling, and they did. But honestly, you must have had a great reaction here at a show like this. Some of these guys that own the historics, where are you going to find a windshield for a 1937 Bugatti?
Exactly. We've been doing live installs all weekend long. We've had a lot of the vehicles pulling in and out, getting their windshields covered. 20 minutes, we're like, next, pull them out, get back on the track, and now you're less worries when you're on the road.
Brilliant. So if people want to find out more about you, where should they go and what do they got to do to get in touch?
Yeah, absolutely. You can visit our website, windshieldSkin.com, or you can contact us. Our website has all our contact information. Our Instagram as well is just Windshield Skin. We have all kinds of information. You can watch our install videos, see if that's something you're doing yourself. If not, we have a whole network of authorized dealers we'd love to get you in contact with as well, and they can do it for you professionally.
Well, listen, there it is. And I think having watched, I would take it on. I'd give it a go on the DIY install myself for sure, I think, because it's pretty easy.
Absolutely, 100%. And I mean, you're doing it yourself. It's as low as $250 and you're protecting your $1,000 windshield. Yeah.
Mia, thanks ever so much. Enjoy the rest of Velocity and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you.
No, great to meet you too. There you go. Windshield skin, something you may not have thought of, but I would say something you probably need.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution. With EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational, and it's a beautiful day here on the west coast of California, US of A. And yes, well, the song says everybody's gone surfing, but everybody went racing too. And it all began here on the west coast back in the 50s, and we are here to celebrate that exact fact that we have been racing through multiple decades here on the west coast and around the USA, I may add. And I've got two folks with me. Carrie Morse has joined us here in the booth, and Carrie Eisenlaw has also joined once again. And we're going to talk about Group 8, because this is an eclectic group, guys. And I've got the Carries aboard who can carry us along, so to speak. But first and foremost, you've got some news, because there's one car out there that I've been kind of trying to chase, and that's the Peugeot. And I really don't know much about it, but I know it's a star-studded Le Mans car, right?
It is a very star-studded car. In fact, you were looking at the 2011 Sebring winner. And
wow.
What makes it even more interesting is that in 2010 that it was a Peugeot Works total sponsored entry, and then it was sold to Hugh Deschonec of Orica fame. And right. It was run as a privateer car, and it had a considerable amount of success in the 2011 season, certainly with the start of winning at Sebring. We had Duval in it, Lapierre, and Olivier Paulin.
Ah, right. Well, I'm glad. You know what, son? Thank you for doing the research for me, because I went down there early in the weekend and there was nobody there. Everybody was sort of running around as they do, speaking French at 1,000 miles an hour. And I thought, I'm not welcome here. I'm going to keep out the way. They've got to prepare this car. I'll find out about it later. And here you come with the information. Colin Braun, though, is at the front of it all. And he, too, has a storied car that won in the same year, both Sebring and Daytona. And that does not happen very often. Sadly, somebody pulling into the pits isn't going to take part by the looks of things, but we still have a good full field. And we've got Oricas, we've got Mazdas. This is 95 to 2016, so quite a breadth, and it includes Le Mans, ALMS, IMSA prototypes, and GT cars. So pretty much everything you want to know about sports car racing. Here we go, folks.
Well, this is a total FIA picture in time, yeah. And the interesting thing is that this track, Sears Point, folks, it's still Sears Point, is a great equalizer for a car that basically was what was known as a WSC car, of which the Riley and Scotts were. Not competitive really at Le Mans, but on a circuit like this, look out and look at the lead already.
Yeah, and look at the speed as well. I mean, you know, we've seen some older cars that can't, you know, quite go as quick through the corners here, but from above you can see the kind of speeds and carry, either carry, but pretty impressive display of fast racing at the moment.
It's interesting on a circuit like this, and Kerry, you could have a comment about that, where aerodynamics do and do not play in.
Yeah, it's definitely a very much so an aero track. A lot of the downforce is very helpful here. Your high speed isn't nearly what it is at the big tracks. So there's an advantage, and that's where you'll see some of the smaller cars, like the Cup cars that are up there fairly close to them, is that if you got really good grip and you got really good downforce, the big cars aren't able to really utilize their stuff because they're only hitting speeds of, I think, around 145 miles an hour at some points out there.
That 46 you saw going through, that Porsche raced at Daytona in 2009. And then it was sold to Rob Morgan of True Speed, who competed in the World Challenge in 2009. So that 46, there you see it, on the inside of turn 11. Just behind it, the Viper. Sounded good.
Now, that's a Viper with a considerable amount of history, also Le Mans entry. The French GT Series.
Yeah, it's got the French flag on the side, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
What are the French doing racing Vipers? I love it.
That was Orica got onto that. Deschonec, give him credit for putting together a really good program for Chrysler in that time, where the cars were both competitive in IMSA or the ALMS, and FIA GT at the time, and several championships to prove it.
Yeah, the IMSA GT Championship was replaced, of course, by American Le Mans series in 99, and of course, as we all know, IMSA's gone through a few sort of developments of different categories and so on, and I think it, having done WEC the other week and watched IMSA this year, I think they've really found their home now in terms of the two categories that they've got. There's the Hot Wheels 911.
Doug Barron on the Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, that's Doug Barron from Malibu, California.
If you noticed, one of the cars that is missing in action, or at least that I didn't see it take the grid, was the Mercedes CLK GTR. Clutch issues. They had planned to take the start, do a couple laps just for the crowd to show, how cool the car really is. It was recently at the Pebble Beach Concours, where it finished third in class in a newly formed class that was BPR and FIA GT.
You just got a quick glimpse of that 2015 Ligier JSP 315. That raced in the European Le Mans Series in 2016, 17, and 18. But you were saying that that was a surprise to see out here.
Well, it's basically unlivered. It has a race number on it, and if you recall for those series that they were all powered by Nissan engines.
Right. Yeah, Ligier now producing their own engines, or at least got a partner engine in Formula 4 and Formula 3, or FR now currently. So Ligier sort of making a comeback in that realm.
I think beyond Guy Ligier's wildest dreams could he have ever pictured that his name would carry on to what it is today.
It's amazing, actually, yeah.
Much like all the great names that came out of the 60s, such as McLaren.
Well, with Renault potentially putting their factory away, I think last man standing could be Ligier.
Come on, Jonathan, you're old enough. You remember Renault? We're in, we're out, we're in, we're out,
exactly,
we're out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're world champions. We're nowhere. World champions. We're nowhere.
Yeah, we're going to take a year off until we get the euro over the franc, so we can make some money in this sport. Right?
Good luck. Now, the Audi R8, of course, has a place here, and we could have a whole field of those out there in terms of how many have been around in the day. This is a GTM GT3 from 2013, and it was raced actually in the Japan GT Series by Taisian Racing, and also took part in the sport race for Formula One.
Yeah, Taisian has a long history. They were pretty successful with Porsche 962s, in addition to the factory Nissans.
I'd love to see more actual Japanese entries coming into historics. I've been to some Japanese GT racing, and of course, as you can imagine, just like here, they too put their historics out there. And they are just as proud as you can imagine. But some of the cars are stuff that I've never seen before, you know. The Japanese, like yourselves, are tinkerers, and just like the British are. And so there's all sorts of stuff out there that is kind of hybrid as well. And so I'd love to see the Japanese. They don't tend to leave their land, their shores too often, both racing and personally. So they're kind of it's an enclosed world, Japan, but I love it. And I love their enthusiasm for racing.
Do you remember the Tom's Toyotas?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, right. There is one of the early 90s World Sports prototype Toyotas, I believe, is still down in storage at TRD.
Wow. There's that Wins number 10. It too has a good history. 962 from 1986, that. And has literally campaigned since new and raced Rolex and Rennsports 3 times.
Yeah, Jim Adams, I believe, was one of the primary drivers of the car, and long race history. Car originally owned by John Hotchkiss.
That Porsche 23.
It's kind of interesting today that we're seeing cars in a lot of different places, and it might have to do with the temperature being a little bit cooler, that some cars have some bigger advantages today, but quite a bit different order than we saw the cars racing yesterday.
Yeah, I noticed that too, yeah. In fact, the results have shown that in the races we've had so far, all different winners from yesterday. So obviously the conditions just a little bit different, a little bit cooler. Yeah, Colin Braun's still out there and leading the way after a few laps, and got a good, strong lead of almost 40 seconds at the moment. Gerard Lopez and Florent Moulin is out there. He's the one driving the Viper, I believe. Billy Johnson also out there. You know Billy?
No, Billy, yeah.
He represents you well.
He does, he does.
Tell us about yesterday, because we were joking about it.
I'm watching, actually, Lauren Beggs right now. He just got around the Audi here a little while back, made a good pass. And Lauren right now is on he's going for it. He's going guardrail to guardrail over the top of the FIA curbing all the way, and he's really on a mission right now.
I can see
Look
that.
at him, he's using every inch of that track. So I think he got held up for a little bit possibly, and now he got cut loose, and he's really going. But yeah, Billy had jumped in the 46 car yesterday, the ex-Morgan car. It was primarily a World Challenge car. And he went out there yesterday, and we've had a tire issue. We weren't able to get any tires because we got in kind of late in the entry, and they're backlogged on tires. So we had a used set, and we quartered those yesterday. And today we found another set of used tires, and they look like they were a little bit slower at first. I'm not sure, but it looks like he's doing all right with it.
One of the most interesting cars also that unfortunately we haven't seen up on the big screen here, hello Greenlight TV, hey, listen, they go back to 95. They have a fabulous history, and we wouldn't have a lot of good recorded images without those guys. They've worked their butts off.
Here, thank you.
The Ferrari 458 GT3, driven by, currently running in 7th. Wonderful car.
JR Amantia.
That is your 24-hour Spa winner. From 2014, also the FIA Championship car the same year. Beautiful mount, beautifully prepared.
You know, it's easy to roll off the tongue, you know, but we are genuinely seeing Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona. I mean, and not just one. Like, you know, if you have any car event where you've got a Sebring winner, that's a special event. But we've got several.
Well, you consider Spa. You know, look at the names. You have Spa, right? It's not. You know what it is, right? And just it demands respect, much in the same way the Le Mans. It's interesting, the troubles with the Peugeot, although I'm sure it's being driven rather moderately. It's just not. This is a completely unfamiliar circuit, and simulator or not, how do you set up for a track that the car virtually doesn't know anything about?
Yeah, exactly. Well, here is Colin Braun, putting this car through its paces, and as you heard from Taylor, if you know you're racing here in America, Colin, well, he's been in everything. He currently races in IMSA, but he's done rallycross, and pretty much is a handy guy to have if you want to test a car, if you want to drive a car and see if it's set up right. Colin is perfect for that kind of work. and in his own right, a very, very good driver. Now, this car that he's actually at the wheel of, I said it won 12 hours of Sebring and Daytona. That was 1996 that it took that accolade.
Wayne Taylor had a chance to buy that car back at one time for a very reasonable sum.
Yeah, it was the driver lineup was Wayne Taylor and Jim Pace with Scott Sharp and Eric Vanderpool. So that tells you the kind of quality of drivers that they attracted. 7 of the 10 rounds in 1996 were won by Riley Scott Mark III race cars.
Which shows you that the design is made to fit American circuits.
Yeah.
You know, basically short, tight, limited amount of straightaways.
Well, interestingly enough, this 004 chassis is actually on sale by Riley. So, as driven, if you like, and by those names I just mentioned, and now Colin Braun. So, yeah, if you're interested in a very, very interesting race car with a history to go with, there's your car.
Low miles, only driven on weekends, right, Kerry?
I like that. Well, this is Group 8. This is our Le Mans, ALMS, IMSA, prototypes, and GT cars. We've kind of rolled them all together, and as you said at the top, Carrie, it's a real eclectic group, but a real story of the times between 95 and 216.
Well, the good thing about it is it's a history lesson in motion, you know? And so you could say that some of the, the families out there with the kids are going to be attracted to a car from a certain era, from a certain year, and want to learn and know more about it. And we've certainly got enough variations out on track right now.
Certainly do. Lopez and Moulin will battle it out. Billy Johnson in 4th, Barron 5th, Ferreira in 6th position. And there's some tight racing going on here. Look at the Hot Wheels getting the lights on and getting racy on the inside. Makes his move. Nicely done. And like I said, that I think that 911 was campaign. Oh no, this is that 911 that you see out there.
Yeah, it won Bathurst.
Yeah, I was about to say it finished 2nd at the Australian DG Championship and won Bathurst. Correct? Yeah.
That's a really neat car.
Another circuit that demands immense respect.
Well, the Bathurst 12 hours. Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. It's a crazy Panamera. It's unbelievable as a track, and it's now starting to get the prestige it deserves.
And you have to wonder how many kids right now are going, Mommy, Daddy, I want the Hot Wheels car.
Yeah, exactly.
No, well, we'll get you the model at the supermarket. No, I want that one. Yeah.
It also won in 2016 2 FIA GT3 races, took pole positions with a total podium positions in the World Challenge Series. So, again, been a busy little Porsche. Seeing who else has made any inroads. Billy Johnson currently in 6th place, just behind Andrew Faria. And Doug Barron in 4th. Florent Moulin still 3rd. And Gerard Lopez 2nd. But no one's going to stop Colin Braun unless there's a mechanical of some sort. He's way ahead and is clocking laps of, 128 was his best. 128.6 was his best time on lap 4. So, obviously enjoying himself at the wheel of that one. A few guys not getting out. Jeffrey O'Neill just popped in here. And I think he's going to come and have a word at some point. But he was due to be out, but he kind of chooses whether he wants to go out or not. But busy enough as it is running an event like this. There's the 45 again.
Logo boys, Flying Lizard chassis.
Yep.
The Flying Lizards, they used to operate out of Sonoma.
Did they really?
Yeah, they had their shop here right up on the hill.
Another great name.
The local boys.
Sports car racing,
Yeah, there we have 2 protagonists that go back a long way. An Alex Job racing car and a Flying Lizard car, who both teams dominated racing from 1998. Porsche.
Yeah, you couldn't go to Daytona without hearing Flying Lizard's name.
Or Alex Job, who
No.
holds the record, I think, 13 wins at Sebring? It's some outstanding number, including one year they finished in class 1, 2, 3. They ran 3 cars and they finished first, second, and third.
That's a mighty feat.
You know.
Mighty feat. Check a flag out then on our latest group, Group 8. And thank you, the carries, for carrying us along. Appreciate it. And it's been a fun little exploration into a bit of sports cars on track. That's Group 8 as the 67 comes across the line. Now that's Matt Johnson, who comes in 12th position. We'll take a short break here from Sonoma, and when we come back, we'll catch up some more on what's happening here in the world of velocity.
Down here with one of my favorite people, Travis Pastrana, has made it to Velocity Invitational, and he's brought out the Family Huckster. Tell me about this car.
I'm so excited. 960 horsepower. It's a wagon, but it's actually shorter than all of our race cars. The older cars were a lot smaller, so it feels like a go-kart. So much fun. We're going to put some media, some other drivers. We're going to have some fun. I actually haven't seen where we're going, but we're just going to pin it and make it work.
I don't think it matters to you what kind of track it is or where you are. You're obviously the master behind the wheel or handlebars of any type machine out there. But what is it like seeing all of these different cars and kind of the history of motorsports here?
You know, this is absolutely amazing. We're straight off an event from Nitro Cross last night, so I haven't seen as much of it as I've wanted to see, but just to be out here at this facility, at this event, something I've wanted to do for years, and to see Scott Speed doing so well on times, and all these cars going by, it's pretty awesome.
Excellent. And if you could get your hands on any type of car that you haven't done before, what do you think it would be?
To be honest, this is my, everyone's like, what's your dream ride? It's right here. It's a 1983 wagon.
I love it. Well, Travis Pastrana about to take out on the track here at Sonoma.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Weather observation, wind 240 at 20, peak gusts 28, sky condition clear, temperature 23 Celsius.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with me. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome back. As you can see, the sign says it, Velocity Invitational. That's where we are here at Sonoma Raceway, here deep in the heart of California A. And this is the 5th running of this event, the brainchild of Jeffrey O'Neill, who we hope to have in. He's been in and out a couple of times, but is relaxing with his cigar, looking at what he created. And he is the ultimate fan of vintage racing, and he also is in the wine industry, his winery just across the road from here, and so he wanted to mix the two passions for his life together, and no better place than Sonoma, where a lot of his good friends are aboded and also have the same interest as him, and that's collecting and racing vintage cars. And so Velocity Invitational came to be some 5 years ago right here at Sonoma, and it's been going strong ever since. We have held an event at Laguna, and of course affected like everybody else by the pandemic. But we are delighted that we are here. And it's such an eclectic group. It is an historic race weekend at heart. But as you just saw, Travis Pastrana is about to put on another display. We've got drivers from McLaren IndyCar here, including the vice principal of Arrow McLaren, that, of course, Tony Kanaan, the Indy 500 and championship winner from 2004. And, it's just some really, really interesting guys. Scott Speed here demonstrating the ultimate tarmac Subaru. And in a moment, we'll see Travis in the Huckster. And I think that's going to be a little bit of fun. And Travis now with, sadly, Ken Block no longer with us, but his gymkhanas are the stuff of legend. And there I can see Travis. He hasn't got in yet, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see him on track. But of course, Travis Pastrana, if you don't know who he is, well, let me just explain. He is a multiple X Games gold medal winner of 7 gold medal, several different disciplines, including supercross, motocross, freestyle motocross, rally racing, offshore powerboat racing. He also runs the nitrous circuits, which of course is another rallycross series. He's also a 4-time Rally America champion, and that is stage rally champion. And also a global rallycross championship runner. He's done the Monster Jam, he's done Monster Trucks, he's done the Race of Champions. Followed him to the Race of Champions, and of course that's an event held each and every year in December. It involves drivers from many different disciplines. And there's a race of nations and some individual racings. The likes of Schumacher, Jimmy Johnson, and Travis have all taken part in that over the years. And well worth a look if you get a chance. But Travis wasn't done. He also has done some NASCAR. He's done some NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And, as well as Cup and Xfinity. So he's done the whole lot. In 2023, he made his debut in the Daytona 500 in a Toyota Camry for Michael Jordan and his 23 team, and finished 11th after leading a lap of the Daytona 500. So not a bad accolade. Now in 22, the year before that, he became a world champion in Class 1 World Powerboat Racing alongside British offshore powerboat racer Steve Curtis. So there isn't much that has eluded young Travis over the years. And of course he is from this part of the world, but actually of Colombian descent. Don't think of him as a Colombian, but that's where the name comes from. I think he was the first man to do a double back somersault on a motocross bike as well. But I think it's the X Games where Travis really sort of made a household name of himself. And, of course, the X Games on ESPN, it was the likes of Brian Deegan and Travis and many others who, Tony Hawk, put their name to the X Games and really made it what it is today. First ever motocross freestyle event winner at the X Games in '99, Travis, and scored the highest ever, 99 points. That's right. The second time he ever attempted a backflip on a motorcycle, he broke his left foot. Oops. But that didn't deter him. Now, Farouk's joined me again. I'm delighted to have Farouk alongside me, and I'm going to get your last name right again. It's Kawai. I got it! Hey, we're in. Yep.
Hey, how you doing, Jonathan?
Good to see you, Farouk.
I just had a little bit of a jog from hot pit lane, so I apologize
Don't worry.
for the breathing.
But you weren't going to miss this, were you?
I was not going to. I was actually just talking to their team to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay. What do we got here? Because this is just cool.
It's just a standard, OEM 1984 GL Subaru wagon. There's no modifications done to it, completely stock. That's obviously not true.
That's not true.
So it's awesome when you see kind of a car like this at an event like this. You see so many vintage cars that they just go completely berserk with, and this is what Subaru did to a vintage GL wagon, right? So you take like a Subaru wagon that was built in 1984 that you probably would have put a whole family in, and now Subaru's taken this to the umpteenth level, right? 800 horsepower. Air brakes, he jumps this thing. It's pretty ridiculous to say.
He jumps it a major distance too, or he has done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Over 200 feet, I think.
I would recommend anybody go see the Subaru paddock area in the paddock, because the finish work of this car is just absolutely phenomenal. The fender wells are just bespoke carbon. It's just incredible, and the way that obviously Travis drives it is just out of this world.
Now, we call this Gymkhana stunt driving.
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain the sort of roots of where that came from?
You see the company on the side, Hoonigan, and hooning, is that term from Australia of just showboating, right?
And going fast.
And going fast at the same time.
It's a double use, actually. Yeah, it's
right?
to hoon around places, to go as fast as you can.
What we all want to do or have done, maybe, possibly in snowy areas. And anyway, so you remember in WRC stages when the guy, is not going to make time, and he would make that U-turn and then just maybe add an extra donut in just to show off for the crowd.
Yep.
This has taken that to, the professional level, let's put it that way. And here we go. He's off.
Well, I mentioned Ken Block, and of course he made the Gymkhana as famous as it could be, and it was just at the right time too, because YouTube was just coming into its own.
100%.
And so those Gymkhanas, and he would literally take over an American city or a city anywhere around the world, and wait till 3 a.m, and they would film these, or early mornings, so nobody else was around.
Absolutely.
But I've seen one in San Francisco. I've seen, just fantastic. And putting these cars through their paces, putting them skillfully around objects and whatever. And now we're going to see a little bit of what a Gymkhana hoonigan looks like. Look at him go.
I just love the air brakes on this thing. Who knows how functional they are, but they definitely look cool.
Straight into a donut. 3.5 degree of difficulty on the dive. Travis Pastrana, take it away. Now, I'm going to try to force you to tell me how he's doing certain maneuvers. Now, what's that? Where do you get those flips from?
Yeah, it's
those are standard.
No, right? Yeah, exactly. I think that the air brakes that some timeattack cars have had, they've tried to incorporate into this crazy Gymkhana car. But here we go.
Now, this Family Huckster incorporates a custom VSC design 862 brake horsepower turbocharged Subaru Boxer 4-cylinder engine. All-wheel drive 6-speed gearbox sequential. And as you can see, he knows what he's doing in it, doesn't he?
And my favorite part of this is that we told him how to enter our area. He's never driven this course before, and he just kind of figured it out. You see him figure out which fence to go through, and now he's doing Travis Pastrana right now.
And out he goes.
Yeah, and out he goes. Obviously, very different with all-wheel drive than rear-wheel drive, which we use in drifting commonly. And look at the speed that this thing just generates out of a corner. Yeah, buddy.
Nice 360. Extra points from the judges for that.
Right.
Somebody's going to have to clean all this rubber up. look at that rear left. It's hardly got any rubber left already. So how do you do that? You're using the power to turn the car.
Yep.
But are you using the brake as well at that point?
They have a secondary brake on the rear axle, right? So there's 2 sets of calipers, or depending on the build, sometimes they do it inline, but there's a lever that allows you to essentially lock the rear wheels independent of all 4.
I see.
And that really disrupts the yaw rotation quite dramatically and then pitches you into a slide. So when you see them kind of immediately flick into a slide, that's usually done with the handbrake.
Well, he's got the door open. I don't know if he's got a problem, but
a little bit of smoke out of the car, cheering to the crowd.
Yeah.
And that's that gorgeous Turn 11 building that the women were speaking
what a
in.
great place to be to watch any of this display. But you're seeing one of the best in the world, and we are very privileged to have Travis Pastrana here this weekend. He is a out-and-out rock star in the world of motor racing currently, and has been for many years, I may add. There's not much he hasn't turned his hand to, and like I said, with the recent loss of Ken Block, we value, I think, these sort of guys, because there are very few. They are like unicorns with the ability to do this kind of gymkhana display of racing, and very special indeed.
It's it takes a certain kind of guy or gal, for that matter, to just always be pushing the limits. I grew up in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and I remember being in high school and seeing Travis at the X Games. I think he must have been 14 or 15 years old, doing a backflip into the bay.
That's right.
He got into a lot of trouble for that, incidentally, but I mean, from a young age, just always pushing the limits of what's possible with anything that he's driving.
So we've had Huckster, we've had Air Slayer, and now we've got Project Midnight. So Subaru have been busy. And that Project Midnight will be in action later today as well. We've already seen it earlier today with Scott Speed. Do you think that's it?
I think they're going to change some tires. I don't know if that's it for this session. Let's see. Are they loading somebody else in?
Now, you're here also for the drifting, so let's talk a little bit about that.
Sure.
Tell us, Ryan's here, right?
Ryan Turek's here. Yep, he's doing the exhibitions with the rally cars on the full course. We're doing exhibitions in the center of the course. So you'll see smoke coming out of the middle of the course every once in a while right in front of the grandstands. There's a tunnel, so if you go to the end of the grandstands and find a tunnel, there's some signs. You go under the tunnel, and you can get a ride in a drift car.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and we'll put you in the shotgun seat. Sometimes we'll go out 4 cars, 5 cars deep. But it's a lot of fun, and the tandeming, honestly, is one of the most fun things in drifting, where there's 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars driving together, and it is like figure skating. It's all essentially mirroring each other's movements, and it's honestly, it's a lot of fun as a driver.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, it looks as though somebody's either going to get in as a passenger or is getting out as a passenger, maybe sat beside him. That's not Travis with a helmet holding there. Travis still in the seat, I think. Oh, somebody's going to get the drive of a lifetime. Oh, no, somebody's just got out. Okay. I think they were just fixing the seat. It's interesting. You're here doing the drifting. We've got the time attack. We've got this sort of display. But more and more, now with Rallycross and now with the X Games and so on and so forth, we're finding a home for these types of cars, which essentially are rally cars. And I mean, I know this is a road car, but it's a souped-up car that does tricks effectively.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I mean, and the crossover is, it's motorsports love, right? The conversation that we had with Steve was a great point. It's, Steve, the owner and founder of DirtFish Rally School. And, you were mentioning yesterday, a good friend of mine, Tim Lynn, was driving Jeff Gordon's old NASCAR yesterday. He's now into drifting, and it just comes down to love. Like, as drifters, a lot of the guys here are going into the paddock and seeing, the heritage and of these old amazing race cars, and it's a phenomenal event for all this to come together.
And it's like a lot of sports. You take your snobbery, if that's the right word, but everybody who gets involved in any kind of sport, but in motorsport, everybody was in their lane. And it's like, I'm a Lotus guy, I'm a Mini guy, or sports cars is it, or Formula One is it? And now, we talk about that with female racing. We talk about that glass ceiling. Well, rallycross and gymkhana and drifting, they're breaking that ceiling all the time, and also opening people's eyes to different forms of motorsport. And it always comes back to the fact that if you can recognize a road car that isn't something that is exotic, and it's something that you recognize on the road, and then you see it doing something absolutely incredible that you've never seen before, it just absolutely entices you. And I do think that motorsport now, the new legion of fans, is open to any form of motorsport. It's just because they're not sort of like, you're an NASCAR guy, you grew up here, this is what you got to follow. No, this is you get to pick anything. Yeah.
And I mean, credit to where it's due. The late great Ken Block. And you were mentioning he was the pioneer of these YouTube videos in the early 2000s. I mean, that really, I think, opened the door to a lot of people that maybe weren't into motorsports, the young crowd that was back then. And just, this is some crazy stuff that you can do with a car in the middle of a city that maybe you recognize, those old Subaru cars that he was driving in the early days. It's, it's incredible to break those barriers that are maybe ingrained in people in some ways.
Yeah, and Leia Block now carrying the flag for the family, has now got into racing herself, and delighted to see her in the F1 Academy and make it look at that. Quick wing. Shall I put the wings up, sir?
Yeah.
It's like a Bond car.
Yeah, exactly. So every once in a while you'll see the rear wheel lock, and if you can spot it, that's a dab of the e-brake, right?
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Yep.
So, and that just gives you a chance to flick it quickly, right?
Yeah, disrupting the car into a yaw rotation. Look at this. I love that look.
And as soon as that wing comes out, see how it dips down at the front? And that just helps him do exactly what he just did.
Yeah,
just going back out into there. Look at that.
Yeah. That's not a wide fence.
That is no mean feat, folks. This is not something you could just think, oh, I'll try that. No, don't.
Yeah. Kudos to Sonoma Raceway for just really giving us this a playground. You know what I mean? Like, you see the NHRA drag strip in the middle of this bespoke kind of drifting course that we created for this weekend?
Yeah, it's right there. So the Huckster at the very capable hands of the mighty Travis Pastrana. Wings out, slip it through, miss the crane, don't touch the wheel, don't touch the sides. This is Jim Connor, folks. Oh, around we go.
Yeah.
And you can hear him just fettling the throttle, can't you?
Yep.
Now, how do you keep that front left so tight in there like that?
I mean, it's just understanding the balance of the slide, right? It just takes time. There's no real trick to it rather than seat time. And a great way to get that seat time is actually through sim racing, which has become really popular. Sim drifting, is extremely difficult, but it's one of those things. We've been doing it over in our area all weekend. It's funny because when you do sim drifting, you really have to drive with technique, not your butt, right?
Right.
So normally, most drivers...
You feel it when you're out there,
most of the time when the car is sideways, you can feel it, but...
you can feel the forces of the car.
The G's,
the G-force.
And in a sim rig, you cannot.
Can't do that,
You really have to focus on what you're supposed to be doing.
It's all
at that
technique.
Time. Yeah, all technique. And remembering that in the heat of the moment. But obviously there's no consequences in sim drifting, so it's just hours and hours of fun.
Yeah. I want to grow up. When I grow up, I want to be Travis Pastrana.
I concur. That's a pretty...
I'm going to get some T-shirts made of that.
Yeah, when I grow up, I want to be Travis Pastrana. That's pretty good. What a cool-looking car, though, huh?
Brilliant.
84 GL wagon.
That's
Subaru,
lovely,
you guys have done it again.
Yeah. Well, I think that's pretty much it for Travis's display here. I'm sure he'll be out again if we give him half a sniff.
Right.
But I think you'd all agree that was some pretty skillful display there in what's known familiarly as the Family Huckster.
Yep, just hucking
Custom
it in.
VSC designed 862 brake horsepower Subaru. Lovely.
Is that what it is? 862?
Yeah.
Wow.
Long travel suspension for jumps on the course. I believe it jumped over 280 feet at one particular event. Yeah, record-setting run, the Air Slayer STI in 21 at Mount Washington Hill Climb also. So, yeah.
What a view right there, huh?
That's a great view. That is Velocity Invitational. Busy, busy, busy.
Yeah.
Midday, Sunday afternoon. And as you can see, the fans getting a look around. Some racing drivers holding their helmets and wandering off to cars.
Yeah.
And plenty to eat and drink. Don't forget, get yourself a nice Le Mans replica jacket from the Grand Prix apparel folk. And my thanks to Farouk.
Thank you very
for
much,
coming
Jonathan.
in.
Yeah.
He may go out again, but let's just pause it for now and let him take the wheels off it.
I think it's time for me to drive. I'm going to
Go drive. You're all inspired, aren't you?
If anybody wants to ride, come join me.
All right. You heard it first. Thanks, Farouk. Appreciate it. And while they prepare the car, And I'm not sure if it's going out again. We'll take a short break here, and we'll pay some bills, take some sponsors, but join us after this.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
One more time with feeling. Go on, Travis. So he's got a new set of boots on, because you need kind of tyres every lap the way he's going through them. So let me just give you those facts again. Two-time Nitrous Series champion, 21-22. Current record holder at Mount Washington Hill Climb. Nitrocross Series co-founder and track designer, and the most successful freestyle motocross athlete in the history of motocross. And of course, a star of Gymkhana 2020-2022. And 87 million YouTube views for his Gymkhana. So if you like what you see, get on YouTube, look up The Huckster, or look up Gymkhana, look up Travis Pastrana, look up Ken Block, and there you will find some intriguing videos where they do this sort of thing around cities like London and San Francisco and Tokyo. Travis describing rallying and Gymkhana as motocross with a roll cage, and so that's why he loves it. But we'll take another break from Sonoma, but another fantastic display by Travis. Well done. Thank you for a great bit of entertainment. We'll be right back.
racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
I found one of the papaya guys, Nolan Siegel, a 19-year-old driver, IndyCar. Not only that, I've heard you won the 24-hour recently, but right now you're about to step behind the wheel of something a little bit different.
Yes, very excited to be driving a Group B rally car today, which is totally different from anything that I've driven before. But DirtFish was gracious enough to let me go out and rip one of them around. So really excited about it, and yeah, it's going to be a blast.
And you got your hands on a different car yesterday, too, with McLaren. Tell me a little bit about that.
I did. I drove a McLaren Indy car from 1978. It finished third in the Indianapolis 500 in 81. So pretty cool to go from the McLaren Indy car that I drive, day to day, to then a McLaren Indy car from, almost 40 years ago. So very cool and cool to kind of have that contrast, and really enjoying the event.
I saw you were enjoying the event, and I spoke to Christian yesterday. You guys have been wandering down these long ways of cars here. What is it like being so young and really seeing that history of motorsport and that history of car right here before you?
It's incredible. It makes it feel really special to, one, go to the races that we race at all the time, and then to come here and see, a bunch of Indy cars from the past, a bunch of Formula One cars from the past, and it really gives you a sense of kind of what we're a part of normally and in the modern races. So very cool to see the history of our sport, and even better to be able to experience it firsthand. I can't imagine actually racing any of these cars.
Well, since you brought it up, is there anything that caught your eye? Favorite car so far you've seen this weekend?
Oh, it's hard. I think that has got to be one of them, that Audi Quattro, the Audi S1. From the road racing side, there is a Mercedes CLK GTR GT1 car that I think that would be my pick as well. So very different choices, but both very special. And there's a lot here that I would want to drive. Basically everything here.
Well, Nolan has got some taste and some talent. We can't wait to see him behind the wheel with this DirtFish rally car.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. Jonathan Green here, getting ready for more action on track. And as you can see, we've got a pro driver exhibition in hand, and that means I've got a couple of well-known professionals when it comes to these sorts of cars. Steve and Josie Rimmer, who run DirtFish. Father founded it, and daughter doing the job of running it well. So, welcome. Before we start, I want to talk about what you've just been involved in, which is the Women in Motorsports Summit, Josie. Really important, something I'm very interested in. You've got Michelle Abate, Pippa Mann, two girls I've known who've raced IndyCar, Trans Am, you name it. But you've had many more over the last couple of years. But this is kind of your baby, isn't it?
Yes, this Women in Motorsport initiative at DirtFish is a little bit of my baby. You know, women have been doing this in the motorsport world forever. You know, women have been on the podium, women have been organizing teams, women have been managing teams, women have been on the crew, and we just don't hear their stories. So for DirtFish Women in Motorsport, what we're really focused on is providing a platform for the women in the sport to speak and handing them the microphone so that they can be the ones to tell their stories. You know, we're lucky enough that Velocity and Mobile One really believe in this initiative, and they yesterday and today provided us with a platform on which to speak at Velocity. So today I was joined by Pippa Mann, Michelle Abadi, Sabra Cook, and the incredible Brittany Kinch, who is one of the folks who makes this whole event possible. They just joined me at the Turn 11 Club to have a conversation about their stories and, you know, which aspects of motorsport really keep them tuned in. These athletes are entirely committed to the sport. They're raising their own fundraising, they're marketing for themselves, all of it. So they're powerhouses, and I'm really lucky to have been joined by them here.
Steve, what have we got out here? That looks like the Peugeot that you were talking about.
I think I mentioned to you earlier that we took the Peugeot out of the earlier run, and we thought we were just going to run the Peugeot in this Pro Series and put a Frenchman in a French car, and Romain Grosjean was interested in driving it, and I'm enjoying watching him going around the track there.
Now, you were saying to me earlier, so we put it right. So this is Romain Grosjean, current Juncos IndyCar driver, and getting his hand down. I see that, getting a little bit of swirly going on. But he's also an obviously, Renault Lotus and Haas Formula One driver that was, of course, involved in that massive crash at the end of his Formula One career. Now an IndyCar driver, and he did an amazing job of getting through that because it was a really nasty accident. But now very much on the American scene. He's also on the world endurance scene, racing at Le Mans this year. But he has done a hill climb.
Yeah, he did a hill climb in the Delta S4, which was out of, not this specific one that we've had on the track this weekend, but in a Delta S4. But putting him in the Peugeot seemed to be a great alignment.
And of course,
Romain is now based in Miami, so we're hoping to see him up in DirtFish. We're the opposite diagonal part of the country, but there's this strange interaction. Romain was the mentor to a friend of ours, Benjamin Pedersen, who was an IndyCar driver.
Yeah.
And for the last decade, Romain has mentored Benjamin. Benjamin is not racing Indy this year, but our kids both went to school with Benjamin.
That's
and
funny.
So from the age of about 10, they've known him. And DirtFish threw a little bit of support behind Benjamin to help him get along the way. You'll have seen the DirtFish logo on Benjamin's Indy cars and Indy Lights cars. And I think that just proves the strength of what rally can do. You know, Benjamin valued the different aspects of motor racing and car control that actually can come with the rally scene. And I think if you asked him, he would say it served him well even in IndyCar.
Yeah, and there's nobody, I don't think anybody would disagree that learning on dirt and learning how the, what should we say, that the intricacies of the metal parts of the race car, because you really understand them more on dirt, because you get a sort of a different kind of feedback than you would on asphalt. And I think there's a lot to be learned. I think that speaks for two wheels as well as four wheels. A chance to learn the dirt and learn what you can do makes you a much better racing driver.
And what I didn't realize is in the 037 is Nolan Siegel, who's an Indy as well, IndyCar driver.
19 years old.
Yeah, but what I didn't realize is quite a while ago he came to DirtFish and got in a car.
Did he?
Yeah,
I won't say at what age because I'm not sure that we would want our insurers to know what age.
But it doesn't matter. It's your private land.
and you know, I guess our instructors saw a lot of talent there as well, which everybody else has seen there. But it's interesting that you know, he was interested not only then in rally, but now he was very enthusiastic to get in one of the Group B cars. So glad to have him there and support that as well.
Josie, Steve, I've got to ask you, Josie, I'm being, a woman in motorsport, I can understand not just your frustration, but your need to want to not only give back because you learn how to race yourself, but also an opportunity, Steve. It's been missed. I mean, the marketing alone of women's products in motorsport it has been missed for years.
It has, and as Josie said earlier, it's all aspects of the sport. There's a fabulous team here that puts on this event, which Brittany and others there, it's women powered. Powered is this event, and all respect to Jeff for putting it on and everybody else who does it, but there's a lot of women's support there. But, it's what we'd say, you put a helmet on, it doesn't matter who's under the helmet. It's talent, it's, it's enjoyment, it's success, and it's one sport that is not a big differentiator from a physical perspective or anything else, and I think that's what we're trying to promote, and diversity within the sport. And certainly in rally, if you look at success in rally, you look back to the 1980s, we've been very lucky to have Michelle Mouton come to a couple of our Women in Motorsport events, and Michelle, is very well known and respected, obviously, in rally and motorsport circles, and she's the what is she, Josie, these days for World Rally?
She's been the FIA safety delegate.
I saw her in New Zealand,
for several years now for the WRC. She's handing over that position now in a well-deserved very semi-retirement. But as Steve mentioned, as Dad mentioned, we've been really lucky to have her out to DirtFish twice. She joined us for our Women in Motorsport Summit in 2023, and she said to me at the end of the event, we were driving to the post-celebration cheers session, and she said, I had no idea that I have had this impact on people. And that's shocking to me. How could she not know what kind of impact she's
modest.
had?
I mean, you're in your own world. And,
exactly.
And also, I think as a woman in that world, Lynn St. James herself, Michelle Mouton, you're just working hard to make it, to do the job as well as you can. You've almost got to do it better.
And you have to have the tunnel vision because there's no other. I mean, you hear the stories of Michelle Mouton and Hanu Mikkola at the finish line, and they won't even talk to each other, right? Like, she has to have this laser focus to even get to the same place as her competition, and then when surpassing them, it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, as you can see, we've got Indy cars, Formula One cars, you name it out there. I can't tell you who's driving it because yesterday I think Tony Kanaan was at the wheel. But right now, who knows? But I can tell you who's here. Christian Lundgaard is here. Tony Kanaan is here. He's been in a Trans Am car. He got a third place in Jeffrey O'Neill's car yesterday. Nolan Siegel, who you mentioned, the 19-year-old Aaron McLaren driver, and also from California, I may add, is here. And Scott Speed, obviously, we saw in action. Got a bit of news for you, and I know you know this, but you may not know this part. We talk about how the world is changing for women in motorsport, and I was at Miami doing F1 Academy, the all-female single-seater series, which Leah Block has been part of. But Chloe Chambers just announced this weekend that she is getting the full backing of Red Bull and Ford for her Academy participation. And just across the way, or down the road in VIR, Kaylee Bryson is literally on the cusp of winning SGT and Trans Am. So
incredible.
Michelle Abate, I'm sure, will celebrate that with her a little bit because that's been a great story.
Absolutely.
So we've got some really good stories.
And we'll be lucky enough to be joined by some of those same incredible women in the sport later, actually next year. In 2025 at DirtFish, we'll be hosting our 4th annual Women in Motorsport Summit. Just outside of Seattle, Washington. You can expect some amazing women from various disciplines of motorsport, Formula One, rally, off-road, Trans Am, all of the list goes on and on. So if you'd like to meet any of those women and visit DirtFish and be a part of our Women in Motorsport Summit, you can be from anywhere, of any age, any gender. Join us at DirtFish for the Women in Motorsport Summit in May 2025 to meet some absolutely awe-inspiring female drivers.
Knowing you won't stay still. So what do you want to do next? Where do you want to take this?
I want to take it to the top. What do you mean?
There you go. She's a chip off the old block, isn't she?
There's a lot of strong women in my family at home, and I learned very early
Nothing wrong with that.
I'm better off if I follow rather than lead in certain things. And I'm delighted with where we are, where we're going, and I 110% support, whatever it takes to get this movement going. But also, from a motorsport perspective, I want to get rally up there as well.
Yeah.
Jonathan, you and I talked off air a little bit ago. We're definitely trying to get a round of the World Rally Championship back into the US. It's not easy, we need to pull together to do that. But I think also you look at World Rally today, and it's a little bit different place than it's been in years gone by. So there's quite a lot of work to do. But when you look at coming and learning driving, just basic driving at DirtFish, as I said to you before, the actual skill sets that you get when you sit behind the rally car, I think you can use it in lots of different things in life, and certainly in adverse conditions and driving conditions.
No question. And like I said, you've seen the videos, you've talked to Steve and Josie. If you get a chance to go to DirtFish, take it. Or take your partner, significant other, whichever, as a present for a birthday or whatever, because it'll change their lives. It really will. They'll talk about it till you're bored of hearing about it, until you have to go back again and do it all again and do it yourself, because you'll never hear peace from it, because it's one of those things that really does. It's just different. It's not something you'd ever expect yourself doing if you're not a racing driver yourself, but you don't have to be, and that's the point. You can go and learn just car skills, which is something we can all gain from. Now, you'll have noticed we've got NASCARs out there. We've got a Monte Carlo from 71. We've got a Grand Prix Pontiac from 91. Gary Bentley driving that. We've got a Galaxy, a Thunderbird, mostly late 80s, early 90s, although there is a 65 Ken Epsman car that's out there, Ford Galaxy. Was sold by the Holman Moody, run by a Holman Moody factory in 65. We've also seen some of the Indy cars, mostly McLarens, and their history in the Indy 500, including a Johnny Rutherford car that won Indy 3 times. There's a few Formula One cars banging about. Some of them are on track, some of them are static, which is why I'm kind of hesitating to absolutely name each and every car that comes by. Obviously, you can see that's a NASCAR. They haven't given us the numbers for each car, but that's Tony Kanard at the wheel of that one. And as he rightly put, he's the deputy head principal of Arrow McLaren. And I don't know if Tony's ever done any stock car racing. I know that Rafa Matos, a fellow Brazilian, is a 2-time champion and possibly 3-time champion at the end of this season. So the Brazilians have got a stock car history. They do race NASCAR-type cars back there. So I'm sure Tony Kanard enjoyed himself. What next then? What are we doing? Who else? Have you got any surprises more?
Well, is that Pippa Mann? That's Pippa Mann.
It is.
She just joined.
Well, this is a thrill.
There we go. Okay, so
this is what I mean. I'm glad you noticed the helmet, which is pretty distinctive.
We had to pull Pippa off of our panel just a few minutes early because she had to go get in this car. I know that there were a few edits that needed to be made for it to be a safe car for her to, fit in and drive in. But here she goes. She told me that she's never driven anything like this. She didn't know if she'd make it out for this session, but it looks like she has. This is her first time being in a vehicle of this type this year.
A vintage IndyCar, yeah.
A vintage. There she goes. A wave to everybody. Oh, this is so exciting.
This is great. And I'll tell you what, you're absolutely right. Of course, she has been a multiple entry into the Indy 500 over the years. She's never really had the budget to do a full season. She does a lot of sports car racing. I've seen her in IGTs, many a weekend helping professional drivers become better at what they do and sharing the car and setting up the car. But I remember, you'll laugh at this, I remember her as an 18-year-old in Formula Renault. And she was the only female competitor. And remember me and my producer going, have you seen there's a woman in the race? And I mean, we're talking back early 80s here, or late 80s. And there she was. And she was just straight out of school, and she hadn't even come to the States by then, but she's made a huge career here over in the USA, a big proponent of women in motorsport, and very much on your radar, of course, here this weekend.
Absolutely. Her entire foundation, called the Shift Up Now organization, they're entirely focused on funding female racers. So not only is she here driving an amazing vehicle, but she's got 3 of her female Shift Up Now athletes running around. And, Shift Up Now is making a big difference, and DirtFish is partnering with them to get as many women back on the grid as we can.
It's interesting. I've spent many hours talking to Michelle Abate about just that. I mean, motor racing is about money, and gaining sponsorship. It was kind of a closed door, and it was almost based on snobbery, thinking that the women just wouldn't be as good, and yet not realizing that there is a whole world out there. And, Michelle, for example, has Ghost Energy as a sponsor. She's now, and what I was about to say is that the era is right now, because social media allows each and every competitor, male or female, to make themselves a celebrity in their own world. And that's what Michelle has done. She's worked really hard at social media and pushing those bounds. And that's got to be attractive to a sponsor, to be able to say, hey, I've got this many followers on these platforms, and if you work with me, you'll get some exposure.
Well, and the amazing part about Michelle, what I really respect about the way that she operates, Michelle Abate has never once brought on a sponsor that she does not believe in.
Yep.
She says if she's going to be promoting that brand, she wants to be completely honest in that she uses it, she likes it, that it's a quality product. And yeah, sometimes that makes the road to finding funding longer and tougher, but Michelle is one of the most authentic people you'll ever see out on a racetrack. And, she is looking for funding for her 2025 season. She's been climbing the ranks. She's inherently talented, and she's got more work ethic and drive than most people on this planet. So
yeah, look her up. She's from Las Vegas, Nevada, and she's raced for a long time in Trans Am, first on the West Coast and now on the National Championship. And like you say, looking for funding. My thanks to Josie Rimmer and to Steve Rimmer for coming in there. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Thank you for coming.
And you will see when DirtFish goes back on track at 4:10, you'll actually see another IndyCar driver in the 037. So
who's that?
I can't tell you.
Oh,
it's Christian. It's
Christian Lando. I like a good tease. But there you go. Thank you very much. Well, and maybe throw somebody else in at 4 o'clock if you've got...
Like you.
No, not me in the car. I mean, throw somebody else in the booth to come and talk about it.
Will do. Thanks, Johnny.
Josie Rimmer there talking to us about DirtFish and, of course, the latest summit for women in motorsport, going strong and getting better and better with every week with people like Josie at the wheel, so to speak. So the drifting is in full flow, I can see in the corner there. And more group racing coming up very soon. We'll take a short break, though, from Sonoma. Stay with us. It's Velocity Invitational, and you are invited.
Right by Velocity Lane, I'm here with Joe Potter from Vintage Underground. Joe, tell me a little bit about what we have going on here. I know I have this beautiful Ferrari right behind me, but tell me what Vintage Underground is.
We're located up in Eugene, Oregon, and really what we are is a collection of skills. We put this shop together with the intent of, under one roof, all the skills that it takes to do this. Over the years, those skills have kind of scattered. They're dying out, and it was our intent to put them all in one place and preserve them, and actually pass them down to young technicians. So
it's really about the labor of love and kind of turning cars into artwork. As we know, is really these cars are really pieces of artwork. So what you're doing is preserving them and moving them forward, which is the perfect platform for you to be here at Velocity Invitational. How has it been so far enjoying the event?
Awesome. I mean, it's an effort for us to get our message out and what we're trying to do. So events like this allow us to talk to folks face to face and really explain what we do and how we do it. You know, we're this is for fun. Anybody that's hiring us to do anything is hiring us for entertainment, for fun. These things are they're pieces of art. They're fun, and that's something the message we're trying to get out.
Awesome. Well, if you're down here in the pits, make sure you guys come over and check out all the crazy work that we have going on here at Vintage Underground. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Automated weather observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. Confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. It's been a beautiful weekend here of weather, especially. We've got a heat wave here in California, so we've had milder conditions than expected in October, but we'll take it. It's absolutely gorgeous here at the moment. It was very hot yesterday, and in fact, it was a bit of a struggle for some of the drivers at some of the group races, and of course, because it's historic racing, generally speaking, they're over 18. A little bit older than that, so yeah, not as fit as perhaps they used to be, and so there was definitely a lot of tired heads yesterday, and I'm sure by the end of this afternoon it will be the same. Now, we've got a bit of a lull in our group racing, but if you've ever heard the expression back by popular demand, that is what is happening right now, because Travis Pastrana is back. He's certainly in the pits, and he's just done a quick run. I think he's got back in the pits now to change tyres. But he has taken that 1983 Subaru GL Family Huckster, prepared by Vermont Sports Car. I misspoke before. Thank you, Vermont. But, we mentioned Leah Block, who is, of course, now racing single-seaters in Formula One Academy. Well, of course, her dad, Ken Block, pretty much started this whole scene of Gymkhana and this type of coverage and what we call Gymkhana stunt driving franchise, and it's left its mark for sure. Just consider 500 million views on YouTube, and that's just getting started. And that began in, 2008? And, of course, Ken Block ripped through the likes of San Francisco. In fact, if you really want to see a great example of what I'm talking about, go on YouTube, look up Ken Block around the streets, Gymkhana around the streets of San Francisco, and it will blow your mind, quite frankly. And he goes to Sweden, he goes to Tokyo, he goes all over. And then sadly, Ken has now passed away, but he handed the reins over to his long friend and rival Travis Pastrana, who is out here today. That was back in 2020. And now we're on the 11th installment of the franchise, and the first to feature the 2009 Gymkhana 2, which was viewed by 65 million hits at its launch. Now, this Vermont sports car, and don't forget there's an autograph session coming up at 1:15. So that's another thing to remind you if you are at the event. We do have in about an hour's time, or just under an hour's time now, 1:15 autograph sessions where you'll see the likes of the top professionals here, including Travis. But we've got several IndyCar drivers. And don't forget, you can buy official Velocity merch, some great hats, some great T-shirts, bags, you name it. I bought a poster, so you don't have to go all in. The posters I've got framed on my wall from the first one, and now I'll have the fifth. And I've mentioned before, don't forget to buy your tickets as well for next year. That's the big news story from last night, if you weren't with us. The 6th to the 8th of June is going to be the 2025 date of this event. And if you are smart enough to go down to the ticket office, you'll get a good discount, I would have thought, if you buy them here at the event today, ahead for next year. Perfect time to do it, June. And so that'll be the 6th edition of Velocity Invitational. So definitely get down, get yourself a ticket, get ahead of the game, and why wouldn't you want to come back? And I'll bet you there'll be some big surprises next year. That's the beauty of what Jeff O'Neill and his team have done, is that they're so keen on making this a success that you just don't know who might show up. Anyway, here we go. Pastrana in his Gymkhana car, in the outrageous carbon fiber bodied wagon style of a 1983 Subaru GL. But beneath the bodywork is a tubular frame, and it all came together from what they learned at winning the Washington Hill Climb in 2020 with the Air Slayer STI, and it now shares the same 862 brake horsepower under the hood. So no mean feat. Turbocharged Subaru Boxer 4-cylinder engine and disconnecting rear axle. The Family Huckster incorporates active aerodynamics for the fenders and rear wing that are unlike any Gymkhana car or rally car, I may add. So yeah, he can just push those wings up and down anytime he likes. And of course it changes the balance of the car, changes the yaw, and it helps him get through nice little tight spots like that. You know, I'm casually talking about this as though this is just a normal drive, but it is for Travis Pastrana. But when you look at the accuracy with which he is driving, it's insane. Goes through about 300 sets of tires an hour. No, that was a joke, but he could do. Donut City. There he is, lost in smoke. And I reckon those set of tires are probably pretty much beat by now. And if you weren't here for his earlier demonstration, I was also describing the fact that Travis in his day is a multiple American rally driver champion, as well as his exploits at the X Games, of which he has medal after medal after medal in different disciplines, from super trucks to rallycross to motocross to you name it. And now has his own Nitro series. which he gets some pretty big luminaries at, I may add. And it's just great to have him here at an event like this and putting on a show for the folks. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to be doing any more. It looks as though he's going to do a lap. Is he going to do some actual laps? No, he's coming back. He just chooses to come back through the pit lane, and that could be it. But you never know with Travis. If he's in the mood. Could be it. But you never know with Travis. If he's in the mood. Could be. I've been very lucky to have covered the X Games and watched his career. And he and the likes of Brian Deegan, and if we talk about Leia Block, well, Haley Deegan, about to, well, she's just come from Xfinity, the daughter of Brian Deegan, who is also a multiple X Games champion. And she now is about to take part in the final round of the Formula Regional Championship. So we wish her well. I'll be at that event as well at COTA. That's the final round of F4 and FR. So we'll see how she gets on there. I saw her at the Race of Champions, the All-Star Race of Champions for Trans Am recently. First time she tried Trans Am as well. So lots of women now doing some really spectacular stuff in motor racing, and it's really good to see. And I think you can hear from the enthusiasm of someone like Josie Rimmer just what it means to do and be part of something like that. And it's just awesome to see how this has evolved so quickly and so responsibly too, because it's easy not to be responsible to do that sort of stuff. Well, as you can see, they are having a word, having a chat. They're not doing much for the car, so it must be just a quick turnaround or a quick chat, see how it's going. Or maybe he's not perfectly comfortable in the car, but either way. And, of course, I'm sure that it's festooned with GoPros and cameras and all sorts, getting every angle covered. And I'm sure they will be putting out their own YouTube video of what they do here at Sonoma. And so that'll be worth a watch, especially the onboards, because you can actually see when you're on board just exactly what he's doing to affect the car and how he goes about his office business, so to speak, because that cockpit is his office. The other thing I forgot to mention is he's also jumped this car at one of the events and jumped it over 200 feet, so mean feat at all. And an old rival of his, Scott Speed, they've done lots of rallycross together, is also here, and he too is driving a Subaru, but a very different one. It's the most modern Project Midnight, and we'll see that in action later today. We've had it out already once, but we'll see it again, and that too is really worth a chat. Yeah, and just to reiterate, two-time Nitro Cross Series champion, a series which he invented, mind you, in 21 and 22. He's the current record holder of a Mount Washington Hill Climb. That's where they got the inspiration for a lot of this car and the Huckster. And then Nitro Cross Series and co-founder and track designer as well, of course, and the most successful freestyle motocross athlete in history. Right up, cowboy. Now, I tell you, I said it before, when I grow up, I want to be Travis Pastrana, please. What else do you want to do? It's so much fun. His memory, that's another thing that astonishes me. His ability to remember a course and learn a course like he's doing here in a very short amount of time is no mean feat. Because if you think about it, what he's looking at is a bunch of smoke and a lot of grey asphalt. And finding those bollards, getting around them, not hitting them, and not spinning out is no mean feat too. Like you see, how can he see through there? Well, he's managing it, and that's all part of the skill. So awareness, agility, technique, and, well, let's face it, just chutzpah are a huge part of what Travis Pastrana is all about. It. He's not the only man in the world who does it, but he's certainly the best. Putting on a show for Turn 11. And that's where the drivers' lounge is. It's also where the summits are being held. And we've even had a drivers' forum as well, where the professional drivers have got together to discuss their jobs and their lives and what they do and how they go about it. And I'm sure that was very interesting as well. And like I said, we've got a few symposiums. And that's another side of this now. As this grows as an event, we have that ability. Now, Women in Motorsport highlighting this year. Mobile One involved in that as well. And so we've got, we're moving things forward. It's not just a bit of fun. There's some serious B2B going on here behind the scenes. And also some serious discussions about how we move forward in motorsport. So well done to Travis. Another great exhibition by him. And we'll just let him come in and either get ready to go out again. I can see some tyres readied, but whether he goes out again, we'll see. Our next group coverage, by the way, after this will be Group 2. That's cars from 1956 to 1961. That's sports cars, sports racing cars, excuse me. And then we've got 66 to 79 SCCA, B sedan and C sedan cars. And those are the under 2 litre and under 2.5 litre from Trans Am's days. Still going today, of course, the sedan class in Trans Am. And then we'll have our first exhibition of hypercars. It looks as though he's doing some joyrides as well, by the looks of things. I can see some helmets and some folks getting in and out of the car. So, next guest, please. So, putting on some great joyrides. Good to see. Of course, Travis in real rally, stage rally, has had a huge fight, if you will, with the likes of David Higgins as a teammate, and they have raced hard and against each other in American rally to much success. Travis, a multiple American champion with Subaru, was crowned the 2017 ARA champion, sealing his 5th national rally title. So, pretty impressive. Yeah, another side of what Travis does, and you wonder how he goes about it. Well, he's able to remember these complex sequences, and that's a part of the game for him. And that's what makes him able to almost thread the needle with this massive powered car. And so that's why hill climbs are part of the repertoire. He's done New Hampshire, Mount Washington, and set a new record in the process at Mount Washington. On Pikes Peak, of course. And that was in another Vermont sports car prepared WRX STI. And he blitzed that, a 7 7.6-mile climb in just 5 minutes and 44 seconds. That's worth repeating. 7.6 miles climbing up dirt roads at speed, 5 minutes and 44 seconds, breaking the previous record held by his mentor, David Higgins, fellow rally driver and rally champion, and beat Higgins' time by more than 20 seconds. Pretty impressive. Yeah, he won the first gold medal for rally cars at the X Games, and I think it was almost a trial when they first brought rally into the X Games, because it seemed a little bit, slightly different for the X Games, which is obviously known for its skateboarding and BMX racing and so on and so forth. So motocross, supercross, but why not? And so in they came, and it was an absolute success right from the get-go. And Travis has been a long-time supporter and promoter of X Games coverage. And here he goes again. Well, I don't think we've got any more tyres left for young Travis. He's got to gone through a bunch of Yokohamas. So why don't we tell you and sell you some tyres? We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from Velocity Invitational.
Weather observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. We are getting ready for our next group action, and as you can see in the distance there, cars starting to pre-grid, coming out of the pre-grid, and they will line up at pit exit or head straight out, depending on whether the track is ready. But we are ready, and here in the booth, I'm joined by another father and son team, and that is Jeff and Ben Weishart, and welcome, gentlemen. We're going to talk about Group 2. What do you love about it, and what do you race at the moment, you guys?
Well, it's Jeff, and we're pretty familiar with the Porsche branded cars or Porsche related cars, particularly the Pooper that Cameron Healy's driving. He's gotten the better of us more than once in events like this. You know, the Velocity and the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion. That's a great car. You know, it's got a lot of history, and Cameron's restored it to better than original condition. And wow, what a driver he is! He's also competing in my group. Ben's driving the Glockler now, which is in Group 1. I'm driving a 911 IMSA GTU spec car in Group 7, and Cameron's in Group 7. Has a beautiful 911S that he's smoking me with too. So.
Now, you're a multi-generational family of racers. Your dad, I presume, was into this, and that's what got you into it?
We are. You know, the patriarch and matriarch of this deal are my parents, Ben's grandparents, Herb and Rose Weissard. Unfortunately, for the first time in about 15 or so years, they've had to skip this event. My mom's feeling a little bit under the weather, but I know they're watching the broadcast here.
Oh, there you go.
And it goes back about 45 years, Jonathan.
Oh, that's great.
They were IndyCar team owners back in the late 70s through the mid 80s, and that's where we really got into it. You know, that became really expensive in the mid 80s, so they moved on to vintage rallies, the Mille Miglia, the California Miglia, the Tour de France Auto in Europe, and then we moved on to vintage circuit racing. We started with the Glockler at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, in 2009, and then ran the car for the first time at the Monterey Motorsports Reunion that same year. It was driven by a gal who used to drive their IndyCar in the day, a great lady driver by the name of Desiree Wilson.
Ah, yeah.
You remember her?
Yes,
yeah, sure. And she did a great job with it, but my dad was, he did a little bit of time trialing in his day, and he says, hey, let's give this a try. He drove it for a couple of years. Then I inherited the ride, I think in 2011, and when we got a couple of other cars, we also have a 4-cam Porsche Carrera, and more recently we acquired from the original competitor of contestant with the car, Charles Mendez, a mid-70s spec IMSA GTU Porsche 911. So I drive that car now, and Ben is the pilot of the Glockler. So
that's great.
We're both here running. Yeah.
Well, listen, I want to hear from both of you as this race goes on, but we're about to get underway. This is Group 2, and this is cars from 1956 to 1961, sports racing cars. And we'll just let them roar into action if the green flag waves, and it does. And away we go. Up the hill for the first time, a full field of cars from, I would have said, a classic era for both California racing. This is when really things started to heat up. Laguna Seca was just about to be finished. We'd have established a lot of European imports over here. People were getting into motor racing post-war. Americans were putting specials out, working in their garages when they couldn't afford to own a Ferrari or whatever. So tinkering away, making their own cars. And so we've got quite a combination here. We've got things like a Monsterati special. We'll talk about that. You've got Reho Mark 6s. You've got actual Maseratis, Lolas, Devon SS. That's another car that we had Bert Skidmore who prepares that in earlier. And we're looking at the 84 of Greg Meyer at the wheel. And the 84, of course, a Sadler Mark IV. Don't know what you know about those particular cars, but that's a beautiful car. From 1959. So, Ben, when did your interest become real?
I've been into cars my whole life. I've been surrounded by it my whole life as well. My grandpa got us into it. My dad continued it. I've been going to the Monterey Historics probably since I was 5 years old. So I've been surrounded by it my whole life. And about 5 years ago, I actually got the chance to drive the Glockler at the Historics. And ever since then, I've been driving that, the Historics, at Velocity, at Rennsport, and it's just been a blast.
Yeah, you're a young man, and I would have argued, and I've said this in an earlier commentary, that a lot of young men are now getting into historic racing because there isn't that pressure that you would find, let's say, in a Miata trophy or an F4 or F3, things that might be the more natural fit for somebody coming up. But actually, this environment is a really good learning environment, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's competitive racing, but there's more respect compared to, say, Miatas. But
and people are willing to help you, too.
Exactly. Everybody's helpful. Everybody's been just accepting of you, of course. And it's always fun to see all of these older cars with younger people driving them, because most young people don't have the experience or knowledge of these older cars.
Well, talking of walking the walk and talking the talk, we keep talking about Jeffrey O'Neill. Well, there he is. He's finally out on track in second place at the moment. to Greg Meyer. Nicholas Finber in third position. Then David Swig, Robert Davis. Of these out there at the moment, who do you know, Jeff?
Well, I'm really, the cars are the stars.
Yes, that's true.
I really have a lot of respect for what Jeff has done with this event. I mean, gosh, in a few short years, this thing has become, world renowned, and we're really honored to be a part of it, and we'll be a part of it for as long as you'll have us. But that birdcage Maserati he's driving is something else. That was one of the first cars I ever remember seeing run at a historic motor race. I was going to say it was probably 1982-ish. My dad and I went spectators to the Rolex event and watched Sterling Moss drive that Camerati birdcage car to victory. He won by half a lap. The smoothest performance I ever saw. He didn't even break a sweat, virtually lapping the field. So I have great memories of that car. It was wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and it's one of 5 birdcages to be run by the famous Camerati team. Finished 5th overall at the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers, and back in 1960, you saw Sterling race it, and it also did the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1960. So a fantastic history, and I would have thought worth a penny or two. And yeah, just another one of these cars. Gunnar Jeanette, a very experienced professional driver in this group as well, currently in 7th position. Your leader at the moment in the 84 is Greg Meyer. And that's in that Canadian-built and raced 1959 Bill Sadler Mark IV Sadler from 1959. And just want to make a quick announcement. Attention to the Price family dealerships employees. Time to head up to the Redwood Terrace for the awards ceremony with Nick Price. We start at 1:30 sharp. So please, if you are an employee of the Price family dealerships, please head up. Prize giving is on right now, and it's at the Redwood Terrace. Head up there now. Well, we've got some good action on track, folks. You guys have been out there. Tell me what you're seeing.
Well, that Gunnar Jeanette is something else. I mean, what a life he's got driving the collection of the Revs Institute, the Miles Collier collection. Wow, those things are the cream of the crop. I mean, prepared to perfection, and he's really a great driver. Ben and I have both raced against him in different classes, and he's a pro. He's quick, but he's conservative enough not to damage the car, but quick enough to be. Really showcase the speed of these things.
Yeah, exactly. I've watched him race around the world, and I've seen him race, Ford GTs, Porsches, you name it. He can he's one of those guys that you can throw anything at, right?
Fantastic driver. Yeah, we're most familiar with Porsches, so that's what we're used to seeing him in. And he drove a 9083 at Rennsport, not the last time, but I want to say 2018. And man, he drove the wheels off of that faster than I think even old Brian Redmond, wheeled it around.
Well, they're
there.
Good friends, those two, actually.
Yeah.
Well, because they both live in Florida and are from Florida, and I think it was Brian that introduced me to Gunnar.
Yeah.
Ollie Crosswaite in 10th position at the moment. He came in the booth not that long ago, and he's happily out there right now. Came to talk to us about Formula Juniors. Is there any cars that when you come to an event like this, you think, that's what I'd really like to get myself in a few years' time? How about you, Ben? What do you want to drive?
Of course, that Pooper is beautiful and extremely fast. I'm also not extremely familiar with any of these vehicles other than the Porsches, but that Abarth Carrera is also a looker.
Yep.
It's a very fast car as well, so I'd say the Abarth Carrera.
Yeah. I'm amazed at how big an input both Porsche and Jaguar have had to the American racing scene, and the love that Americans have for European cars. I mean, as a Brit, you kind of assume that everybody has their corner, or one side of the pond is different than the other side of the pond. We think of NASCAR and we think of big muscle cars, but you guys here in America clearly have a real love and appreciation for what came out of Europe post-war, 50s and 60s.
Yeah, we really do. You know, I grew up, you know, a road racing enthusiast, and although my folks got involved in, you know, primarily circle track racing with the Indy cars, which, you know, back in the late 70s and early 80s were, you know, did most of their racing on ovals. I was really enthusiastic about their transition into road racing, and when you know, meeting all these guys I read about in the auto magazines of the day. You know, there's no internet or even any coverage from Europe on TV. So meeting some of the drivers that my folks had in the car, you know, their household names, you know, Vern Schupan. Hurley Haywood. We gave Derek Daly his first IndyCar drive. We gave John.
I work with his son right
John
now.
Paul Jr. his first IndyCar drive. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, being able to hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, about what it was like in the day was just, you know, like dying and going to heaven for a kid like me at that stage. And I think Ben's kind of feeling that now, right?
Yeah, I have been. I don't have much experience in any of the IndyCar stuff because I wasn't born yet, but obviously growing up going to these races was massively inspirational, and being able to drive these historic cars in such a good group as Group 1, it's just massively fun.
Oh, I can imagine. Well, the car leading has, as you can imagine, a huge history. Raced in Canada, Europe, and even the Bahamas in the Nassau, and on the East Coast. In 1960, the Mark IV was sold to David Greenblatt, who won the Quebec Racing Drivers' Championship during the 1960 season and continued racing the Mark IV into the 61 season. Here's the 96 on track.
Those Alpha GTZs are beautiful, aren't they? I mean, they look like they're going fast standing still. It's a lot like that 2-liter Abarth Carrera, you know, competed in the same era. Low displacement, but highly aerodynamic. Did really well at Le Mans for the size of the engine.
Yeah, and that particular car has been to Velocity. This is its fourth venture at Velocity. It's also done Monterey, as you'd imagine. And so, yeah, it's had a busy time on the historic scene, but like you say, absolutely gorgeous. Well, I've always been a huge fan of Alpha cars, but I love that particular one. Just a little bit more cuter than some of them that they produce. There you go, Ben.
There it is. That's Ranson Webster's car, I believe. Yeah, he's become quite a driver too. He's been around for a long time. He went by me. He had a 935 K3 in the group I'm running in, and I felt.
Oh, somebody's gone into the dirt.
Oh,
I think it's just thrown up rather than he's in there. But go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to live a storybook picture. I was braking hard for the carousel, and I saw a flash of pink in my left mirror, and boom, you know, it's Ranson Webster in the K3 cut in front of me. He's 3 feet in front of my front bumper, and the two big streams of flame about 6 feet long go over my hood. I was like, do that again. That was awesome, you know. So
that's fun. Well, this particular Abarth Carrera GTL from 1960 also competed in Sebring in 1962.
Wow.
So that's a fair old time ago when you think about it.
Sure is.
That was 60 years ago.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most desirable Porsches ever made, you know.
Yeah. How are you finding the track? It had a resurface not that long ago, but it's hot out there, I know, and probably gets greasy in the afternoon, right, Ben?
This is actually my first time driving Sonoma other than on my sim, of course.
Okay, yeah. That's a bit different, but yeah.
It's quite a bit different. I've run mostly early in the morning, so the track's not too hot, but I did run a few sessions later in the day, and on those older tires and those 50s cars, it takes a toll on you, heat-wise and tire-wise, but other than that, I've been loving this track so far.
Cool. Andrew Cannon on track now in his Alfa Romeo GTZs from 64. Just behind him is the 102. Just trying to find out where he is in terms of position. He is down the field a little bit, but he is currently in 17th position. That's Steve Sannett in the 102. And a lot of this, yes, this is the battle for 16th, but a lot of this is just what I would call local skirmishes. Because once you find somebody who's at the same level or same speed or same skill level as you, you'll kind of, play a little in a polite way. But that is the fun of it all, isn't it? I mean, neither of these two in 16th are worried about who's leading the race. They're just having fun.
It's great to have a dice. And, these classes, Jonathan, Group 2 and Group 1, they feature a lot of David versus Goliath battles, which really makes it fun.
But that's how it was back then, too.
It was.
Yeah, I mean, the story of American racing is watching the Americans develop whatever muscle they could into more lightweight cars, because when the Europeans first came over, they really stole a march a little bit, because they frustrated the big muscle car proponents, because these delicate little Lotuses and Porsches were so lightweight that at places like Laguna, and to a certain extent here as well, because there's no major straights that they can use the grunt power. Same with Laguna. So it made it, like you say, a more David and Goliath type thing. And we had in the past a sort of mini versus muscle car action, and you see it visually, how the smaller displacement cars can actually compete with the finer cars. Now, you might recognize this guy. This guy won a championship in 2009. It was called Formula One. This is, once again, Jenson Button at the wheel, but this time of a Ferrari Testarossa. And he's a little bit more wary about this particular car. It's not his own. It's a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. So, again, not something you want to make a mistake in, but he looks fairly comfortable today. Great to have him here, isn't it?
Sure is. Wow, what a privilege. Ben gets to say he was in a legitimate motor race with a former Formula One world champion. How about that?
I know. I was talking to Ollie Crossway, who said he'd been up to Jenson and told him that he'd out-qualified him. And then he said, he's just like all the other racing drivers. He had an excuse about his brakes. And I said, well, he is a racing driver. You're all one and the same.
I told Ben to go up to Jenson and say, hey, Jenson, I had a plug wire off. Can we have a redo?
Can we have a redo? Yeah. That's great. So Jenson applying his trade to that Ferrari. And like I said, he was a little tentative yesterday, but you can understand why. Built by Ferrari back in the 60s, back in the 50s, these cars dominated the competition at Le Mans, 58, 60, 61, and they were obviously very much related to the Ferrari 250 line, especially the 250 GTO. And of course, Testarossa means red hair, just in case you were wondering, or redhead. And there were 19 customer cars equipped with pontoon fenders like you're seeing today. So, again, just very special cars. Don't think anybody's going to chase Meyer down, though. Jeffrey O'Neill staying firmly in second place. Jenson, though, making his way up. I went and had a closer look at that car. It really is gorgeous. Here's your leader. Getting close towards the checkered flag as well. So even though Jenson won in his own car, I don't think he's going to here. But the Sadler Mark IV on its way. Just gently easing it through the double right-hander and then back down the hill. Do you have any, what's the biggest problem you have with your car prep? Is there bits that you wonder whether it's going to last?
Yeah. And we've been really fortunate. We spent a lot more time on preparation before arriving at the event the last couple of years. Boy, has that paid off, But
really,
I think my regular job has become my avocation now, and this is my full-time job. It seems it's really time-consuming, and of course, it's so addictive. It's easy to get caught up in doing little detail stuff that isn't stuff you should be working on.
Yeah, how much work do you do before you come to an event?
Jonathan, I bet you I've got 2.5 months full time into this thing before.
Really?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, and that's just my time. That doesn't include the time that fellows that help us, experts in the various fields of automotive endeavor, work on the car for us. It's amazing the amount of time it takes to work on these things. And of course, one of the cars we have is a one-off, so you don't just go down to AutoZone and buy a replacement part. So, yeah.
Well, Checker Flag is out, and Greg Mayer, no surprise, is your winner of that Group 2 feature race. And nicely done, too. Jeffrey O'Neill stayed in second place and was just 3 seconds behind. Cameron Healy, who we mentioned right at the top, doing a great job in that number 55, gets another podium. Nicholas Finber in fourth. Gunnar Jeanette got it up to fifth. Just trying to see where Jensen popped out, but I don't think he was trying to change the world too much in that particular race. And great to see him out there, though. There you go. Results. Greg Meyer with the Sadler Mark IV with the victory over Jeffrey O'Neill in the Birdcage from Maserati 1960. Then Cameron Healy on the podium. Finber in fourth. Then Gunnar Jeanette up to fifth. David Swig, Steve McCory in seventh place. Arthur Connor, Robert Davis, and David Perkins in the Alpha. 18th place for Jensen Button, but I'm sure, in fact, he's got an Alfa Romeo he'll be back in later, so he'll be pushing it again, but it's just a delight to have the world champ here. We'll take a short break. My thanks to Team Wishart for coming in. Thank you very much, gents. Appreciate you being here. We'll take a short break from Sonoma. You're watching Velocity Invitational number 5. Stay with us.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
I found my way down here to Taylor Farm Sip and Savor Pavilion with celebrity chef Tyler Florence, and I just watched you cook an amazing Caesar salad, but more importantly, that steak. I can smell it behind me. What is it like to be out here at Velocity Invitational and share in motorsports along with cooking?
Motorsports in California has such a rich history, and we love being a part of that. We are neighbors here. We live in Marin County. I have restaurants in San Francisco, but we come up here all the time. It's a really important part of our year. We love sports. We also love motorsports. The NASCAR event up here is so spectacular, and Velocity is the car show of the year. The races are spectacular. The cars at the dealerships and also the racers and the enthusiasts bring out are like a collection. It's like a dream collection. You're never going to see cars like this in any other place other than at Velocity. This is the 5th year. It gets better every single year. And now with this cool food component to all of this, it's just getting better. We have so much fun, and all these fans. Did you guys have a good time today or what? Everybody's having fun. The food is spectacular. It's a little warm out here, but it's Northern California in our summer, and we're super excited to be here, so thanks.
Absolutely. The finer things in life. These people have great taste in cars, and they obviously have some great taste in food with you here today, so thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. So happy to be with everybody. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, let's check out some more racing on the track.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. And as you can see, it's fast and furious, as you'd hope and expect, because the racing continues. And we now move to our next category, which is Group 5, and that's 1966 to 1979 SCCA B sedan and C sedan cars under 2 litres of Trans Am and 2.5 litres. And it's their feature race. Now, this does involve, as you can see, a lot of Japanese makes, particularly the 510. So Troy Ermish, I'm sure, will be happy to talk about that. John Norman has a vast history as well. We were with you yesterday. Interesting listening to you. Guys, what have we got here for this Group 5 feature race as we go to green?
Well, we got quite a eclectic group. We got some Porsches, some BMWs, Alphas. Oh, we got one guy getting out of shape there. But, yeah, great group of guys. All 4 cylinders with the exception of a couple Porsches. And it's great competition, close-knit cars, well-handling cars. And looks like everybody's getting after it pretty hard here early on.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning when Trans Am was in its heyday from, the late 60s, early 70s, this was effectively the undercard. Same race, but the undercard, as you say, 2.5 litre and under 2 litre. And so they played a sort of a secondary role, but actually entertained just as hard the muscle cars.
Okay, it's interesting to note that the first Trans Am race, Sebring, Florida, in 1965, was actually won by an under 2 liter car.
Yes, it was.
Alfa Romeo GTA. They raced both under and over 2 liter in the same group until 1970, when the 2 liter cars were broken off because of how many there were into their own group. And that developed into the 2.5 challenge from 71 and 72. I actually raced in those days, and my old car, the number 58 Alpha, is out there charging from the back.
Lovely. Chet Taylor at the wheel of that.
Yes. Well, it's actually Billy Taylor.
Oh, okay.
Billy's
Glad you're here.
His dad, and Chet is his son, and they trade places.
Yeah, fair enough. Tim Breck, we just saw going by in the BMW from 1967.
Very historical car.
Oh,
That's
beautiful.
Original Trans Am ride. There's a 2-car team that Breck ran back in the 70s, and they're pretty competitive cars. In the orange and yellow, number 18, that's a Rob Dyson race car, original race car we restored. Doing quite well.
Actually, the BMW team was run by Hyde Park Motors in the day, driven by Carl Fredericks and Nels Miller. I had a lot of good races with over the years, because a lot of these cars, when the series was canceled at the end of the 72 season, became SCCA B sedans. But the competition continued for probably another 20 years. And now it's moved into vintage, where it's as strong as it ever was. So.
Yeah, you'll see that, in my opinion, I think it's some of the best racing, much like HTA. is a strong group of guys. They're all very passionate about these cars. They're well built, very durable in all the makes, and fun to drive. A lot of guys use these kind of a stepping stone entry level to maybe some more of the high dollar vintage makes and models, but all the guys always migrate back to these cars if they've ever had one in high school or ever had a relative that owned one. They can't wait to get back in one of these and compete with their friends, and putting on a good show here.
Yeah, no question about it. Lap 2 then of our Group 5, and it's a nice little competitive group, and evenly yoked, it seems, between the BMWs, the Porsches, and the 510s.
Yeah, currently we've got a BMW out front, and he's putting on kind of clinic here, and we'll see what Stewart can do, and they're charging hard.
Well, Kerry Eisenlaw has been into the booth a couple of times this weekend in that Porsche right now, and he had a bit of a run with it yesterday and had a few mechanical problems with it as well. Also got a little bit leery at a couple of places, but he came in soaking wet from the heat yesterday with a big grin on his face, so he was enjoying it, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Jensen Button didn't make the race.
No, well, he was in the last one, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, he was driving the Ferrari in the previous group and didn't have enough time to make the switch.
Yeah.
So.
They'll throw him in something, I'm sure.
And in second is Stuart Miley? Troy, that's the car you prepare?
Which car? Stewart?
Yeah.
Yeah, that car is in second right now. He purchased a car. He and both Daniel in the 16 car. They fly in from South America for this event. They can't wait.
Really?
Yeah, they're both from
Uruguay.
Argentina, and they've been spending time in Uruguay. And so we take care of their cars at our shop and prepare them and arrive. It's a arrive and drive program for those guys, and they're super competitive. They enjoy all the racing they can do in the States, and they usually try to get out here for at least 3 or 4 events in their 510s.
Yeah, I was looking at this group earlier in the weekend and noticing that most of the competitors were Californian, but I did notice that Brazil-Uruguay connection there. Punta del Este. There you go. And racing their 510s.
The number 3 and number 25 Alpha GTAs, driven by Roman Tucker and Sam Cummings, came from Michigan, and those were 2 of the most competitive cars. In fact, the 3 car won the 70 championship with Horst Queck driving, and Bert Everett drove the 25, I think was 3rd in the championship, and they had some great races back in the day. But those are 2 beautifully restored cars, and the other one I would do is give credit to Dave Stone, who worked really hard to put this group together for this event, and got a lot of encouraged these guys to come out and run. So,
yeah, I would agree. Dave Stone and Glenn Chu put together a tight group of historical B&C sedan cars that have an opportunity to run together a couple of times a year. I know they'd like more. There's other events that are non-historical, but these are special cars that really shine in these types of events where people can look back at how cars were built many years ago, and guys are driving them pretty hard for being 50, 55-year-old inexpensive grocery getters kind of back in the day.
Well, and it's a testament to how well they were made, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think some of these manufacturers, they were kind of ahead of their time, and they thought, what could we build inexpensively, and we can get a lot of miles out of it, and it's kind of a nice marquee. The 510 especially, I thought, was a inexpensive entry-level car, and SCCA kind of latched onto a production-based series that they really wanted a sedan-type group to come together, and so the B Sedan group is kind of born, and they kind of ran in parallel with Trans Am. So a lot of drivers would run both Trans Am 2.5 Challenge, and then they would run with SCCA, and obviously SCCA carried on well past 72 with these the small bore sedans. As time went on, the cars kind of got shelved, and a lot of people didn't really know that these cars were out there and how much fun they could be. And I would say probably in the last 20 years, 25 years, they've kind of sort of been unearthed, and they brought back out for people to enjoy. And especially for the drivers to get up on the wheel and drive them hard.
Yeah, we're just watching one of the only Toyota Corollas out there. We've been talking the 510s, and obviously now we know the Corolla well, but this is a 72 Corolla. Meanwhile, another 510, this one of Steve Link, the number 49.
That's a very early 510. It's a 1968 first-year production 510. It was also an original Trans Am car from the, I believe from 70 or 71. It's been a Trans Am car. It's pretty amazing. And that particular car there, the 9 car, that is a historical car that another one that we restored at our shop. That car has been a race car since 1973, and I had the pleasure of talking to the original owner, who was from Chicago. He bought that out of the actually not Yellow Pages. He bought that from the Want Ads, and he drove it home one day and decided he was going to race it, and he raced it for a year, and then moved on to racing Formula Vs, but his secondary job was driving trucks for Horace Quick.
That's interesting. So preparing 510s, what is there an Achilles heel that you come across a lot, or is it pretty much an easy car to work with?
Probably the easiest car. I think it's the least expensive, so that's probably why there's more of them than all the other makes kind of combined. But we just say, probably just the aluminum head and cast iron block. I think the one thing you just got to kind of watch out for in one of these is just making sure you're controlling temperature. But strut car, kind of like the BMW, and brakes are never really a big problem. It's no different than I think any of the other makes, just trying to stay on top of transmissions and differentials, because they're stressed pretty hard. Those components are stressed pretty hard when they're starting to make over 200 horsepower out of those little 4 cylinders. But essentially most of the cars really durable, and we're just the standard stuff, just packing bearings and changing fluids. They're a real working man's car.
Yeah, I see Jensen is in the race, and he's coming up from the rear. Moving.
Well, he's just probably taking his time, got in and jumped out and got in at the back.
Conversely to the 510s, the Alpha GTA is a very valuable car, so you don't see so many of them out racing. You see more of the steel-bodied GTVs, which were also run. But back in the 60s, when we were running FIA rules, the Alpha GTA was the Alpha that was raced, and not the GTV so much. In 71, SCCA adopted their own rules, and they wanted more based production cars, and the GTAs were no longer allowed, and so everyone was, converted over to the steel-bodied GTV.
Yeah, certainly agree with John that the Alpha value point probably twice plus of what you'd expect to see in a Datsun. And the BMW also is probably a tad more valuable than a 510. But I'll tell you, the upside to having a car that had less value is that there were more of them and there was more development. And with more development, I think that's why you'll see that the dominant car in this series over the years has been a Datsun 510. Although on the early on years, as the development was pretty even, I think it was anybody's race to win in the early years.
And of course, being part of Trans Am, it was race on Sunday, buy on Monday. So you could come out here and 70,000, 50,000 would come out here of a weekend for a Trans Am event and see these cars and think, yeah, that's what I drive. Or they would be inspired to go out and say, you know what, I don't think I would be a Japanese driver, a car of a Japanese car, but I think I might try one. And look at that for a lockup. Nicely done.
Big crossover move. That
Lovely.
was a great move for Aura. Put the pass on the BMW. Aura's another one of our customers, along with Tim. They do fly out from Texas, and it's a couple of cars we take care of at the track.
Aura Mount Cassian.
That's correct.
I finally got it right.
You got it. Yeah, he and Tim Probert both fly in from Houston, and we take care of a couple of cars for those guys.
Cool.
And I think you found, especially with Datsun, the factory was very interested in having a competitive car. So parts are developed, and they had a really good racers program where paying contingency for how well you did. And that and that really, balanced everything out.
Yeah, really helped pay dividends. And you could call the dealer. The dealer had a competition department, and if you wanted a special race transmission, you could actually get that transmission from Nissan, or a differential. Even carburetors, side draft Mikuni carburetors from Japan were available. A lot of performance parts you could get from the dealership. And then the dealers are also, as John mentioned, they would show up to the big pro races with a truck and a trailer. They would be able to support your product, their product, and your car if there was an issue and you needed something. They had it there, just like a auto parts store on wheels.
That's pretty cool.
I'm looking the race pretty tight with John Murray with about a 0.3 of a second lead.
Yeah, it's not much, is it?
Yeah, it's going to come right down to the wire like yesterday, I think.
It was a close one yesterday.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, they always put on a good show and a good race show too. But we've had a change, have we?
Yeah, I think we had that crossover move earlier.
Oh, Valkashian now in the lead.
Correct.
In the 66.
Yep, Ricardo Stewart milled in P2, Murray charging hard in third in the Porsche. So looks like we've got a little bit of everybody there in the mix.
Yeah, it's all happening. And still a few laps to go, a couple of laps to go in this one. And bit by bit, we've been watching Jensen too. He's up to 14th now, having come from the back.
Yeah, also the 9 car, we had a differential problem yesterday in Tim Probert's car, and so he had to start dead last, and he's made it up in the top 10.
Good. Yeah, great stuff. That's always hard.
Hey, John, what can you tell me about the right-hand drive GTA that's out there?
In 1966, the GTAs that ran in Europe were right-hand drive, and Alfa bought in 6 Auto Delta prepared right-hand drive GTAs, sold them to racers around the country. Right now, 4 of them are at this event.
So that's pretty incredible then.
Pretty incredible. Yeah. The one that I owned was bought by Sam Cummings. He just found it had been sitting in Southern California for 40 years.
Oh, wow.
And he's putting it back together and going to, restore it in the green 58 livery. Like
that's nice. That's a great
And there's one more that no one seems to know what happened to it. It would belong to a fellow named Jim Baker out of Atlanta who raced in some Trans Ams. So, but those of all the GTAs, those are the special ones.
I would think so.
Well, we've been watching.
And you didn't have to prepare those. You buy them. They had all the
ready to go
from
turnkey race car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
It was one of those that won. Jochen Rindt won the first Trans Am at Sebring in 1965.
Yeah, it's a little known historical fact that Jochen Rindt, one of the greatest drivers of all time, actually won the first Trans Am race.
and here's a little story that Troy can relate to. In practice, he flipped it.
Oh boy, I'm familiar with that.
And anyway, they pounded the top out. You see pictures of it, and it's pretty beat up looking, but I know Troy had a similar experience at the runoffs.
Yeah, the runoffs. We had a similar experience where I rolled the car over and was able to fix it down to Gasoline Alley. Fortunately, I was in Indianapolis, and there's a lot of resources there.
Yeah.
They fixed it, and we went out, and we won the runoffs in 2021.
That's a great story. Well, Arak Malkassian from Houston leading the way here in the closing stages of this one, and I'm glad he did come in to tell me how to pronounce his name, because he's going to be the winner, and I think he got an idea that he might be too, so he wanted to make sure it was all right. He said, I don't often race against Jensen Button. I said, no, that's true. I said, we want to get this right. But I think it's a thrill for everybody, and it's a thrill for the community for Jensen to not only take part, but not just act as an ambassador. He's jumped in with both feet. I mean, he's bought an Obtainium Fangio car. I mean, what a car to own, and in the future, what a car to be prized after once he's given up, and he's only 44. But once he decides he wants to move on and get into it and get another car, if he was to part ways with it, that car I could easily see at Pebble Beach fetching a fair number.
Yeah, they've been lined up.
Yeah.
Here they're coming down. Take the checkered.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight.
It's
a couple
pretty
of 510s.
tight. Yep. Side by side, Malkassian, though, takes the checkered flag ahead of Stuart Mill and does take victory in the 66. Stewart is second in the 18 and Murray in third. Elsinore, Carey, who's been in the booth several times, gets fourth place ahead of Say and Hurwitz in sixth. Probert getting up to seventh, having been down in ninth. And then Brecht, Barnett and Nicholas are your top 10. Jensen made it up to 12th in the end, having taken part in back-to-back group races. So I'm sure he'll want a break after this, but I do know he's probably going to be out again at some point. Who knows? But here's a full-page graphic of the results then, and it's a sweep for the top two of the Datsun 510s, both from 1972. Well done to Ara and Ricardo. Stuart Milne taking second. John Murray in third. Carey Eisenlaw in fourth position. Kelvin Say in fifth. Noah Hurwitz, Tim Probert, Tim Brecht, Dave Nicholas, and Ryan Clark in that Corolla, rounding out the top 10. My thanks both to Troy Ermish and to John Norman. Thank you for coming in. You're always welcome.
It's a pleasure.
It's always interesting to hear your experiences and your knowledge of the cars. Fantastic. So thank you for guiding us through that.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And enjoy the rest of your Velocity Invitation. I'm sure you'll be back in June. We just need to remind everybody, 6th to the 8th of June next year. So a big change around.
Yeah, big time. All right. Sounds good. Thank you again.
Not at all. Coming up, NASCAR. Stay with us from Velocity Invitational. Coming up, NASCAR. Stay with us from Velocity Invitational. And just want to say welcome the Price family having their get-together down at Turn 11 and all their employees. So congratulations to you, of course, Nick Price, a big member of the community. And while they enjoy the festivities of Turn 11, the best place to watch from, and we're watching from above, we'll head down to the latest interview that Kev has been up to down in Velocity Lane. Down to you, Kev.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Automated weather observation. Wind 240 at 20. Peak gusts 28. Sky condition clear. Temperature 23 Celsius.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back, cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Over.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Down here on Velocity Lane for Group 6, our NASCAR historic stock cars. And I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with JR. Before you throw that helmet on, how was it yesterday racing here at Sonoma?
It was a blast. I mean, I grew up watching this car race here from the Turn 2 grandstand. So just really cool to be here. It's my home track. Anytime I get a chance to get out at Sonoma Raceway, I love it. So being here in this thing, just extra fun. 700 horsepower makes it even more fun.
Absolutely pure American. There's a lot of non-American cars here. Have you had a chance to walk through the paddock and pick out a favorite yet?
Ooh, a favorite. That's tough.
Apart from the one you're in right now.
kind of a mix of American. There's a Bizzarini over there, a white Bizzarini that I think the Fudges own. That is just a beautiful car. Love the B sedan group. All the Alphas and all that stuff. So cool mix of cars here, just across the board. Obviously, walking around the pits, a lot of the cars that aren't racing out on track today are really cool. Great to see Travis here. So, yeah, just an awesome event. Lots to see.
Absolutely. Last question, ready to go out for a race. What is your game day face? How do you get ready to go out there and race?
Just this big smile on my face is my game day face here. So, yeah, looking forward to it today for sure.
Excellent. Well, I would say give them hail. I don't know if I can, but NASCAR guys are ready to go out on track. They're going racing. Everybody else has got their window nets up, so I'm not sure if I can get a quick word with anybody else. But take a look at these cars. Elliot can give you a nice, closer look at them. What beauties. This is probably my favorite cars to see out on the track. We didn't have these last year, so this is a real treat for me to get a really deeper look into NASCAR. You know, obviously growing up as a kid, we would have all those stuffies. I watch NASCAR with my dad every weekend. So what a treat it is to be down here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we will see these cars on track. Don't go anywhere.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution. With EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. I'm joined by a fellow Brit, and why not for a NASCAR race, I say. But he does know his NASCAR, and I feel like I've got myself studied in it, but I'm loving the idea of NASCAR. Now, Michael Thompson, we were trying to talk to him earlier, but he spoke to Kev Harris. Let's see if we can speak to him now. Let's head down to Velocity Lane with Kev.
Now, as a Brit, if I was to walk around the streets of, say, London and ask people to talk about motorsport in America, I'm pretty sure they'd start describing, without realizing it, some of the cars that I got stood behind me here, NASCAR. And this year at the Velocity, we're celebrating 76 years of NASCAR. And one man who can tell me all about it is stood alongside me right now. Michael Thompson, great to see you, my friend.
Very nice to see you.
It's great to be here. This is the first year that you guys have brought these cars out to the Velocity, and oh boy, you're putting on quite a show.
Yes, this first year we're here to put on a show for the fans. These are awesome cars. They're fun to drive, and the fans get behind them. So this is great, you know.
It is really great because I have to say we got 9 classes running here. You guys, I forget what group number you are, but when your 16 or so cars are lined up going that first lap before then you start to go, it's like nothing else that's here.
The roll of thunder of a V8 motor coming up those hills, you know, 8-10 cars deep is just mind-boggling.
Now, talk to me about NASCAR then, because for you, and probably like many enthusiasts who get into motorsport, it started out when you were much younger and just sitting at home watching the TV.
Yeah, much younger. In '79, the first fully televised NASCAR race at Daytona 500 was televised because they had a massive snowstorm on the East Coast and it shut down all the football games and everything, and that was the only thing on TV. Before that, we just got little snippets of NHRA and NASCAR on Wide World of Sports. And I was 13, 14 years old at the time, and I've been watching IndyCar and Monaco, you know, the big races, but that's first real induction into NASCAR that it's actually something that's attainable for a normal person.
I mean, quite remarkable that, you know, when I stand alongside these cars, you think it's attainable. They look terrifying to me. They look anything but attainable. But honestly, what are they like to drive? Because you got into driving them a little bit later in life as well. You weren't coming at it from like a pro driver point of view.
I spent many years as a crew chief working on teams, you know, with drivers, and I made the jump into the driver's seat at about 40, 45 years old. And sometimes I wish I would have started earlier because I'd had a lot more behind me. But it's a fun car to drive. There are lots of horsepower, lots of brakes. The tires are the least amount on the car. tires, the newer cars run bigger, wider tires, they got a lot more grip. The biggest thing is the grip in the tires. Yeah. But there's so much fun to go bouncing off the berms, and they're just great cars to go run.
We're familiar with NASCAR doing banked ovals, and, like I say, if you ask your average Englishman, that's what they think, you'd be doing all the time. You're obviously here at Sonoma, though. You got lefts and rights, you got ups and downs. It's a lot more than a banked oval. How do they handle it around a track like this?
They handle awesome around a track like this, set up right. Even back in the early 70s, they were running Watkins Glen and Riverside. So road courses, nothing new to NASCAR. They just don't run a lot of them.
Because it's quite a collection of cars that you've got here. We're going all the way from, I think, 1981 right up to 2013?
Yes, that is correct. 2013s are a lot faster cars. There's more developed. The 90s cars are a little bit slower, but we're still doing under 2 minutes in them. And the 80s cars are not that much far behind the 90s cars.
And if we were to talk about, NASCAR's heyday or the golden era, what are we talking about here?
We're talking late 80s through the 90s. When they started getting to 2000s is when the real push, the media and everything came up. But the heyday of the cars being factory-backed was, in that era of the 80s and 90s.
And that was a time, really, as well, when television was king, wasn't it? So it's getting beamed in homes all around the US. And that's why, really, I suppose, the liveries of these cars, they're just iconic, aren't they? Everyone remembers them.
Up on the TV. I mean, the biggest thing that, we got on the TV in 79 for Daytona, and then TNN brought on NASCAR on their programming and Speed Channel, and it just went to national Fox and those guys. So it's just grown immensely.
And the car that we stood in front of as well, the Quaker State car, number 26, a 1995 Ford Thunderbird, that's yours. That's got quite a history to it as well.
Yes, it's got quite a history. It's a King Racing car. King Racing was owned by Kenny Bernstein, one of the kings of drag racing. And for 7 races, he had Steve Kinzer, the king of outlaws, 20-time champions in the outlaws, running the car.
Phenomenal stuff. Listen, Michael, I could stand and talk to you all day because all these cars got lots of stories, but I can tell you the people here at Velocity are loving seeing you go out, so I do hope you're going to come back.
Yes, we hope to get invited back. We want to put on a great show for them to get invited back because these cars are just awesome. They bring out the fans.
Well, Michael, I tell you what, you bought about 16 cars here this year, but I reckon this time next year you could probably double it.
We're really hoping to do that.
Thanks ever so much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
So there you go, celebrating 76 years of NASCAR.
And perfect timing, how about that? Quaker State right there in front of you coming into turn 11. And I'm joined by Danny Peters, fellow Brit, and I'm joined once again by Carrie Eisenlaw, who's just literally fresh off the track in his Porsche and just hiding in the air conditioning, as is his wont. So I've traded him air conditioning for his knowledge, and he's here to share that.
You finally got my last name right, so I'm done for the weekend.
There
I don't have to keep coming back.
I tend to, by Sunday night I've got it all down, and then for a year later I'm finished. Great to have you, Danny. And even though you are a fellow Englishman, you do love your NASCAR.
I do. You don't want to talk about soccer today?
No, well, I always like to talk about soccer.
No, I do love NASCAR. I've been writing a column on NASCAR for about 16 years,
oh,
and
wow.
I shoot about 8 to 10 races a year. That's what I'm here doing today, just shooting. So
cool. And I'm really pleased because I've done quite a few historic events, but we never seem to see a group of NASCAR cars like we see today, and I'm really excited. And a lot of these cars are the road race prepared cars that raced at Sonoma in the day. And so I was looking up, for example, that Richard Petty car was 21st here at Sonoma back in the day. Meanwhile, Bill Elliott was also around that time. Cal Petty in 97 finished here at Sonoma in 13th. So, these cars, Jeff Gordon, of course, there's a Jeff Gordon car out there. But this Hot Wheels car, beautiful, the number 44, and it too, like every one of these cars, has a great history.
yeah, that Hot Wheels car driven by Kyle Petty, son of the King, son of Richard Petty. Kyle had 8 wins in 829 races in NASCAR, had a hugely long career. And one of the racing royalty, the Petty family.
Well, and I love the fact that Petty went over to Goodwood.
Yes.
I think that's great. I mean, we're finally we're bridging the pond is getting smaller. Right? Is that true, Carrie?
Yeah, I think so.
If we're embracing NASCAR in Britain, especially at Goodwood, I say, Hail Mary, that's fantastic.
It's fun stuff. I've been here watching this weekend, and I'm kind of thinking over the winter I might have to get one of these things.
Ah, good for you. Well, now, let everybody know, what do you use? Because you've just come off the track. You were in a Porsche.
Most of my
what else have you
background's
been running?
in sports car racing, a lot of endurance racing, Sebring, Daytona, that type of racing back in the 80s primarily. My last race was in 99, but I wasn't doing too much through the 90s.
I want to say he looks fresh as a daisy just coming off the track. You know?
He doesn't look bad.
You really just raced?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get back in another car here in a minute, too, I think.
Well, he's using his pit stops wisely. He's getting way better aircon than being outside in the heat, because it is hot today. Is it a struggle out there?
Yeah, it is. It's pretty warm out there. But there's some really, really cool cars here with some great history that are out there. A lot of Daytona winners that are out there. Now, the one thing they explain, too, is that they have the super speedway cars, and they actually have a different chassis that they bring for road racing. And they started road racing way back in they used to race mostly at airports and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it was when they got done with Riverside, they started to race here in Sonoma, I believe in 89.
89.
Yeah. And this was really the big challenge, because they'd been on these big open airport tracks that they would build up and stuff, but nothing tight, nothing as technical as this, and kind of to that time. So this is this really changed the road racing spirit of it.
And back in the day when there were only the likes of sort of Sonoma, Watkins Glen, Riverside, they would bring in ringers. They would bring in guys that were specialists at road racing, probably from sports car racing. And that still continues today, to be honest. But now those ringers are regular guys like Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, guys that know road coursing, and, of course, more recently, Shane Van Gisbergen, because, of course, that is his bread and butter. He was like, street circuit, I got this, in Chicago. Yeah, and I think it's been to NASCAR's benefit to open up 2 more road courses. COTA now part of that, but Watkins Glen, Sonoma still very much a part of the scene. But it's changed NASCAR in that now you can't just be an oval specialist. Now, what's happened to the 44? Doesn't look good.
Looks like it might be engine.
Yeah.
He was smoking a little earlier, so might have had a problem.
That's J.R. Hill
To add
around
to
the
your
course,
road
Pontiac.
racing, back in the time, one of the guys that I used to run against a little bit in road racing was Tommy Kendall, which a lot of people know that name, and they brought Tommy in early on doing this.
And
the
he was a
wild
Trans
thing-
Am man, really.
Yeah, and he was a Trans Am guy, and he did a lot of IMSA stuff. Tommy did a lot of stuff, but they had the foot cam on him because they weren't used to watching people shift and do so much, and it was really fun to watch his feet and how he's working and left foot
Well, they
braking
did the
and
same with
everything they
Shane
could do
in
to-
Chicago 2 years ago when he first arrived.
Yeah.
They had a camera live,
Yeah.
and a lot of the guys were looking at it going, what on earth is he doing?
Yeah.
And learning. And I think actually a few of them have started adjusting themselves
Cool
to
stuff.
how they go about it.
Yeah, to your point about road courses, we have 4 this year. Austin, as you mentioned, Sonoma and Watkins Glen. We've got the Charlotte Roval as well.
Yep.
And we've had the Chicago Street Course. And this year what's unique is that we have 2 road courses in the playoffs. So we have the Roval and we have Watkins Glen for the first time
In the playoff.
in the playoffs.
Ooh, that's gonna be interesting.
In the 10-race playoffs. So it really is going to make you really have to be good on these road courses now to get to that championship.
Well, it's certainly played into the hands of a Kyle Larson, who is good at it. And I actually think that's healthy, because the bottom line is it's no good complaining that, I'm not good on the road courses. Well, you got to be, that's the game. Whatever we throw at you, and it might be mud at Martinsville, you've got to know what you're doing.
Yeah, and I think all the ovals are so different as well. You've got the 0.526 mile paperclip at Martinsville, and you've got the 36 degrees of banking 2.5 mile track at Talladega, the triangular track at Pocono. So I think there's this sort of misperception sometimes around, all ovals are the same, but different surfaces, concrete at Dover, and you've got to be good on all of them.
And Carrie, I, like many, and I'm sure Danny's probably the same, when you first watch NASCAR and oval racing, we are under caution after that, so that the oil that's gone down, there we go. But Carrie, just talk to this for a second. When you first watch NASCAR, it seems to the uninitiated, there's not much to it. And I say that knowing what I'm about to say, which is
Then I spoke to Boris Said, who told me, and I know, given the family he has, and now his son coming through into Trans Am, but Boris Said is one of the most famous drivers, NASCAR, Xfinity, you name it, sports cars, IMSA, everything. He's done it all. But he said, when you are in mid-pack at Daytona in a NASCAR, you really know you are in a race. Dealing with the drafts, the side draft, the suck from behind and above and below, he said it is the highest form of racing I've ever been part of. And I just wondered what you would thought
Yeah,
about
and I've never been fortunate enough to get out there and do that, but watched it very closely. And there's all air does at the speed they're at and with the airs. And if you notice, a lot of the crab when they're coming down the super speedways, because they get them a little sideways to make them slipperier when they go through there. And it tells you the air, if you just move the air just a little bit, it'll send guys up into the wall. So you've got to really be 100% focused the whole time on what's going on and know who's in front of you and how far and what they're doing. And there's so much to understand. Where in road racing, you don't think about aerodynamics much, except for like at a couple of places where the cars, when you suck down behind them and they flip you up in the air, like at Le Mans
and also when you're in slicks and wings, you get to a certain point where you get close enough and you know you're going to get that wash. You know where it's going to be, and you kind of either choose to stay away from it, then pick your moment to overtake. But racing in the wash is not also going to help the tires. And so, and yet they're dealing with this every second.
Yes, and what you understand about cars and road racing is so much different here, and you've got to stay focused the whole time, and you're looking at different strategy by far. So it's another game, and that's when you're talking about some of the drivers, which I used to love. You don't see it as much, but back in the AJ Foyt time and stuff like that, those guys drove everything. They'd be down at Baja, they'd be at different places. And when I used to run at Daytona in the 80s, I used to notice a lot. No one talked about it much, but all these guys would come to Daytona and they'd drive in kind of quietly at the 24, so they were getting used to and getting ready for the season and stuff. And I was actually out there in the day with Earnhardt and stuff, and I'd look at that and go, wow, that's Dale Earnhardt. And he'd run the Corvettes and stuff like that. And so those guys, it was real cool because they'd go drive everything and then focus. And I don't know if there's as much of that nowadays as there was, because it's, there's different training and everything else that goes on. But
it's really probably just Kyle Larson that does that now, I would say.
That guy's amazing.
And, before another guy who won his final race of his illustrious 3 championship career, Tony Stewart, is another one who drives in a lot of different
the sprints
things.
And everything like that. And Carl does the sprint racing and stuff too. And that's another complete animal is doing sprint cars.
And Kyle, of course, acquitted himself really well in the Indy 500. And he's going to do that again next year. So I think he's going to get a top 5 next year.
Yeah, there's every reason why to think that he might be able to do it. Well, as you can see, they're putting the dry set down and trying to get the oil off the track, because we saw it ourselves. It was quite a big let go, and so could be a few laps. So we might just get a couple of laps sprint at the end of it, but that doesn't matter. We've got time to talk about NASCAR and its development. We heard in that interview at the beginning of the race, 79, a real turning point when TV came along, and I think that has been the secret sauce, if you will. They've managed to do a really good job, because they started on it was a country network, didn't they? Right at the beginning, but then they got major TV, and from there on in, they've never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, we have Fox and NBC that run the full schedule now, and next season we'll have TNT and Amazon coming in for races as well. So that's going to be another new wrinkle. Dale Jr. is going to head up that Amazon coverage. But
he was great, by the way. Yeah, I mean, he's awesome as a broadcaster too.
Amazing broadcaster. And speaking of amazing broadcasters, we've just had Lee take over as
the old mate of mine
as the Cup Series broadcaster. So we got an Australian.
I know
broadcasting NASCAR.
Well, it's giving me hope. I want to be the first Brit to get involved at a level in NASCAR, because I'd love to do it. Lee, I took over World Superbikes from Lee Diffie back in the day. He came over to England and lived over there, worked with Andrew Marriott, I'm sure you know. And, I'm delighted for Lee Diffie. He's going to be heading up the NBC coverage for NASCAR, and I just think he will also take it up a next level. He also did Trans Am when he first arrived here, and we've been following each other's careers for a while now, but great broadcaster, and I'm delighted it's going to be a strong team.
Yeah, he's really made made a good start right from the first race, and he's been very popular. People are loving his coverage. Maybe not understanding every word he says as an Australian, but
I think we've reached a point, Carrie, where if you appreciate the sport, you appreciate motorsport. It doesn't matter what the accent is, and everybody's got you can see here's two Brits talking about NASCAR, but we love it, and there's nothing better. I think you've got all forms of motorsport, and especially if you live here in the States, as I do, you can't help but get enthused by it and be part of it. I made it a mission of mine to learn about NASCAR because I like so many people, didn't know much about it and was foreign to it. But I realized the money involved, the sponsorship involved, and I think what Steve Phelps is doing is brilliant at the moment. Is it Phelps? Yeah. Phelps is doing at the moment. Really good job of trying to make it more diverse, protecting the likes of Bubba Wallace when we had that situation with him. Really trying to open it up. I think we will see more races abroad. Mexico now going on board next season, and that's a good sign. And it's going to be great for Suarez and Trackhouse and so on and so forth. Van Gisbergen, I do think that Justin Marks, what he's doing and giving a chance to people like Jensen Button and Kvyat and now Van Gisbergen a chance to go NASCAR racing. We saw Kimi back in the day. I think my appreciation for NASCAR went up when Montoya, who was my big hero in Formula One, and I followed his whole career, and when he came to NASCAR, I was like, right, this is it. He's going to show these boys how to do it. He did not. And I don't mean that detrimentally. He raced hard, as Montoya always does. I just thought he was the kind of guy that would shake it up a little bit, and he did, but he was never, nor was Ambrose, somebody that just, dominated because you'd expect them to.
Yeah, they had wins on the road courses, but like you say, there wasn't that dominance that you might have thought from Montoya. And just going back to Suarez a second, Suarez won his first race here at Sonoma in 2022.
That's right.
And it was a joyous celebration. The crowd really warmed to him, and it was amazing to see.
Really cool. Well, we're under caution here. We've had one of the cars go off and drop a fair bit of oil, so we're making sure that we don't hurt these precious cars, because the last time you want to put a V8 across there, but it's going to be checkered flag this time, and we're going to bring him in. So I think that's, unfortunately, all they're going to get. But we've had a chance to see them anyway. And, long may it continue that we have NASCAR Historics here, because it's a very, very important part. I mean, when you think that Jeff Gordon was born a couple of miles from here, and he had a massive impact on the sport of NASCAR, as did Jimmy Johnson more recently. And,
Kevin Harvick from Bakersfield.
There you go, yep.
We were trying to think of his name the other day.
Kevin Harvick.
Yeah. So one of the cars I just saw, too, the older Cutlass that's out there, that car actually won Talladega in 1985, which is kind of cool. There's a lot of
this weekend Talladega,
Yeah,
it's happening right now.
Yeah.
And I was hearing you guys talk about the Kiwis and stuff like that, and the only thing I learned one time when I was listening to you guys speak, and it wouldn't be you, I'm sorry, Brits, but it was a Kiwi, and he was talking, and I found out they named their cars because he was talking about car 18. And I'm thinking, 18, why didn't he? 18, when I saw the car go by. See, I had to learn how to speak Kiwi in order to know what he says. It's an 18 car out there.
I did. Yeah, give it full jangle, mate. Scott McLaughlin.
Yeah, we just have to learn a little bit, and then we got it. So.
Yeah.
And for all you guys listening out there, he's actually...
I've made Danny laugh.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. I'm impressed with that.
I actually know Scott. So.
Jeff Gordon, of course, the all-time road course winner in NASCAR with 9.
Yes, absolutely.
Chase Elliott, who you mentioned, talked a little bit about yesterday, with 7 is in third, behind Tony Stewart with 8 wins.
Yeah, and I think we're moving away, and Jeff Gordon kind of started it, away from this Southern-only kind of NASCAR thing. Now it really is a multicultural, multi-international sport with some of the greatest drivers in the world. And I say, bring them more, bring them on. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Danny. We'll take a short break here from Velocity Invitational. More to come, though. Don't go away.
Well, this really has to be one of the most fun parts of the job, coming to the Velocity Invitational. Not just meeting the drivers and the famous faces, but meeting the fans. Look at this guy here. He's obviously a huge Formula One guy, huge McLaren guy. Piastri on the back here, but just getting the signatures from the Arrow McLaren's team here. So look at you. How excited are you right now?
Oh, I'm so excited. I've been following Nolan Siegel since he was a rookie in USF 2000. Yeah. So to see him in IndyCar now and out here at Sonoma is just amazing. So,
well, enjoy the moment. I won't spoil it for you, sir, but get the autographs. Look at that. That's what this is all about. While the action is taking place down there, let's grab a little word with the girls at this end. Ladies, Pippa, great to see you. How much do you enjoy this part of the job?
You know, it's always fantastic to meet the fans, but I got into racing because I love driving race cars, let's be honest. That's why I got into this.
And Michelle as well, I've just sat in on a great Women in Motorsport panel with you. You girls, you know, you're championing the cause and you're saying the right things and doing the right things.
It's always great to hear that. But this stuff for me is awesome. They make me feel like a superhero, which is always super cool, but very humbling.
You are superheroes.
Thank you. We're all trying, so appreciate everybody coming out, and yeah, can't wait to see everybody.
Yeah, and Sabre, this is great, isn't it? The future's bright for you. You're on the ascendancy, so you better get used to this, right?
I wouldn't be too upset about that. So if you say so, I'll keep doing it.
I'll let you crack on for a minute. You got some fans. Get involved. Get involved. How excited are you, sir, right now?
I'm very excited myself.
Who are you here to see this weekend? Who are you keen for?
Well, technically, I just came with my daughter, though. I'm more.
It's you. You're excited.
I am excited.
I'll let you get your autographs. Go on, get involved there. A lot of fun, a lot of excitement down here at the autograph session. Don't waste your moments. Grab some autographs from the ladies too. Look at the McLaren fans. Look at this. The shirt is signed as well, is it? Or is that a screen proof?
Yeah.
Big moment for you then, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for Austin 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, exactly, right. So, Arrow's IndyCar or more Formula One for you?
I'm more Formula One, but these guys are awesome. It's good to see young guys, fast drivers.
And did you come out, it was last year, we had Lando here?
No, I'm from Seattle. I didn't make it out last year, but...
Well, enjoy the moments. Great excitement here. Brilliant to see the papaya and black here. Look at Lando Norris shirt. They were roadblocked to see Lando last year, and look at this year with Christian and Nolan and Tony and Ramon Grosjean at the end there as well. The buzz down here is so good. It's so exciting. I'm absolutely loving it. Look at the excitement. You can sometimes take it for granted when you work at events like this and you get to meet race car drivers and famous faces. But when you're a fan like this man, that's the smile. That's what this is all about.
It totally is.
Who are you smiling to see?
I'm so glad to see Romain, especially after the Bahrain crash. We watched it live, and I was like, wow. To see him come out alive and then being this and driving, it is unbelievable.
Also, the next week, he came back and watched the race as well. Yeah. It's crazy.
And you got Lando Norris on the back of your shirt. Big F1 fan?
Yeah.
Super stuff. Well, go on, carry on, get your autographs, and thanks for talking to us, guys. I'm just going to step in here because Roman Grosjean has been here now for, well, he's been here, Roman, I'm just going to step in. Forgive me. Please keep entertaining the fans. You've been here now for a day and a half. When we spoke to you yesterday, I think you were just arriving. How are you finding it? You've driven a few more cars since we last spoke to you.
Absolutely, it's been fantastic, honestly. It's been a great weekend with a lot of beautiful cars out there. Having a lot more fun than I thought I was going to have driving cars. So I think all of us, we've seen cars that we've seen growing up, and we've had poster in our bedrooms, and then seeing the fans coming, and having a great time and enjoying cars. We're lucky to be race car drivers, but we're race fans first of all.
Yeah, exactly. And the guys from DirtFish got you out in a rally car just before, didn't they?
Yeah, that's my first love. I started watching rally when I was, 6 years old or so. So I was a Lancia Delta guy, but I was lucky to drive the S4 some years ago, and the Peugeot was here this morning. I said, I want to try the Peugeot, so that was fun.
Listen, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to step out because we're causing a roadblock, but enjoy the rest of your weekend. Look at this, the McLaren fans, the Ramon fans, they are all just loving it. Look at the smile on this lady's face. This is what it's all about. Son getting a photo of mum, and then mum will get one of son, and dad's following along behind. Look at this. This is great. This is what it's all about at the Velocity Invitational. This is great. This is what it's all about at the Velocity Invitational.
Yeah, fantastic. The interest in modern drivers is, and it's great to see so many youngsters here at a historic event, and also being smart enough to realize this is a great opportunity. I can assure you that Roman and Tony, Yeah, they'll do their job at an IndyCar weekend, but to have them in this relaxed environment where they've got time for you and to hang out with us on TV is just fantastic. So great, and hats off to all of them for being so professional, giving up their time when they can be relaxing with family, in Roman's case back in Florida, or flying his plane. As if you've got a copy of the program, you can read up on what Roman's been up to, but definitely settled into the American way of life. We're getting them one by one. Got a French ace, we've got the British ex-world champion, and they're all starting to make their way over to the States and enjoy, as I do, the American way of life and also the American way of racing. And talking of American way of racing, not only is Velocity Invitational about the past and a celebration of that past, it's also about the present and the future, as we take a look now at some hypercars out on track. And this is a big exhibition for what I would call unobtainium. We've also got some joyrides going on as well. There's, coming out of the mist, the gorilla that is the Senna McLaren that Tony Kanaan was at the wheel of yesterday. I don't know if he's at the wheel of it again today, but that is a beauty. We've got an Apollo IE out there. That Senna is a 327 from 2019. Jerome Pohil driving the car, and like I said, though this weekend we're not surprised to see whoever shows up in it. Like I said, Tony Kanaan's driven it, and he, of course, a huge Senna fan and now part of the McLaren family. He must be tickled pink. He's just become vice president, vice principal of the Arrow McLaren for IndyCar team, and at just the right time too, because there's youngsters like Nolan Siegel, who's here this weekend as well, and Christine Lundgaard making their way, and to be able to dive into the knowledge of a man who's not only won the 500 and the series, but has been pretty much a part of the furniture at Indy for the last 20 years or so, is going to put McLaren in good health for the future, and they're racing against what has been one of the toughest fields. It's I think this is also, we talk about NASCAR being at the top of its game. IndyCar currently, I've not seen a stronger field in IndyCar or IMSA in a long, long time, and it really is quite a special time in motor racing. We've got a Bugatti Chiron out there, 57, 7-speed, 1,500 brake horsepower. Think about that. Ugh, unbelievable. And of course, what makes a hypercar is the fact that it's kind of unobtainium, or you basically get a blank piece of paper and draw up and design and build the best you possibly can, the fastest, the most beautiful, the most expensive. Now, you've heard of a supercar. Well, to be a hypercar, you have to be pretty much over 800 brake horsepower to start with, and most of them are limited edition, and therefore pretty much start, I would have thought the cheapest hypercar you're going to get is probably about 800, 900,000, and that's for its basic iteration. And you can get into some pretty heavy money once you go past that. We've also got a Mercedes CLK GTR Roadster. Not all of these cars are on track. They've put the moniker of track and static, so they are displayed throughout the day here right by the pit lane, and then some of them, not all of them, go out. We've also got a Lamborghini VT, completed in December 1993. And as an Italian home market example, this was a Lamborghini Diablo VT, finished in its first current silver mist exterior. So keep an eye out for that one. And it was also driven by, of all people, Formula One champion Michael Schumacher, 7-time world champion for Auto Build magazine back in 1994 after testing the car at the track. Not bad. Loved it. Now, here's that electric Porsche Spider. And I had a closer look at that earlier in the weekend. Beautiful car, as you'd expect. In baby blue. Don't forget, if you get a chance and you're of mind and set to do so, we are announcing next year's event, and we're getting out early, June 6th to June 8th. We want to let everybody know that is the time and place for Velocity Invitational, so we're moving it back earlier into the summer, so June 6th to June 8th, 2025. And if you get your tickets today, if you are on site, you will get a chance to get a better price. So go for that and join us here at Velocity as we take a look at the famous Golf colors of Ford GT. We've got several GTs out there at the moment. We've got a 2024 GT Mark IV. We've got a 2006, a couple of 2005s. I'm just trying to see which one I want to tell you about. Let's have a look at that Mark IV. Yeah, that was the produced in 2024 and got on track at Road Atlanta and is one of 67 cars. That Mark IV, VIN number 13. And I think that's partly due to the fact that I think Riley and Carcraft have a bit to do with that. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, Carcraft have been looking after some of the more modern iterations of the Carcraft Mark IV, as they're calling it, and Riley having a part in that. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of different Ford GTs out there this weekend. I want you to hear these cars as much as possible. So we've got a Zonda F Pagani out there. We've got Harrier Roadster as well from 2017. I mentioned the Apollo IE. And that Bugatti Chiron from 2019. Now, this is a similar car to what Roman Grosjean drove yesterday. This one in the Golf colors. And if you want to get a real insight into how Ford came back to racing and took on the mighty Ferrari at Le Mans, because that was the quest back in the mid-60s, was to do that. And a lot of Californians were involved in that project. Carroll Shelby, Ken Miles, you name it. And, of course, Ford versus Ferrari, the movie. Go see it. It is a very accurate and very well done movie, because a lot of racing movies are not. And like the film Le Mans, which also was a very good movie about racing, you really get a sense of how they went about trying to create the ultimate car to take on Ferrari. Ferrari was very, not rude, that's the wrong word, but very unsure. Like, I'm trying to think of a right word without being rude to Enzo, but he didn't think much of what was going on the other side of the pond, and he felt his cars were just superior, and he dominated. Ferrari had dominated for a long time, and so Ford said, right, all hands to the pump, let's do this. And they worked hard on it. They won at Daytona, kept developing it, kept fettling with it, and finally got a brilliant win in the hands of Chris Amon, Bruce McLaren, and in fact they even did a marketing 1, 2, 3 to try to cross the line together, but in the end it was the two Kiwis in the all-black GT40 who took victory in that 66 Le Mans. And I was very privileged to sit down for an hour with Chris Amon, whose racing career was not as successful as it should have been, to be honest, in Formula One at least. Never really won in Formula One, but came so close. But he got his glory, and he got his Le Mans win, and he also got a replica car, same colour, in the black, sent to him into New Zealand, and he did drive it before he passed away, I'm glad to say, on his farm in Bulls in New Zealand. So great story, and sadly missed Chris Amon, but so too so many drivers that have gone by the wayside. And this year we will remember Parnelli Jones with great reverence, one of the greatest drivers in American history. And yesterday Tony Kanaan took his ex-Trans Am car to a podium. A bit of a surprise, to be honest. He didn't know he was going to drive it until the boss, Jeffrey O'Neill, said, hey, you take it for a spin. Qualified 13th, or it was qualified 13th, and Tony jumped in and took it up to 3rd. And as part of these exhibitions, we've had lots of different cars. We've also had an exhibition of C and D type Jags out there. We've had a bunch of low-rider Impalas. They are based under the main grandstand. And if you are here and you haven't seen those yet, definitely worth a look down there. We've also got some, what I would call static NASCARs here. Bill Elliott's car is here. And we've also got some Pan America cars that take part in, or have taken part in, the Pan America race and rally. Back with the electric Spider from Porsche. I have to say, as you'd expect with Porsche, it's a doozy, and you can tell immediately from the front nose that it is a Porsche. And whoever's in the passenger seat is having a good time. To what? So, this is our hypercar demonstration, and it's concluding in a moment as the Porsche comes into the last complex, 11 and 12 again, gets back on the power. Beautiful. Gets back on the power. Beautiful. Up to 4th gear and across the line. And there's the checkered flag for our hypercars, so it's great to see them out in action. So we go from the past to the future and to the present and to the latest designs. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Sonoma after this.
racetrack to road. Mobil One Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
Down here on Velocity Lane with Group 7. I'm going to try to get a word with Martin before he takes off. We've got that 3-minute board. You're now on the pole. That first place car said he wanted to start in the back. What are your thoughts heading into the race?
I don't know. I just inherited a position, so I'll take it. Hopefully I can keep it. We'll see, but having a fantastic time here at Velocity Invitational, so this just got better, just got a little better.
It just got a lot better, I think, getting that #1 spot. What's your favorite turn on the track?
Turn 2. I like going up into the sky. That's fun.
Oh.
Yep, yeah.
I like it. Well, best of luck out there in your group.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, thanks, Martin. I was able to catch a quick word. We've still got that 3-minute board. I don't know if I'll be able to get a word with any of these other guys. Let's head down to this third car down here. This is car number 55, Chet Taylor. Obviously a great name. Let me see if I can catch a word with Chet. Chet, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to the race.
It's very, very hot. How are you feeling? Getting ready to get that air in your face, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to lifting my visor at the end of the race. It'll feel really good. It felt great yesterday.
Yeah. You're up here at the front of the pack. What's it going to take to get to that one spot?
I don't know. I'm going to try and get them. I was really close with Martin and Rob yesterday, but there's some really fast cars starting behind us, so I think they'll get around us eventually, but I'm just going to try sticking with them.
All right. Well, Chet is ready to go. We're getting that 1-minute warning, and I can hear these guys firing up. So let's get to racing. I'm going to head to Jonathan in the booth.
Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, appreciate it. And I'm here, joined by Scott Durnick. Delightfully so. He has been out on the track earlier today and joins me here in the booth. First of all, I'm going to ask, before we turn to our IMSA GT FIA Group 4 et al., Group 7, Scott, what are the conditions like there? It was slippery yesterday. Is it any better today?
Yeah, it was really hot. It was pretty slick. Yesterday, the track late in the day was really slick. It almost felt like your front tires didn't have much control authority. These are the conditions. This is the hand we're dealt, and it's a great event, a great venue, and we're here to have a good time. So there we go.
Group 7. This is 72 to 81. IMSA GT, AA GT. I don't know AA GT. FIA Group 4, I do know, and Group 5. So quite an eclectic group.
It is, yeah. There's a big disparity in cars here. There's cars like the Decon Monza, which are dedicated tube frame, big V8 racing transmission. Then there's other cars like the 914-6. Production based, admittedly upgraded suspension and things like that. Then cars that even are a little bit closer to the production car, like some of the BMWs in 3.0 and 3.5. 3.0 especially, they had lighter bodywork and they had revised suspension. But there's no mistaking that's a car that somebody somewhere is driving to the store to pick up some coffee.
I have to say, though, Group 7, not for the faint-hearted. These are not a car that you can just throw an amateur at and say, knock yourself out. These are proper racing cars. You need to know what you're doing to drive these well and to drive these proficiently. We do have quite a strong field of guys who fit that. Martin Lauber we saw there, Charles Nierberg, you mentioned. Carrie's out there. He was going to try to get out there in his Porsche. But Cameron Healy, these are good name drivers, of course. Ransom Webster, Richard Goldsmith. These are guys that know how to pedal.
Yeah, it's not their first trip to the rodeo. They've been around the block. There's some serious hardware out there. The RSRs are certainly extremely capable cars. The cars you're going to see are surprisingly faster. The Decon Monzas. Everybody thinks of those as some sort of GM Econobox from the 70s, but I think other than maybe the emblem on the side, there's not much else about a Decon Monza that's in common with the cars around the track right now.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me, looking across this field, that the governing authority board putting this together must have been a real struggle to try to get so many different cars from so many different walks of life, so to speak, all in one group and have it not go awry or have complaints or not have, balance of performance, whatever you might call it. But because it's such an eclectic group, it must have been hard at the time to get them all racing together.
Yeah, in period, the classes were a little more stratified. There was Group 4, Group 5. There were balance of performance issues. The RSRs were forced to carry some weight. The Decon Monzas eventually carried some weight, but the Decon Monza had an advantage that it was classed differently because it used a production-based pushrod engine. So all these cars use production-based engines, but there was a lot of granularity in the rules about configuration and then advantages and minimum weights. It was a pretty complex landscape.
Here we go then. And watch the 49, the black and yellow from the start of this one. He's had a good run so far, and it's got a great history. We'll tell you about it, but he's just slotting in to second place as they head up the hill for the first time.
How do I turn it down? All right, so you got a Porsche 280Z sandwich with a Porsche there, two RSRs and the 280Z in the middle. They're at first you'd think, oh my God, there's a Porsche and there's the 280Zs, but the 280Z is also a 6-cylinder engine of similar displacement, a little bit less, but they were allowed to run lighter than the Porsche RSRs. And this is a track that rewards a car that has a little bit of oversteer and changes direction well. And the 280Z is very good at that. So we'll see how these guys go.
That Datsun 240, the number 49, in second place at the moment. That was actually a pace car. There he is.
Yeah, there he goes.
He was a pace car for the 1972 California 500. There you go.
Yeah, and it's also not Mr. Fuller's first trip to the rodeo. He is the driving force behind Datsun 510 racing and vintage racing. So he's certainly no stranger to the track. You can see a little oversteer getting invoked in the RSR in front there, and that's going to happen in the S's in a Porsche.
And it was the 240 that Paul Newman made his fame in racing terms, right?
Yep, absolutely. Through Newman Sharp Racing, and he was always a vigorous supporter of the Datsun cars.
64, originally an SCCA race car bearing what appears to be a 1969 912 chassis number. Interesting.
Yeah, which is quite interesting. Yeah, they're certainly there were no 912s that looked like that, but that's the chassis that they started with.
Interesting. But that's all part of the history.
Now you can see the number 4 car, Charlie Nierberg, looks the car in 4th place that just got passed. Looks like he's struggling a bit. Charlie is a very good driver.
Yeah.
Has a lot of cars and a lot of experience, but looks like he's a bit off the pace here.
Well, Charlie is, if you like, the epitome of what historic racing is all about. He has a collection of cars in Dallas, Texas. He's a performing, brilliant driver in his own right. He owns Formula One cars. He drives them. He has a land speed record from Bonneville. He's the real deal, isn't he?
Yeah, now look at this big Greenwood Corvette moving up. When you come to power, this thing is not messing around. Look at the size of the tires on that. I mean, these were, a private company, Greenwood, took Corvettes and modified them for racing. You can get some idea of the increase in track width. Just look at it from the rear. Look at those big screens behind the rear tires. So he is reeling these guys in every time the road straightens out, and that big V8 just gets to be opened up. You can see how low he runs at the front to try and keep the air out from under the car. The cars in their day were quite fearsome. They ran at Le Mans and terrorized many a Ferrari with the big Greenwood Corvettes.
Yep. 427 cubic inch motor with Kinsler crossflow fuel injection, renowned for reaching speeds at Daytona anyway. 224 on the bank.
Yeah, just a little 7.4 liter Chevy. That's all. There you go, a little 7 liter Chevy.
Ridiculous. I love it.
Yeah. Now here's Charlie coming back up on the front straight here. The 914.6s handle very well, but they can't match the power of the Corvette or the Decon Monza, and aerodynamically, they're not really great either. So even with a driver like Charlie, there's only so much you're going to do with one of these cars.
I talked to Charlie about the fact that some days he's going from a car like that to a Formula One car and then back to something else. How does he get his head around it? He said sometimes it is a bit confusing, especially when you're going from, disc or drum brakes or, a power difference. Obviously, the track is completely different when you have different kinds of cars from different eras. So,
yeah, and it's funny, Charlie and I were talking about this as both of us have been racing a long time, and as we're getting older, we're being more drawn to cars with smaller displacement that handle really well, as opposed to bigger cars with bigger tires that don't handle as well, but might have a lot of horsepower. You can see there that 911 just muscled his way around him there. There was no way Charlie was going to keep behind him much longer. Look at the difference in tire size between that 911-based car and the 914-6.
1980s Winston IMSA GTO series. That's what that number 41 competed on, and was specifically built for.
Right. So that's a car that's mostly tube frame with the center section of the standard Porsche, and the rules were pretty dynamic then. They were changing every few years. Yeah,
you could see from the
here's
bodywork.
Another Corvette making its way up in the field here, and that's car number 25.
Yeah, that's
Chris Springer.
Chris Springer.
Yeah, 1968 Corvette. Also being harried by what looks like a Decon Monza behind him. Yeah, there we go. There's two Decon Monzas. That red one is Kenny Epsman, I'm sure. And the, can't see the number yet on the white car. Number 6. Number 6 is Rick Jeffrey, no stranger to the Decon Monza or Group 7 cars either.
Well, that Corvette held the most national championship titles in its era, run throughout the West Coast in Trans Am and IMSA. And so it has a good history too, for sure.
Sure. Yeah, people often, it's easy to complain about the lack of parity in vintage racing, but when you look a little closer and spend a little more time, what ends up happening is you have 3 or 4 races within a race. These 4 guys are within 15, 20 car lengths of each other. The guys at the front are having a similar thing. Epsman just threaded his way past another car there, and I suspect Mr. Rick Jeffrey will be the next one to be seeing Ken Epsman's taillights when the opportunity arises. And it looks like it's going to arise right here. And he gets the Corvette at the same time. So Ken is really, really good in this particular car. He's very comfortable with it. He's been racing it for a long time. It's really well set up. And if you know Ken, he's such a shy guy, he hardly ever talks about it.
Well, it was the Decon was built by Decon Engineering and modified by Dylan Spencer and driven by Chris Cord and Jim Adams through 1982.
Boy, talk about an honor roll of people there. Yep. Dylan Spencer, one of the greatest fabricators ever on the West Coast. Chris Cord certainly needs no introduction there. I mean, a bunch of good people involved with that car for a long time. You can see the rules required. You see the stock rear bumper and the stock rear taillights in that last shot. They're dwarfed by all the flares and fenders, but that's what the class required back then. They also had to have a stock front windscreen.
Now, this Decon was driven by an ex-Olympic snow skier, Jerry Jolly.
Mm-hmm.
I like that story.
Well. And I would say things must be pretty stable at the front since we're not getting much view there.
Yeah, Martin Labber, I think, might have. Well, he's not checked out, but Byrne's given him a good run for his money. But not a surprise to see Martin at the front.
Mm-hmm.
Epsman making his way through. He's now 7.
Yeah, but I mean, if I had Byrne in my mirrors and he was only 0.07 of a lap behind me, and it looks like Byrne just took the lead from Lauer. There we go.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, that's pretty tough sledding against a well-driven Greenwood vet here. That's one of those cars that just works well here. The RSR does not have the horsepower to answer the question when the Greenwood asks.
And as we said, in a straight line, that is a fast motor car.
Yeah.
It's actually been rumored to get not rumored, but it's down here on its bio saying that John Greenwood himself took the car above 230 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, that's not as big an advantage here at Sonoma as you would think. You see how close Martin's getting behind him. There's not a lot of full throttle time at this track.
No, there isn't.
That's one reason why it's so challenging. And so in some ways, he's carrying all the weight and mass to produce all that big horsepower, but he's not able to use it as much. One thing that might be coming into play here a little bit, the Porsches on really hot days face, since they're air-cooled, face some power production challenges. When the Porsche oil temperature gets much over 220, the engines are quite challenged, whereas if the Greenwood Vet has got a lot of cooling, and even if he loses a little horsepower, he's still in good shape. Epsman's steadily working his way up. I don't have a grid sheet. Where did he start? He started well back.
I think outside the top 10 for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he's certainly made quite a good charge, and he just put Mr. Nierberg behind him, and now he's going to be closing on Hill. There's your front four, and again, those guys have been close all race.
Yeah, like you say, this is rare that you get so much close racing at the front. Usually what you do get, as you say, in historics is pockets of racing.
Yeah.
It could be anywhere. In fact, actually, he started 19th. There you
go.
Yeah,
and Kenny is notorious for this. He'll sandbag in qualifying and then work his way up through the track.
Yeah, well, Patrick Byrne, of course, I hadn't realised this. I've seen Patrick out there, but I didn't realise he's an ex-Asian Le Mans Series champion, double SCCA regional champion, so a pretty handy peddler.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why he's at the front.
It's one of those irritating combinations of a good car and a good driver.
Yeah.
It's really annoying when it comes together, I know.
Who's this upstart Button everybody's been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, the guy wins a few races in another country and thinks he's all over.
I know. Yeah. What are you going to do? Delighted to have him on board. He's a Californian now,
Now, what has happened to Martin Lauber? It looks like he is not figuring in the front three anymore.
That's interesting.
I'm telling you, I think Martin was down on power. I really do. Martin can really pedal, and he was just not able to stay with him.
Now, that's the 6 of Jeffrey.
Yep.
And the Decon Monza from 76. Currently in 6th. But we've been watching this nice little three-way battle here.
Oh, no, that's Lauber in front.
No, Lauber's still there.
The Corvette has dropped out.
Yes.
The Corvette has dropped out. I've got to stop drinking at lunch. Yeah, the Corvette has dropped out, so now we're back to where we started with the 2 Porsches and the Datsun. And, of course, here's Kenny making his charge, now in 4th. And I don't know if he's got enough laps left to get this
to get up further,
yeah. He's only 4 seconds behind. And those guys are busy fighting with each other, which is going to play into Kenny's favor.
Yeah, he's got a few laps to do it.
Kenny has only got, 1,647,000 laps of this course under his belt. So, and very good driver.
What would you say
very good sportsman.
Is your most raced laps around a circuit? Where have you done the most?
Probably Laguna and Thunder Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, our Group 7 is spread out, but not at the front.
No, Martin's doing a good job keeping them behind him.
Yep. So it's Lauber, Taylor, and Fuller. Epsman coming. There you see
there he is.
Ken Epsman. He's not far away at all.
Now there's a real problem because Kenny can see his quarry.
Yeah.
And that's when it gets dangerous.
Seeing is believing in motor racing. That's an expression that should have been invented for racing.
If you can get to a video screen, you should watch this because this is going to be something to see, I think. Look where they're braking, and then if the camera pans to it, look where Epsman's going to brake, and hopefully they'll see him hurl this car through the S's.
Yeah, he's not far behind right now.
Kenny wears this car like an old pair of shoes. He's really comfortable in it, and he can really hustle that car around.
Big wide line there by Lauber, but he swings it, slingshots it round.
I think Fuller's tires are probably getting hot. Whoa, there we go. No, that's not what we want to see. No. Oh man, that's a shame.
That's a shame. And what happened? Lauber got, I think, on just got a wheel off. He went wide and then found himself trying to grapple back because I was surprised to see him as wide as he was.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Yeah, what a shame. Both really good drivers, but it's so hot out there, and the tires are carrying so much heat, and they're driving hard.
Yeah.
And as we all know, the tires get pretty non-linear when they start exceeding their optimal temperature range.
So now, what's that going to do? Because
that's going to put Taylor in first and Epsman in second once they go past start-finish.
Well, we got a full course caution, so I think that could be how we finish it too, because it's going to be a while to get those out the way. Luckily, well, I say luckily, but it was, I think, a concrete piece that won't change having to adjust the track at all.
Right.
But those cars are going to have to be towed away, I'm afraid.
Now, I hate to say this, but it looks like Mr. Goldsmith passed under the yellow there. He went by that Corvette.
That's a very good point.
And unless there's a time machine here on track somewhere, that was clearly yellow.
Your eyes don't deceive you. I saw it too. I did see it.
So now clearly the Corvette is realizing, he's like, hey, buddy, I want my space back because they're under a yellow, and he's crowding them in the turn. Maybe Goldsmith will figure it out. Oh, boy,
No.
he's given him every gentleman's notice he could that he took a position under yellow.
Yeah. Well, he should see the yellow.
He should, but, sometimes things get a little misty out there.
Yep, I get it.
So it looks like we're going to go back to a full course green, though.
Well, that would be good. If we can finish the race, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
We'll soon find out.
Yeah, we'll see when we get a shot coming out of the carousel there.
So Taylor leads from Epsman and now Hill. Jeffrey up to 4th. Lindbergh, he's counting his lucky stars. He's gone from 10th to 5th.
Yeah. It's worked out well for him, just being patient. Yeah. Now so we must be off the yellow because there's another pass there.
Yeah. Well, and here's Carey.
Yep.
Eisenlaw. Eisenlaw. I'll get it right. I finally got it right. Eisenlaw. Great name. Good German name. And there's the 55 coming into shot. That's the 911 RSR from 74. Chet Taylor at the wheel.
So I'd like to see what kind of progress Epson's making at the front there. I suspect the pressure is now on.
Yeah, he's got to go for the win now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so we've still got the double wave yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah.
So
that's a Sam Posey car there.
Yeah, but help me out here, Jonathan. I've seen at least 3 or 4 passes, but that looks like a full course yellow, doesn't it? Maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, no, that to me looks like a full course yellow because it's a double yellow.
Yeah.
And look, yellow again.
Double yellow there.
So that would mean that it's not a local. It's a full course yellow. So you're right. No overtaking should be allowed.
We've just described several good passes.
Yep.
So
don't ask me. Don't ask me. Will's gone mad.
Somebody's crawling here. Is that the pace car? No.
No, that's... I don't know who that is, but it's not the pace car, no. Well, we had the NASCAR finish under safety. This is going to probably do the same.
Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to have figured out now that the race is on pause. But I don't see where the leaders are at this point.
Well, it's still showing Taylor, Epsman, and Hill.
Yeah.
That makes sense because certainly the caution came out before Epsman had a chance to do anything about it.
So did we get a bunch of back markers in between Epsman and Hill? Because otherwise Kenny would be right on the bumper of Taylor under a yellow flag for sure. He's a pretty savvy guy.
Yeah, that's where the clear up is on aisle 6, so to speak.
Clean up on aisle 6, bring them up.
I'm afraid so. No, I joke about it, but no, I hate to see any of these cars.
No, it's terrible.
Get damaged.
Andrew Cannon in a Batmobile there, followed by Byron Sanborn. Byron, another excellent driver. He's driven just about everything. Oh, that's what's happened. So Kenny is trapped between back markers.
Okay.
And the leader has wisely decided to gap everybody.
Yeah, and it's lap 10, so I think, to be honest, we're going to finish
put paid, but
here.
Certainly the drive of the day by Mr. Epsman there.
Still got one car in the wall.
Yeah.
Well.
And that's a shame because Martin, not too that long ago, they finished an extensive restoration on that car.
Yeah, it was a weird one because he just touched a wheel on the grass, and it just shows you it's so dry here in this part of California. Not a lot of rain in the summer, and once you get on that, it's
the other
like
thing
ice.
that happens there is that there's a drop off in the pavement. So once the wheel has gone over that, you're kind of hooked on that side of it, and pretty tough to recover from that one.
So it's going to be Chet Taylor in a surprise win in the 74 911 RSR.
No kidding. Yeah, that's great.
RSR, and well done to him as he comes out at 12 and will greet the checkered flag in a surprise win. He probably won't know why he's won yet.
because the leaders had, or
well,
a couple of the
I'm
leaders
sure
held on.
he's seen the crash.
Yeah,
so,
he's
he
gone
figured
past
it
it,
out.
so he's figured it out. So that concludes it, and good stuff. Top three being Chet Taylor, Ken Epsman, who we thought might win the race if it had gone and stayed green, and John Hill, the top three. Rick Jeffrey in fourth position, Richard Goldsmith in fifth, and Chris Springer in sixth position. Well, as we finish off that under safety, we'll take a short break. My thanks once again to Scott Durnick coming in and enjoying this one with us. I hope you've enjoyed your weekend.
Absolutely. It's been great that this event just gets better every year. Next year it's going to be in June, which couldn't be more perfect. We'll be back to the balance of a great event at the beginning of summer and a great event at the end of summer, and really looking forward to it. I think Jeff and his team, Ardell and Ryan, all those guys have done just a fantastic job. Very user-friendly and just a great race. We all look forward to it.
Well put. June 6th to June 8th. Put it in your diary. Come on, join us next time out at Velocity Invitational. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more action after this.
Well, the great thing about coming to an event like the Velocity is the people you meet, and I'm really pleased to say a chap who I spotted at Goodwood earlier this year with a pretty interesting car cover is sat alongside me right now, James Kirkham. James, great to see you here, my friend. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. Talk to me about the raw spec AMG car that's behind us, because this is one of the stars of the show.
Thank you for having us, first of all. The raw spec program is really inspired by Ken Block, to be honest. He was a good friend of mine. It's our way of trying to grow the sport. Michelin's been so kind to have us here, and I say that because this is our platform to bring in premier partners into our world and bring this world to the world in new ways. So we've done some pretty crazy things, like driving it through the streets of LA, or lifting it to the top of the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel and having an insane party with all sorts of people from the entertainment industry there, and then driving it in the desert with this Unimog, because why not? So yeah, we're happy to be here, having a lot of fun. Celebrating the historic chassis here, the C190 Mercedes AMG chassis, and seeing how good these Michelin tires really are.
Well, the Michelin tires are doing a great job for you, because you're running in the global time attack class this weekend. That's not something you'd ordinarily do with this car, but talk to me about that series and how you're having fun with those guys this weekend.
Yeah, so time attack is really cool because it's really approachable. Racing barrier of entry is really high, and it can be really expensive. And time attack, it's still heavy competition, and we're having a lot of fun. It's like you said, it's not something I typically do with the car, but anytime you're challenged to go put a fast lap down, I'm down. We're out there with Scott Speed. We did the hill climb earlier, went backwards. That was pretty cool. Finished on the podium with flanked by 2 Formula One drivers. So I think we're doing all right, and the car's putting on a show. It's really loud, and we just added some power, so we'll see how we go in the time attack class.
Yeah, I mean, was there ever a point in your life when you thought that would be happening to you on the podium with Formula One drivers and running lap times against Scott Speed?
You know, to be honest, I love Scott. I used to have such a grudge against him because he was the American, same age as me. He won in a karting championship that I was in, and went to Formula One. And I used to watch all the races and be like, Scott Speed. And then I got to know him really well, and yeah, it's just an honor to be here running wheel to wheel with him now.
And also, as we talk about people who are doing things well, Jeff O'Neill now in his 5th year of doing the Velocity Invitational. For me, I've worked on this 4 times. This seems to be getting better and better every year. And one event that I've already referenced and you know all about is the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Jeff's trying to bring a bit of that over here, isn't he, into the West Coast sunshine?
Yeah, you know what? I have to say, I didn't expect it to be this cool. I just didn't, and I'm very impressed. The cars that are here, the people that are here, the just taking part in it as a driver is phenomenal. We got to do Goodwood this year, which was such an honor. We were featured as one of 8 cars for representing Mercedes-Benz 130 years of motorsport, which was big honor. I mean, it's really cool. And we went from there to Pebble Beach, and we're, you know, the stripes that you see behind us here in this Michelin booth were on their activation at Pebble Beach, you know, so making a black and white brand quite colorful, and really proud. But I say that to say that after doing all the events we've done, this is easily at the top of my list, especially of how participatory it is. There's so many drivers and such an opportunity to have fun, and I think at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it really is, and the caliber of cars that's here. Jeff and Ryan, who put this whole thing together, they sort of curate some great cars in these classes, don't they?
They really do. I got to just run in the NASCAR Group 6. I ran out of brakes in like 3 laps, unfortunately. But I'll tell you, I felt like Rusty Wallace there for a minute. And, you know, it's pretty cool. I'm lined up next to the Earnhardt car, you know, and next to that's another Rusty Wallace car. I mean, even in that class. And then you see what's happening in the Trans Am cars, and you see Jensen Button jumping out of random cars. You know, it's pretty cool. I signed autographs next to Tony Kanaan, jumped in the elevator with him yesterday at the hotel. You know, it's really cool. I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, listen, and it's an honor talking to you. Thanks ever so much for taking the time to do it. You're going to be racing again in Global Time Attack. You got more sessions to run this weekend. You're hoping to do great things. You're going to get Scott Speed on the podium, take the top step away from him.
I actually think we have something for him. We'll see. I saw a little fear in his eyes because he saw us updating the computer. So I think we got a little more power. Tomorrow morning we'll see. We're going to put some stickers on and run pretty fast. It'll be greasy today, but we'll see what we got. I mean, even just the time attack, the hill climb, it was a whole different chassis. So we'll see.
James, thanks for talking to us. Thanks to AMG and Michelin for making all of this possible, and all of your sponsors, and very best of luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
There you go. How about that? James Kirkham and the AMG Raw Spec car. What a thing that is.
From racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Welcome back to Velocity Invitational. And yes, it does look a little bit misty, doesn't it? But it's not. It's not mist at all, I can assure you. It's just Travis Pastrana lousying up the place in the greatest possible way because he has got the Huckster out there, the Subaru. And I'm not the only fanboy out here. Evidently, now all the drivers are getting in on this because J.R. Hildebrand is now taking a ride with Travis as he does a little bit of his gymkhana. And evidently Tony Kanaan is about to jump in and do the same. So that is just great stories. That is the spirit of Velocity Invitational. And it's a chance for crossing over in the motorsport realm from one category to another. And it just shows you IndyCar drivers enjoy what Travis does just as much as we do, and they're getting a chance to be passengers with him, so that's great to see. What a thrill. And if you've just joined us and you haven't seen any of this, we have one of over an 800 brake horsepower 1983 Subaru out there in the hands of the greatest of all, and that is, of course, Travis Pastrana. And it's known as the Huckster. And all part of the Hoonigan scene, the Gymkhana scene that, of course, Ken Block made so famous. And now Travis continuing the legacy with Ken sadly no longer with us. And we do believe that Travis has a very special man on board. And, of course, the 8 times X Games gold medalist is going to give a joyride to the ex-Indy 500 winner. And I got a feeling that Kanaan is probably going to be a terrible passenger, because there's one thing I know about racing drivers. They love being in control of a race car at speed. They don't like being a passenger, I can assure you. But then again, it's Travis. A couple of donuts for breakfast, and then we'll head to the tough stuff. A little flick. Hard on the anchors, getting the wing out, and there you go, there's your flick. And look at this. Oh, perfectly done. Now you got to get through here. There you go, look at that. Rally style, a multiple American rally champion, as well as his own series, more recently with Nitro Cross. And we are very blessed to have a guy like Travis Pastrana, who travels the world. And if you go on YouTube and you look up Gymkhana and either Ken Block or Travis Pastrana or any others, there's plenty who do it, but certainly they have the biggest names. Now, full 360, and this will be followed by a very careful loop around the bollard. There you go. In between the two. absolute precision by Travis. Kennard's going to be taking this one home to the kids. Look at this. He's going to try and make it dizzy. Travis comes out of a whirlwind of smoke and then back to the pits because he's run out of tires. I love it. Absolutely superb. We're getting a great display here of what is known as the Huckster. And it also follows in the footsteps of the Air Slayer, and we've even got the sort of latest version from Subaru with Scott Speed here. We'll see that in the time attack as he tries to go even faster, though I think in the hotter conditions it's going to be hot, too hot perhaps for Scott Speed to go any lower than he's gone, but we'll see. That's the beauty of time attack. The idea is exactly that. You try to change the car, set it up differently for the conditions, and try to go faster. And that is the essence of time attack. But we've just seen a demonstration by Travis. And I'll be interested to see if it is Tony that emerges. He's certainly got a face full of smoke there. And he's put on a couple of demonstrations. Only came today, and so we're milking as much as we can of his time and track time on Velocity Invitational, because it's a busy schedule, as you can imagine, and there's so much going on here. While you're watching the track evidence, there's almost so much going on behind the scenes. We've got simulators, we've got vendors selling clothing, we've got food, wine, sipping, you name it. We've even got a chef here, celebrity chefs putting together meals and sharing their secrets. So out he emerges. Yeah, there is Kanan. It looks like he enjoyed it. He kind of looked a bit shell-shocked there. Now, from one superhero to another, why don't we see what Roman Grosjean has been up to? He's another one of the celebrities who's been here this weekend. And earlier in the day, Taylor caught up with him.
Back down here at DirtFish, I run into somebody I didn't think I would run into in this part of town. Romain Grosjean, you had a chance to jump behind the wheel of one of these cars earlier. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, I actually grew up watching rally cars, and that's my first love. So I was born in '86. That's the year they stopped the Group B's, right? Henri Toivonen was one of the guys I admire. The Lancia was my car, and I was lucky to drive it some years ago, and I saw the Peugeot 205 here. I was like, guys at DirtFish, can I give it a go? And I was allowed to drive the car this morning. It was fantastic. I mean, you can't believe it's almost 40 years old.
And did you get a chance to check out Travis Pastrana out there doing some donuts?
Yeah, that was fun. I mean, you know, a big fan of Travis. Of course, everything is done. So it was having fun. I think all of us having a lot of fun, and that's great for the fans.
And let's talk about you. I just asked you a second ago, are you going to jump in anything else? Who knows around here, right? Have you picked a favorite car or picked a favorite ride out there on the track yet?
Oh, there's a lot of them. I think, you know, all of those cars, I've been growing watching them, you know. So we could walk and I could tell you down. So anything that comes, you know, I'll drive it and have fun.
Any word of advice for fans thinking about coming to this event next year in June?
No excuse. Should be here. It's fantastic. Come here, you. Come here. We're just talking about you. We're just talking about you.
That's how a professional does it. See, I was going in the background to make him laugh or mess up, but he just brings it straight in. So, sir,
welcome on board, brother.
Good to be here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I asked him if he saw you or if he got in your car yet.
Has not, but we should do a swap. No, drivers don't like to get in other drivers' vehicles.
I was gonna say, who would you trust?
Myself, I wouldn't jump next to me, so.
Well, especially when there's another driver, you always know that driver's probably going to critique you. You're like, oh, I'll do it just a little more. So I don't care how good they are. It just means you're going faster when you hit the wall or the tree. So, but I would probably trust you.
Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah. I would not trust you.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Oh my gosh. Travis Pastrana stepping in. Well, hopefully we're not going to see any co-driving here, but great to chat with you here. Thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you.
What a wild thing. You never know who you're going to run into here at Velocity Invitational.
Great moment. What a great... well done, Taylor. That's not easy. When somebody basically crash lands your interview with a very important driver, and it's kind of usurped by another important driver. But, yeah, we had the perfect conversation there. No, racing drivers don't tend to jump into each other's cars too often. And, yeah, this is about one of the few occasions you'll see it. But clearly, Travis having a lot of fun. So Travis is out the car while they re-prepare it. We'll take a short break here at Velocity. We'll be back with more as we continue with this great coverage of Velocity Invitational. Welcome back, and as you can see, the drifting boys are out in full flare and doing their bit. Well, they were, and I think we're going to get a little demo from them too later. We saw them practicing earlier in the weekend, but that's their domain over there, that little track that you saw Travis on, and we've got several other drifters that have got their cars on track and ready to go, or at least... Now, we've been talking a lot about one particular man, and he is, of course, the inspiration and the heartbeat behind this event, and that is Jeffrey O'Neill. He is a wineman by trade, but he is an enthusiast for motorsports by heart, and he is the man who basically conceived the idea of Velocity Invitational, a combination of the wine country and motor racing at its finest, a touch of Goodwood where possible, and a chance to have some fun. And he's doing just that and is bringing that sense of fun to all of us here. And we caught up with him earlier in the day.
So if you're going to put on an event like this, it takes the vision of one person to get everything right. And the man that's been getting it right now for 5 years is stood alongside me, Jeff O'Neill. Jeff, here we are again in the California sunshine up at turn 11. And you've pulled out all the stops this year.
Well, here we are in our fifth event. But I will point out that one person doesn't make this event. It is an amazing team that we've got. But this is our biggest ever. You can hear in the background, or maybe you can't. Ryan Turek in a 500 horsepower pickup truck.
It is incredible. We're up here at turn 11 at the driver's lounge, and it's the best seats in the house, probably, because we're right on this turn. And like you say, Ryan Turek doing a great job in the drift car, the pickup truck. But the names you've got here this year as well, people are coming to the Velocity.
We've got some great guests this year. We've got Tony Kanaan, Indianapolis 500 winner. We've got the two newest drivers for McLaren Indy, Nolan Siegel and Christian Lingard, and they are just the most wonderful young guys. I hope everybody gets a chance to meet them someday.
Yeah, exactly. The young guys are loving coming along, but we've also got Jenson Button here and Scott Speed. Scott Speed's like the original sort of journeyman driver. He's driven everything. He's having the time of his life. And Jenson Button is grinning from ear to ear. Formula One world champion here, just getting to drive all kinds of things.
It's really amazing. Yeah, Jenson came. He brought his 1953 C-Type Jag, driven by another world champion, a guy named Juan Manuel Fangio.
He's kind of famous.
And he's kind of famous. For those of you that are younger than 50, he was the greatest driver of all time in the 1950s. So it's pretty unbelievable. And we've got Romain Grosjean here, who had 11 series in Formula One, and now driving Indy, and these guys are just fabulous.
They are, and what I like when you walk around here and you see Romain, you see Jensen, you see these guys, they're just enjoying themselves, aren't they? Because they're kind of like, they've won the World Championships, they've done the big races, and now somebody says, hey, do you want to drive that 250 Testarossa that's over there worth like $10 million? And they go, oh, yeah.
40 million, but who's counting? Yeah, I mean, look, these guys have had a ball. I put Tony Kanaan, Indianapolis 500 winner, in the Parnelli Jones Boss Mustang. He went out yesterday, had a blast.
They're just the same as all of us. They're just car guys who are excited to be here. They're having fun. But as well, expanding beyond the cars this year as well. Cooking demonstrations, wine. We're in Sonoma. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. We've got a wine tasting pavilion. We got Tyler Florence doing cooking demonstrations. So we have a little something for the entire family. We've got lowrider cars, drift cars, supercars, hypercars. You name the car, we've got it here. And a helicopter.
I was about to say, if you want to get home in a hurry, Bell helicopters are just parked on the lawn over there. Jeff, you're a busy man, so I won't hold you up, but thanks ever so much for having us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
There you go. The Velocity Invitational, in its 5th year, just goes from strength to strength.
Certainly does. And as you can see, high above the Sonoma Raceway. And there's a bit of pause to the action on track. So why don't we have another little look at a feature we've made about Kindred. Taylor taking us away with the latest from Kindred. Down to you, Taylor.
I've made my way over to Kindred Motorworks, and I'm here with Juan to tell me about these incredible Broncos behind me. We've got some great race cars, but we're taking things up a notch here, aren't we?
We are. Behind us, we've got the Kindred Bronco. It's completely modernized, so we take the base donor Bronco, and we completely redo everything from there. So we've got a brand new Ford Performance Gen 3 Coyote V8, matched to a 10-speed automatic transmission, Atlas 2 transfer case, brand new axles, new suspension, the whole 9 yards, Apple CarPlay, heated seats, you name it, we've done it. Complete frame-off restoration offered for our clients.
So taking a classic and turning it into luxury, right? And then not only that behind me, but there's another one over here to my left that's a little bit different. Tell me about that one.
So that's our latest and greatest. So we've essentially taken it through the same Kindred treatment where we've completely taken it apart and rebuilt it, except that one has a fully electric powertrain. So all-wheel drive, 2 300 horsepower motors, and enough battery to get you where you need to go and back.
I love it. And all the fans here, they've really been enjoying these Broncos. I mean, really a taste for everybody. How are you guys enjoying the Velocity Invitational thus far?
It's very hot. This is great. I'm a car guy, so this is like a candy store for me. You see some cars here that you hardly ever even see in museums, so it's a treat just to be here. Glad the Velocity invited us here, and we're able to host such a cool audience and see some cool things along the way. We've spoken to great clients, had a great time on track yesterday, and hoping to round the weekend out with more success. So.
Excellent. Well, great chatting with you. If you guys are in the pits, head on over to Kindred Motorworks and check out these absolutely incredible Broncos. More racing coming up soon. Back on Velocity Lane for Group 9. I'm going to see if I can get a word with number 45 car right here. I've got Ken Adams. Ken, sorry, can I grab a quick word with you? How's it going? Are you ready for this race?
I am ready. It's kind of fun. I'm actually enjoying the heat, believe it or not.
Aren't you real? It's almost 100 degrees. I saw those track temps, but this car must have some fun out there then.
Oh, it's good. It's a lot of work. No power steering, no power brakes, but it's a blast.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can tell you're ready and you're up front, ready to start that baby up.
Thank you.
All right, have a good time out there, Ken. Let me see if I can grab one more word with Patrick Byrne over here in the 2X car. We've got our 2-minute warning. How's it going? Are you ready for today's race?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, the impeccable guys got the car ready. I'm here ready. Yeah, it's going to be a fun race. We got Kanan behind me. We got Adams in front of me. It's no better place.
I love it. Well, best of luck out there.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show.
All right, let's see if we can grab one more. Well, where's our driver at? Is this our Kanan?
Tony's pooped out. He's been driving so much, I think he's had enough. He just got out of the bird cage.
Okay, okay.
Jeff's trying to get his gear on and get here as soon as he can.
This is Jeffrey O'Neill's ride. I remember, yes, Tony Kanan took a ride in this one yesterday. He's gotten his hands on everything here, so maybe Jeff O'Neill can make it. Yeah. We're getting the 2-minute board. This is the longest 2 minutes I've ever seen.
It is. Well, he's hustling. He's trying to get here. He's got a golf cart, so he might have to roll out in the back, but he'll get here.
I don't think that'll be a problem for Tony Kanan.
No, not Tony, for Jeff.
Oh, for Jeff O'Neill.
Yeah.
We'll see who gets here. If not, it's going to be a fun time anyway. Thanks, sir. Let me head on down, and we'll keep moving with Elliot here. All right, 48. Mike, how are you doing this weekend?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Doing great. Well, it looks like you may or may not move up a spot automatically. Jeffrey O'Neill is trying to hustle to get his clothes on and get in that Parnelli car right there. If not, it's all on you.
Okay, no Kanan?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, it could be a surprise driver.
It's going to be a surprise.
All right. We're having a good time.
Good. Excellent.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
All right. Well, enjoy your last race.
Thank you.
It's going to be a good time. I'm getting the signal right now that these guys are ready to roll. So Group 9, you can hear that sweet, sweet sound of Trans Am. Let's go racing. Johnny, up to you.
I think you've got the accent for it. Let's go racing, boys. I think I'd love to hear Taylor giving it some full belt on that. Well done, Taylor. Great stuff, and I think all the guys up for this. And I love the fact that they're throwing curveballs at him. Is Tony Kanan going to be racing, or who is the Stig coming out for this Trans Am race? Well, I've got my own Stig here. I've got Joe Teplitz, who has been photographing out in the heat there, but decided to come into the air conditioning and talk to me a little bit about some of the Trans Am cars out here, because you've had a part to play in certainly some of these cars. So let's talk Trans Am, shall we? And what a great collection to be able to talk about the glory days of the Pony Wars and of Trans Am at its finest.
This is an incredible turnout. My history in the Trans Am, I grew up in the Trans Am. My history was that I was on the original crew for the University of Pittsburgh car that's out there, which was a unique story. University having a road racing team. We ran in SCCA Nationals and in the Trans Am Series.
Well, let me stop you there. Why would a university get involved in motor racing?
I think a lot of it was the leader of our team. He was a big thinker and thought that this would bring a lot of notoriety to the university, and it did.
Interesting. And did anybody from university get to work on the cars and get a chance to sort of, as a student, just learn a little bit?
Oh, all of us were poor, unpaid students.
So it was cheap labor that was at the brink of it.
And none of us had any clue about how cool it was.
Who do you reckon's getting in there?
Oh, he said that Jeff was going to get in.
Jeff O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay.
He was getting suited up, and he's getting into the car.
Fair enough.
So it looks like he'll come out at the end of the pack, which is fun if you have a powerful car.
Well, Kanan was taken for a ride by Travis Pastrana, so I think he's probably still recovering from that.
Could be.
I love the fact that even these big racing driver stars are like, can I go in and can I have a joyride?
Yeah, he's probably coming in here for the AC.
Yeah, no kidding.
But so tell me more about that project. And in the day, you just showed me a photograph of it at Lime Rock. And so it really truly is. It fits into the rock and roll era, as it were, that where Trans Am was at its heights in the early 70s.
Yeah, again, none of us had any idea how cool it was to be in that because we were all on creepers underneath the race car most of the time.
Yeah.
Working. we had a lot of help from Roger Penske. There were a lot of the big name people who, because we had no business being in the Trans Am, liked us. So we got all the specs to build that Camaro from Roger Penske, including all the design for the roll cage, the suspension mounts, everything was to Penske specs. In fact, somebody at Penske Restoration was looking at the car and said, it looks like a Penske car. And it was not. It was just built to Penske specs.
So that spec, yeah.
Yeah, and we subsequently, that was 1971, we subsequently bought a Penske Javelin that was in a basket. It was Mark Donahue's mule car. Mm-hmm. And we reskinned it as a 71 and ran that for several years. And same thing, SCCA Nationals and Trans Am.
Did you get to spend any time with Roger?
Yes, and Mark Donahue was very helpful. He came to the skid pad. He helped us set up the car on the skid pad. I have a picture of one of our teammates, Don Mansfield, who still works with me on my race car. He and I were jacking up Mark Donahue's motorhome to level it because Mark didn't want to get his Gucci leather shoes dirty. Right.
Who was your driver in the Pittsburgh?
His name was Bob Fryer. He's still around. He was a political science major, and he was the mastermind behind the whole thing.
Well, here we go then. And alongside me, Jonathan Green, Joe Tiplitz, for one of our last group races of the day. And this is a somewhat poetic way to finish the day, because this really does put it in period. All of these cars that you're watching now raced here at Sonoma in Trans Am in the day back in the early 70s, whether it be 69, 70 or 71 and 72. They were all here, and they are all original cars, including the one that's starting from the back, and that, of course, is the Parnelli Jones car driven by Mr. O'Neill, Jeffrey O'Neill, the man who organised this event. And away we go, and straight into the lead of this race, or in second place, I should say, goes the number 2 immediately, and we've got a good race on straight off the bat. That's the AMC Javelin. Good clean start. Ooh, little bit of dust flying up there from the fourth place car, but just gathers it all together before the right-hander, and now we start down the run downhill. And I was saying, and I'm sure you can confirm, back in the day, back in the early 70s, there would be, 50, 60,000 people enjoying a Trans Am race.
It was very, very popular because these were cars that you could presumably go buy at a dealership. They weren't tube frame. They were built on a stock body, highly modified, but they were built on a stock body and looked just like the one that you would see on the showroom floor.
Well, and also with the sedans as well, of course, as part of the field, as is true of Trans Am this still today, because Trans Am is the longest road racing series in America, started in '66 at Sebring. Jochen Rindt, of all people, winning the first ever race, and just a couple of years later, they really hit their stride with the manufacturer, the sponsorship, and of course the drivers of huge notoriety. You mentioned Mark Donohue, so many others as well. But yeah, it suddenly became the real flavor of the year, and it went from strength to strength, pretty much up until the energy crisis in the mid-70s. And that 17 we just saw is a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, originally built and raced by Walter Perkins of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Was it hard to keep up with these cars in terms of, obviously everybody was trying, I mean, it suddenly became very serious very quickly, didn't it? So was it hard? Scott Joy there, it's good to see Mike Joy's son,
now racing in Trans Am Historics, as his dad Mike, the commentator. He's busy doing NASCAR at Talladega today, but his son Scott is here, and he's pretty good driver.
These cars were very, very competitive. The group was very competitive. There was a lot of money that was spent on engine building, and we had John Greenwood building our engines, and they were good for one Trans Am weekend. So we had 3 engines. We had a short block on the truck, we had the engine in the car, and we had one up at Greenwood's garage being rebuilt. And every Sunday night, we'd take the engine out of the car and take it to Detroit and get the new one, come back and put it in the car. We had sponsorship from PepsiCo and Amoco and Goodyear always for the tires. When we got the Javelin, Gulf Oil sponsored us, and Goodyear.
Yeah, those are pretty hefty sponsors. We're looking at John Hildebrand on the Grey Ghost, the Pontiac. We never saw too many Pontiacs, or now in historic. Were there more in the day?
There were. The Pontiac Trans Am was a factor in the Trans Am series, but when Pontiac got out of it, Herb Adams built not Herb Adams, the Pontiac engineer used his wife's Pontiac Tempest.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I've read that story.
Built the Grey Ghost.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's a good story.
And it was, I was there at that Lime Rock race, 1971 Trans Am, when that Tempest made its debut in the Trans Am, and everybody was just scratching their heads wondering what the story was.
Yeah, that's it. The solution was Herb's driveway. His wife Sandy's 1964 Tempest. As part of the GTO program, Pontiac had homologated the car with FIA as a Group 2 sedan, and Herb and his crew worked nights and weekends converting the car to a state-of-the-art 71 Trans Am. There you go. I love that.
Herb had access to all of the Pontiac parts from the factory that had the Trans Am team, and they got out of the business, but the parts were still there. So they used a lot of the parts from the Pontiac Trans Am on that Grey Ghost. That's my favorite Trans Am car out there.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do the modern day Trans Am on a regular basis, and I'm always surprised. It's like a unicorn. The Dodge Challenger also not in evidence. I don't know if it was more so back in the day, but very few. We do get a Poncho Weaver prepares some for Boris Said still,
right.
But the Dodge Challenger is a rare commodity when it's mostly Camaros and Mustangs. Got a current Trans Am driver here this weekend in Michel Abate, as we look at Kevin Sittner in the 69 Ford Boss 302. And that really was the standard bearer, wasn't it? And that 16 is a storied history too.
It's a Bud Moore car.
Yeah.
The reason the Bud Moore cars were painted that color is because Bud Moore had a school bus company.
And Bud Moore, am I right, it was a NASCAR guy?
Yeah.
But why did he then choose Trans Am? Because it was close enough and just wanted to expand?
It was close enough, and there was just so much. He was riding the wave. There was just so much there. These cars were so popular.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Peter Gregg drove that Bud Moore 302 in 71 to third place in the overall championship. And Carcraft actually built the chassis.
Right.
And Carcraft are based here in California? No, got that wrong. They're based in Atlanta, aren't they?
I think so. I don't know. But
anywho, Mr. O'Neill is up to 10th, having started at the back, so he's definitely channeling his inner Parnelli.
And he also is the head of this event, right? So he probably knows this track very well.
He knows the track very well. He owns that car as well as many others. So he's comfortable in that car, and he's driven it actually, I think, at most of these events. It's the one Trans Am. He has the birdcage he goes out in. He's driven some GTOs, Ferraris in the past, but I know he always loves to do the Trans Am race. He's been in his civvies most of the day, giving his drives away to other people and kind of just shaking a few hands and making sure the event runs as it should. But now he's got his chance to relax, and here he is. So Jeffrey O'Neill in the number 15. And Parnelli, would you put him up there? People were talking when he passed away in June about how he is up there as one of probably the top 4 drivers that has ever graced American racing.
I think that's probably true. I think that he and Mark Donohue, because we watched them at all those races back then, and they had very different styles. Parnelli muscled the car around more, and Mark Donohue was more of a precision, smooth guy. At that Lime Rock race, 1971, it was pouring down rain. Our car went out about halfway through the race. The Trans Ams back in the day were 2.5 hours long.
That's right, yeah.
And they required several pit stops. Our car went out with a broken spindle, and I went down to Big Bend at Lime Rock in the rain and watched Mark Donohue come around Big Bend. And every lap, his front tire, with the back end of the car hanging out in the rain, every lap his front tire was within an inch where it was before on the last lap.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Really a precision driver.
Yeah, it's not a lot of racing drivers don't get the credit, especially from those outside of the sport, for the sheer precision and discipline involved in motor racing. And given that your life is on the line, let's face it, as Jeffrey is piling his way through, he's up to 8th now. Yeah. Just that precision, and you only notice that when you stay on a corner and watch one particular guy. And it's almost inch perfect. I mean, just watching Formula One the other week in Singapore and just watching them touch the wall but not damage the car just shows you it's possible to be that close each and every lap.
Right, I drive a Datsun 510 and I'm not like that.
But you don't need to be in a 510. That's the beauty of it.
I do like to slide it around.
Well, let me ask you this. Back in the 70s, those 510s, or at least the sedan B and C, were they as popular as the muscle cars? Because they seem to have become so.
They became so, yes. I bought a brand new 1969 Datsun 510 in 1969 for $1,995.
And that's the other thing, the price point was right. Yeah.
And I was building it as a race car and then ended up selling it to a school. It was about almost done, but it needed an engine. I sold it to school, and then life happened, and now I have a 510, and I'm back in it.
Robillard in 10th position here, coming in the 56. We've got a great battle at the front as Haig now hits the front. Hildebrand second, Byrne now third, Adams in fourth, Fudge. We've got a real finish to this one as we watch going through 11, the 67, number 56 of Robillard. And I would hazard a guess that they're probably driving them faster than they were back in the day, just simply, do you think, because of the tire technology?
The tire technology, I understand, and I talked to some of the guys about what these cars are dynoing at for horsepower. That's pretty close to what it was back then. It'd be interesting to find a racetrack where they run now and where they ran back then and see what the lap times are.
Guys, this is for the race lead, and we are 3 abreast here in historic Trans Am. The battle for P1 is on. Hildebrand has the lead at the moment. For how long, I wonder? Jim Haig was on the outside. Now he's dropped back to third. He was leading for a moment. And in the middle of all of that is Patrick Byrne. Love it.
I talked to John Hildebrand in the paddock, and he said that he had blown a radiator hose. So he works on his own car, and he was repairing the radiator hose when I was talking to him.
Yeah, that car that Patrick Byrne is driving is the first ever factory Trans Am Boss 302 Mustang that was prepared by Carcraft, then Shelby Racing. So again, a very, very important piece of history, and about to take the lead into turn 11. As another change of lead, Hildebrand will go high and wide. Now he'll click it back and try to defend that position from Haig in the all-orange number 16. And we've got a doozy of a battle on. About to start lap 7 of 10. And this is cracking racing.
I was up in turn 2 shooting yesterday, and Patrick Byrne coming through turn 2 was really something to watch.
I'll bet.
He's right on the edge.
Yeah, I hadn't realized. I've seen him race, and obviously we know his dad as well. But I hadn't realized he was an Asian Le Mans Series champion, and having spent as much time as I have out in Asia doing motor racing, I know that's a prestigious championship to win, and not an easy one, because the tracks they go to are hot, a Formula One spec mostly, places like Shanghai, Malaysia. And look at this. Again, Hildebrand takes it high and wide through the long left-hander, and this is exactly what happened last time out. Now can he hold on? So he's great downhill, is Hildebrand, but he loses out through the S's on the run back. So we'll see if it happens again.
It's a big car, and I'm amazed that he runs that car without power steering and without power brakes.
That Camaro of Jim Haig's was brought new in April 1970 in Foley, Minnesota. And after accumulating 94 miles, Walter Baer and his friends spent several months turning it into a competitive race car. They all then went on to they went on to take part in 5 Trans Am races with a respectable 8th place at Elkhart Lake.
Wow.
And now involved in 2024 in a 3-way battle for the win here of the prestigious Velocity Invitational. Well, Hildebrand's done a good job. He's holding them off, but look, see how they're catching him here?
Yep. The longer the race goes on a hot day like this, the more the tires change, too.
Yeah.
Especially on a hot day like this.
Well, there's nothing between that top 3. And, in fact, there's some good battles all the way down through the top 10. So even the likes of O'Neill, who's now up to 6, I may add, having started at the back. So this is a good run by Jeffrey O'Neill. That's what he's up to. And he's now got a little bit more tough competition when it comes to Fudge and Adams, because they are pretty handy in their historic Trans Ams and always have been. Now, Jim Haig now at the front in the all-orange number 16. And there's your 45 of Adams, who started on the front row, takes the inside line and takes the lead. Nicely done. Or takes third, excuse me, I should say, because Hildebrand had been at the sharp end and now is down to 4. It's a interesting change around quickly.
That's what I love about these cars, is they're so evenly matched.
So some great racing in this one, and just as you'd expect, Patrick Byrne in the all-blue Shelby 302 from 69, now back in the lead and into 11. And about to start the penultimate lap. Still a 4-way battle for the win, though. Jeffrey O'Neill trying to make his way into this group, and he's up to, 5th now? Yep, sure enough, Jeffrey O'Neill, there he is, and he's going to try and catch this group of 4 before the end is over. There he is, just coming under the bridge, and he's catching him quickly, isn't he?
He is.
Well, this is what we wanted.
It's always a good finish with these guys.
Well, it's pretty cool, isn't it, to think that here we are, some 60 years on, still racing the exact same car. All right, it's different drivers. That we can't do. But we may not be able to preserve the humans, but we can certainly preserve the cars, and that's what's happened. Here comes Byrne again for the lead. An inside move on the carousel and makes it stick. Haig has to relinquish the lead. Whoa, Hildebrand going very wide there, just manages to get it all together. We had a crash earlier in one of the other groups. Sadly, Martin Lauber coming to foul in that particular corner and hitting the wall. Oh, Byrne getting a little too hot out of there, but holds it together. Here comes Jeffrey O'Neill.
You can see all of their tires are hot right now.
Yeah, exactly. They're sliding away, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, there's been some fitting tributes to Parnelli Jones over the year, and got to talk to many a driver about him, and heard nothing but great stuff, and even spoke to Skip Barber about it.
Yep.
And that was an interesting conversation, talking about the good old days.
Yeah, Lime Rock, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, no kidding. And actually, even though a simple layout, Lime Rock, a tricky circuit to be really, really good at.
It is. There are a couple of leap of faith turns at Lime Rock where you just have to keep your foot in it and go, because of the cars changing because of the force of the downhill.
Well, there's your checkered flag, and so that's how they will finish. And we thought there was one more lap to go, but it doesn't matter. Good racing all the way through. A top 4 finish, and or the top 4 finishing within a couple of seconds of each other, and that is exactly how we want it, and a great way to finish off this year's group racing from Velocity Invitational. We've still got some more track action to come, so don't go away. But a win for Patrick Byrne and a best lap of 1:54. But in fact, it was Jim Haig who was a little bit quicker. Jeffrey O'Neill with a 54.3 as well. But it was Byrne, Haig, Hildebrand, Adams, and O'Neill. There's confirmation of that. John Fudge in 6th position, Dennis Singleton, Kevin Sitnat, Joe Robillard in 9th position, and Jeffrey Kaiser in 10th. Well, thanks very much, Joe, for coming in.
Thank you. I enjoyed
it. Great to get an insight into somebody who was actually there at the time. That always makes it real. Thank you for being able to come in here, get some aircon, and now we'll send you back out and get some more photos.
Now I have to go shoot a picture of the group when they come back in.
Well, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Well, that concludes our Trans Am coverage of the historic Trans Am cars from the mid-60s to 72. But what a show they put on. Great stuff. Really enjoyed that. But there's more to come, so stay with us here from Sonoma and Velocity Invitational here in California. We'll be right back.
Now, getting in and out of a racetrack can sometimes be tricky unless you got a pal like Greg Maitland here from Bell Helicopters. Greg, great to see you.
Great seeing you.
Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. Now, Bell Helicopters, you've been involved in the Velocity Invitational a couple of times now, because I've seen this thing parked on the lawn here at Turn 11 before. But just tell us, what is it about an event like this that was a sort of natural fit for you guys at Bell?
Well, for Bell, this is our kind of people. You know, we love performance. We love going out and having fun. And so we've got motorheads out here that want to sit there and go fast, go high. And so here we are to enjoy the view.
And like I said, getting in and out of racetracks sometimes, whether it's NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One or whatever, it's roadblock outside. But this is how you got to do it, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. There's no stop signs, no stop lights, you know, just direct to where we want to go.
So talk to us about the helicopter that's behind us then, because for gearheads and aficionados of top-end technology, this is what we got. This is new since, did you say 2018?
2018 is when we introduced this helicopter. This is the 505, and it is our entry-level helicopter. So back to what we were talking about as far as performance, a lot of people drive their own cars here and want that performance. You can get your helicopter license and start flying a Bell 505 to get you around and enjoy aviation. So this has 505 horsepower. It's a turbine-powered helicopter with electronic engine controls, glass cockpit that gives you a lot of situational awareness. Can haul 5 people and do about 280 miles on a tank of fuel. So you can pretty much go anywhere that you want to go go have a picnic, go have lunch, and have a good time.
And you can go there quickly as well, like 280 miles on a tank of fuel. But, the distances that you can cover in these and the speed you do them in, it's kind of mind-boggling sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, you're cruising about 150 miles an hour. And, again, you're straight line from point A to point B, so you don't have to worry about any curves in the road.
And you've been flying these things for, did you say, over 30 years?
Yes. My father was a helicopter pilot, and so I grew up with helicopters and Bell helicopters in particular. So very, love affair with this particular machine for sure.
Well, and I said to Greg just now, I said, do you ever kind of appreciate what you're doing? That it's actually really tricky because it's all about balancing your feet, balancing one hand, balancing the other hand, and then your brain's got to coordinate all this, and it's just like second nature now, is it?
Well, very much, but it's just like driving a stick shift car, you just have to manipulate the clutch, and that's, again, why we like to come here is because it's all like-minded people that like that same thrill of manipulating the controls and having fun.
So you're not going to take this off on the lawn this afternoon, but I understand you're out of here tomorrow morning. Where are you headed back to in the morning, and how long will it take you to get there?
We borrowed this from a customer down in L.A., so we'll fly this thing out tomorrow morning and head directly down to L.A., be back there, by lunch. So.
That is the way to get around. What we're going to do, if we weren't here, we could go on a wine tour, couldn't we, of California or one of these things, except for the pilot's not drinking the wine.
That's the only downfall of helicopters. You can go land at a vineyard, you just can't enjoy the vineyard.
Greg, thanks ever so much. It's great talking to you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. We appreciate being here.
There you go. If there's one thing that I would love to get a ride in this weekend, but perhaps it isn't going to happen, it's on the lawn behind me right now.
So, as you can see, we're back out on track, and we are looking at what should be the DirtFish demonstration again. And if you're coming late to the party, DirtFish are the premier rally school in North America, located 30 minutes outside of Seattle, Washington. And DirtFish can teach anyone to slide a rally car sideways in any weather. In fact, it's better if it's wet. I believe that Christian Lundgaard is out there at the moment. Roman Grosjean was telling us earlier about driving Peugeot and getting a chance, and grew up, like many of us, idolizing some of the great rally drivers. And growing up in France, I'm sure he knows all too well what the Peugeot's all about. So it's nice to give these guys a chance to drive some iconic cars, and also, even though they are part of a very important collection for Steve Rimmer, he's happy to let guys who know what they're doing behind the wheel of a racing car to do. And let's just tell you what we've got out there. We do have a Lancia Delta, and that's the S4 chassis 221. Made its debut in the Memorial Bottega Rally, driven by Marco Allen. And this car was used in the 1986 season as a test car for Henri Toivonen. So all of these Group B cars are absolutely pristine in terms of preparation, but also just pieces of history. That Peugeot T16 and that chassis C206 from 1986 made its debut in 1986 at the Monte Carlo Rally with Juha Kankkunen. The great Juha Kankkunen drove the car, won the stage victory, and finished 5th overall in the event. And in its second rally, the Swedish Rally, Juha drove the car to 9 stage victories and 1 outright in this chassis 206, then used the recce car of Timo Slanen in the Tour de Corse at Acropolis rallies to end the season and rebuild the car And it was for a long time bought by Juha Kanninen and left in a private museum before it got into the hands of DirtFish, and now it's getting out and about a little bit more. Now, don't get worried about the smoke. That's because the drifting cars are out there as well. Ryan Turt putting his Toyota Stout through some stout pressure. That's a wonderful shot from the drone there of him in action. And he too has got a passenger enjoying the hell out of it, I'm sure. You know, I hadn't realized how perfect Sonoma is for this kind of drifting. They could do lap drifting races here at Sonoma with so many corners. And that's exactly what we're doing this weekend. Now, there's also a 1983 Lancia 037 chassis number 178 making its debut in 1983, driven by Carlo Capone. And this Works 037 finished second at Tagliaferro Rally, fourth at Costa Smeralda Rally, and wrapped up the season in 83 by winning the Rally Internazionale della Lana. And for the 1984 season, the car was driven by Fabrizio Tabarton as part of the HF Grifoni team, and made its World Championship debut at 1984 at San Remo, where Fabrizio placed an impressive fourth overall. Now, we've been talking about DirtFish. Well, let's show you it, because this is the location of DirtFish in Seattle, and it's absolutely gorgeous. 300 acres of playground, quite literally. And I've been, thankfully, Steve Rimmer invited me up, and I took it with both hands and said, yeah, I'd love to. I've got a rally license, actually. I took that on TV back in England back in the day. But as you can see, it's a pristine location. In fact, you could actually race it on a simulator. They have even done a deal with Forza. So they have simulators, about 8 simulators inside. So before you actually go out on the track, you go on the simulators to sort of warm up, then the BRZs, and then eventually you can step up to a World Rally car at one of the Subarus. But you get to do all sorts of exercises, whether it be stopping, whether it be slalom through the bollards there and doing donuts. But DirtFish, definitely, it's got to be on your bucket list. And again, on behalf of the organisers here, a big thank you to DirtFish, a big outpouring of both cars, people. They built a stage. They've been taking people on rides around those stages. And as you've heard, even now, all the racing drivers want to go on a rally car. So it's great to see them all getting a chance. Now, the other car I haven't mentioned, as we look at the Peugeot, is the Audi Sport Quattro. And that's the S1E2 chassis RE09, the car driven to win in its only competitive outing in 1985 at the Manta Rally 200. Hanno Mikkola at the wheel. Not today, sadly, but in the day, after his rally car was retired to testing duties and subsequently purchased by Mikkola in 94. And it's believed to be the finest representation of an S1E2 in existence. So this has been a real thrill, and if you're still here at the venue and you want to get a closer look, come down at 2 pit exit opposite the media center, and you will see these cars parked up, and you can get a real close look at them. Here's the Peugeot again. And like we said, we'd think that Christian Lundgaard's at the wheel of this one, unless it's Roman again. We know Lundgaard's out there, but I'm just not sure which car he's in. Yeah, we were hearing early that Roman grew up following rally and has actually done a hill climb. So he's proficient, that's the right word, in one of these cars. But I don't think he'd be the first to tell you that he knows what he's doing. He would want to come to DirtFish and probably spend a few days himself learning it. But a couple of IndyCar drivers, funnily enough, somebody that is close to the DirtFish rally piece. Benjamin Pedersen did DirtFish and, of course, went on to win in single-seaters at the junior level and made it to IndyCar as well. And now Nolan Siegel here from California, part of the Arrow McLaren team. He's been here this weekend. Christian Lundgaard, Scott Speed, Jenson Button. We've had some really great names here this weekend, but try not to overkill the excitement. And don't forget Michelle Abate out there as well. She is in the Lancia S4, the car that everyone feels it's trying to kill them. She's stoked. That's my girl. Go, Michelle. That is total attitude. Michelle Abate, good friend from Trans Am, and she's trying rally cars for the first time. As she's been part of the Women in Motorsport Symposium, Summit, whichever you want to prefer. So Michelle, in fact, Abate moved to the Audi. So she thought she was going to go out in that one, but she's in the Audi, and we're back to the Drifter. There he is. That's a 70s Toyota, interestingly enough. Wonderful sound. And that should be Ryan Turek at the wheel. And he's been driving at Velocity. He's done a fair bit of drifting here. And that Toyota Stout, it's a 1966 Toyota Stout, believe it or not. So it's earlier. I thought it was early 70s, but it's actually older than that. It's got a Judd 4GV V-powered engine in it. How about that? And it sounds like it. And lest we not forget the other big star that's been here this weekend, Scott Speed, taking the Project Midnight Subaru, the 670 brake horsepower missile, to the time trial. We'll finally see that here at the end of the day, which is coming up very soon. And that'll be a great way to finish off what has been a superb weekend as we celebrate the 5th running of Velocity Invitational. And our thank you to Catalyst, our sponsor, the energy drink. And thank you to all of our vendors, including the Grand Prix Originals. If you haven't bought your jacket and it's getting cold, head over there. Get yourself some golf material. Who doesn't want to wear baby blue? Yeah, talking to Steve Rimmer earlier, and this is his collection of rally cars, and out goes the AMG. That's the Time Attack AMG, just about going out there. But he was talking about, keeping these Group B cars fettled, and actually admitting that actually the older cars are easier to look after than some of the newer cars because of the electronics. Obviously, if you know a modern car, it's harder to pull up the hood and sort of work on it. Because so much of it is electronic itself, and so you can't just open it up and adjust this and adjust that. I'm thinking of modern-day BMWs or Mercedes, whereas the earlier rally cars were a lot easier to work on, and less sophisticated, but made them just a little bit easier currently to get them back up to speed and back up to scratch. Now, I mentioned Christian Lundgaard. Let's head down to Taylor, who's with him down in pit lane.
I sure am. I am down here with Christian Lundgaard. I'm going to see if I can have a quick chat with him. You are just in that car right now. How was it?
It was an experience. It brings me back to basically where I'm from. My dad used to race rallies, so this is the first time I actually ever drove a rally car, so it's pretty special for me.
You're having quite a weekend. I know when we last spoke, you were saying this is my first day with Aero McLaren. How has it been thus far being a part of the team?
It's been one hell of an experience. I can't really thank Jeff O'Neill enough to bring us out here. And for this to be my first round with Aero McLaren as well, wearing papaya, I finally feel seen, which is great. But no, it's just an experience. And we came here not necessarily knowing what cars we were going to drive, and I've driven a lot more cars than I thought I ever would.
Absolutely. You're going to have some teammates and some IndyCar guys that are going to be a little bit jealous, I think, of some of the rides you had.
Yeah, they've already driven this, so I was actually the last of the puzzle. But no, it was fun. I got before coming here, I'd actually never driven a McLaren, and I got to drive two yesterday. So it's been a very cool experience.
Excellent. Well, thanks for chatting with me, and I'm glad you enjoyed your ride out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, Time Attack is still getting ready to go. I see some more rally cars lining up, so don't go anywhere. There is still more action to be had on the track.
Certainly is, and what a great line from Christian Lundgaard. I feel like I've finally been seen, and I know what he means by that. He's a young guy coming up. And I also think that what a time to be part of the McLaren family. Lando Norris winning Grand Prix, and McLaren leading the Constructors' Championship in Formula One, and a pretty healthy scene as well in Indy. Not winning the championship this year, but boy, it's going to be interesting in the future because McLaren have a young, fast, and very, very healthy paddock of, or stable of, IndyCar drivers coming your way, including Nolan Siegel and Christian Lundgaard. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with our Time Attack coming up very soon, and that will be our final race of the weekend.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Well, as race series go, Global Time Attack is one where often the fans become the drivers. And I got a guy with me now who I think it's fair to say, Gabe, that's kind of what happened to you. You started out, you told me, doing track days, and then you just got more and more into racing. And here you are now doing Global Time Attack.
Yeah. I started off just doing regular track days with the E36 M3 a few years back, and just kind of wanted something a little more competitive. And found my way at Global Time Attack, and competing now with the GT3 RS. So.
And the GT3 RS, we've seen it go on track. This thing is, well, it's a bit of a weapon, isn't it, really? Yeah. And you're actually in the limited class.
Yeah. So limited class is, I don't know.
Putting you on the spot.
Yeah, 100 treadwear tires or higher. Different aero than unlimited. Yeah. So limited has unlimited regulations. We're a little more limited, I guess. But yeah, pretty much the main thing is the tire itself. It can't be like a full slick, nothing like that.
But still incredible high speeds. And you said to me that was the sort of like the thing with Global Time Attack. It was about guys just trying to make the quickest times with the quickest cars, and that really sort of ticked your box.
Yeah, exactly. So, we have a GT3 RS that's naturally aspirated. We're making about 500 horsepower, but we're competing against cars making 800 all day. And so that challenge, I really have to drive the wheels off of that to really compete with those guys that are making, almost double the horsepower as us.
And your background, though, you're relatively new to this in kind of like your lifespan, to be fair. You've not been doing this for many years.
No. Honestly, just started off playing video games as a kid, racing cars. When I was younger, joined the military, and, didn't really have much money to be racing, doing anything like this. Finally got a little money and bought that E36, like I said, started doing just regular track days, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fantastic. And the Global Time Attack series, you're actually based in Brazil, but it takes you all over the US.
Yeah. So we go to COTA. COTA is the Super Lap Battle, which is hosted by Global Time Attack. They have Road Atlanta. They got a new event out in Arizona. Button Willow is the Global Time Attack Finals. That one's pretty big, a pretty big event as well.
And this weekend here at Velocity, there's some great cars lining up for what is effectively a global time attack kind of demonstration. But the other black car that's making a big noise and just making some great times around this circuit is Scott Speed in that Subaru. Yeah. How is it lining up alongside him and seeing that thing appear in your rear view mirrors?
Well, you asked me how is it like to see it, and the thing is I don't see it. It's so fast. I'm just, he starts off a couple cars in front of me, and I have not seen him once on track. It's just so fast, I don't even have a chance to. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't been able to see it move yet.
And he's a busy man. When you get a famous race car driver at an event like this, he's a busy man. He's getting dragged here and there. Did you get a chance to chat to him at all, or has he been off the radar?
No, I haven't actually. I saw him on getting ready for the hill climb. I wanted to talk to him a little bit. He was talking with Tony Kanaan. Tony Kanaan's one of my idols. I live in Brazil with my wife, and so Tony Kanaan is, I don't mean to change the subject on you, but like Tony Kanaan is an idol out there, a prodigy of Senna. So when I saw Tony Kanaan, I was like, okay, I got to talk to this guy first, actually. I'm sorry.
And Tony Kanaan, by the way, I've not had the privilege of meeting myself. He seems like one of the most affable, nicest guys in motorsport, right?
Yeah, really nice guy. They seem like, at least. And it was pretty cool to see him driving that white Senna out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last year he drove a Senna McLaren, and I know he was nervous about driving it. And I think when he came here this year, he was like a different man. He's just so happy to be here. But, I mean, what an event, hey? We're here at the Velocity Invitational in Sonoma. And when you were back, in the military, do you ever think you might be stood here getting interviewed and rubbing shoulders with some of these race car drivers?
Not at all. I appreciate you guys for hosting us. Honestly, this is amazing. This is truly one of the best events I've ever been to, whether I'm driving or not.
Well, listen, Gabe, thanks ever so much. You're not dumb, because you're going to get the race overalls back on a little bit later on, and we'll see what you can do at the timing sheets. Who knows? You might win it.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Well, best of luck to Gabe then, and keep your eyes open for car 70, the Porsche GT3 RS, running in the limited class in Global Time Attack. Oh boy, what a car that is.
When you need to decide which specialty automobile carrier to trust for your next vehicle shipment, call Intercity Lines. We set the Pebble Beach standard for getting your vehicle where it needs to go. Today at the iconic Peterson Museum, our driver initiates the process by carefully inspecting the vehicle prior to loading, meticulously noting the exact condition. Enter our state-of-the-art equipment that only consists of custom-built hard-sided car haulers. From coast to coast, we eliminate any risk of damage from road debris to weather conditions by delivering peace of mind with every mile. Our driver fastens every vehicle with precision to ensure the safest and most secure transport for your vehicle's body and suspension. Floor mats and seat covers are just the beginning for the treatment your car receives in our care. Intercity Lines has spent over 40 years perfecting auto transport and knows that every vehicle is unique and requires different sets of practices and procedures for the safest transport, and that's what sets us apart. Trust the best, trust Intercity Lines.
Time attack is about to begin, and I found the man himself. He is starting right here on the pole, Scott Speed. The echo's a little wild, but tell me about time attack, how it's going for you.
It's going great. I think conditions were quite a bit better this morning, so I don't think anybody was going to go any faster, but we're definitely going to go out there and put on a show. Track's awesome. It's really fun to rip this thing around here. Obviously, a four-wheel drive monster like this is super fun here.
Have you had a chance to walk around the paddock at Velocity Invitational and check out amazing cars that we have here?
Oh, yeah, such incredible cars. I love historic cars. I think it's such a cool window into history and to what, real men did when they were driving. It was a much different game back then, so it's really cool to see those cars here, be able to run around a proper racetrack in anger.
Different back then in terms of innovation, but I think that competitive spirit was always there with these guys.
Yeah, competitive spirit for sure, but they were also willing to die. Like I have a much lower risk tolerance than the guys that were racing in 1960 for sure. Like that's more like Travis Pastrana. He would have fit right in. Me, no way. I'm a race car driver in the 50s and 60s.
Scott Speed is here for a good time on the track.
Thank you.
All right, I'll let you get in. I heard that whistle blow, but let's see if Kev has somebody as well. Kev?
Yeah, well, I'm down here next to James Kirkham, Taylor. I'm going to try and get a quick word with him. We've already had the 2-minute fingers go up from the race officials and the race marshals. He's getting bolted into his seat. I don't know whether I'm going to get in there, but James has been fighting out with Scott Speed. I don't think I am. Can I get the mic in there for 1 minute? James, can we get one word? Last session with you, mate. How are you feeling? You going to go for it with this one?
Yeah, the track conditions aren't in our favor, but we're going to sure give it a shot and put on a show if we can.
Very best of luck. I honestly, the noise down here, it's something else. I haven't got the headset in, so whatever he said, I'm sure it was words along the lines of he's going to give it some, and he's going to chase Scott Speed, and he is going to go for it on those timings. So let's see what happens. Johnny, we'll have to go back to you because we can't hear anything down here.
Well, you're absolutely bang on. That's exactly what he said. And he's sporting his centre helmet, so I know he means business. James Kirkham in the AMG. And alongside me, once again, I'm delighted to be joined by Jason Deanhart. So what is the news? I guess what we just heard from Scott Speed is we're not expecting times to drop any lower than they were this morning because the conditions were just perfect.
True. Now, that is normally the thought process on this, but you know, doing this for 20 years, we have seen last session, last few minutes, someone surprise you. You never know. So the thing is that, you know, it's not over yet. Now, traditionally, weather, heat, track surface is going to tell you different, but you never know. The thing with these cars, they're very finicky. They got a lot of horsepower, like we've talked about, some anywhere from the Super 600 range to the Viper, the 1200 range. So, you know, I guess in like heavyweight boxing, you say they got a swinger's chance here. You know, right?
There's always a chance of a knockout.
So you never know.
Yeah.
You know, you never know. So the thing is that it might seem like, oh, this is just a formality, but it's not a formality for everybody. So you never know. So we'll see what happens here. This is going to be very interesting the next 20 minutes.
I love that comment from Scott Speed about the difference between him and Travis Pastrana. I was reading up on Travis. He evidently jumped out of a plane over Puerto Rico without a parachute.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah.
And he got in a lot of trouble for it because he did. Obviously, he's here today, so he survived it. But what he did was he basically, in midair, hooked up with a tandem, another parachutist. They hooked together and then they landed together. But, of course, it's probably not legal to jump out of a plane without a parachute.
Not ideal. No, definitely not ideal. But
I can't see Scott Speed doing that.
No, it doesn't seem like it, not from his past comments. But, you know, Travis definitely is an amazing human being. He's done some amazing things with motocross and motocross. You know, jumps. I think he was the first to do a double flip.
Yep, first ever.
I mean, just amazing things. So, you know, to see him transition and to get in four-wheel motorsports and to do what he's done, then to take over the Jim Connor franchise for Kim Block in terms of these videos that they produce is absolutely amazing. So very special weekend. Again, you know, we're stoked to be here at Velocity Invitational at Sonoma. You know, what a great event.
And, you know, Jason, we talked earlier, and we have all weekend, but this is sort of broadening motorsport to areas it's never really been in. This time attack, I know, is been around for a while. It comes from Japan originally, but, you know, it's just another opportunity for people to see some fantastic machinery like this. The Project Midnight that Scott Speed is driving from Subaru and Vermont Sports. Just brilliant. But you know, with drifting as well, you know, we're broadening our horizons as enthusiasts.
Yes, most definitely. You know, and the thing is that these cars, you know, they're purposely built. You know, this is a great view of the Project Midnight Subaru right here with Scott Speed driving it. And, you know, they're purpose built just to, you know, get the fastest lap that you possibly can. So it's a very pure form of motorsports in terms that, you know, there's no teammates out there. You know, he's really going for broke, as you can tell right now, even though he knows that he probably won't get his fastest time today, but at the same time, he's a competitor, which you can tell out there, and he's pushing it.
Well, if people are watching it for the first time, he just took the green flag. Explain, if you will, the kind of philosophy here. You get your warm-up lap, and then you go for it of a flying lap, right?
Right, yes, exactly. So the thing is that you're entering, you know, into your lapped time at speed. So when you first get out there, you know, it's not a standing start. So it's a warm-up lap, and you might choose to take 2 warm-up laps.
Okay.
Most people don't, but some people will. And then usually you're going to go into a hot lap or what we call a flyer, which is actually looks like what Scott's on right now. And he's going to push his time and see what he can do.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the times for you. But as we said, we had a session this morning, and the times were, or the conditions were absolutely perfect for a time attack. And even Scott himself said didn't think he would ellipse that. But you never know with these guys; they're always saying that and then doing something different to create a bit of drama.
Yes. Again, you never know. You know, this is what facts would normally tell you, but at the same time, when you get out there and things feel right, you know, they might be able just to really push this car and you know, maybe get it down into 128s, which I know they were really hoping to do.
680 horsepower under the hood, a 2-liter turbo boxer engine, and bags and heaps of power, very lightweight. The wings doing their business, and the intakes, there's an exhaust intake on the front of the car.
Yes, the exhaust is exiting from the hood.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes, yes. Now, with the way those engines are set up, it's kind of beneficial for it to exit that way because they're a boxer motor.
Yeah, okay, good point, yeah. Here's your Porsche.
Yes. Gabe Zamora, I believe, is who that is in the Dundon Porsche.
Well, hang on a minute. 133.9.
Okay. Hey.
What did we did last time?
I think he was in the 136s, 137s. Yeah. So he's really creeping in there.
So, you know, I figured a little bit of sandbagging. Well, not really, but Scott Speed pushing it on now. 33.9. 1 minute 33.987. If you want to look up your Google lap records of Sonoma, you'll see that that's pretty darn quick.
Yeah, most definitely a quick time, very respectable. You know, anything sub 140, you're a player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, you know, just listening sometimes is great. You know, you could really hear that these guys are pushing these cars.
Yeah. Well, you can see Scott on another flyer now, heading down towards 11. Here comes the Porsche again. Now, who's that in the 70?
Gabe
That's
Zamora.
Gabe Zamora, yeah.
Correct, yeah. This car was built specifically to our limited class rule set for our COTA event. They podiumed, they did third place. And
what does limited class mean?
Limited class, so, you know, to put it in perspective, we've given a lot of airtime to Scott Speed. The Subaru car is unlimited.
Right.
So you're going to see a little bit heavier aero on that car, meaning more aero, you know, flat bottom. You're allowed to have a pro driver, sequential transmission and whatnot. So in limited,
anything goes.
And you're allowed to have racing slicks. So that's really the biggest difference. So in limited class, you still have to run a non-slick, so a radial tire.
Oh, okay.
So I believe
That's
it's
a big
actually
difference.
40 tread wear and up.
Yeah.
Is what you have to run on that car, UTQG.
And that would make a big difference over
Big difference. Big difference. Big difference.
Well, his last or first lap was a 138.658. We'll see if he improves on that. And he was third fastest.
Right here we have Gary Wong.
Yep.
Like I talked about, you know, you asked about what car is very popular right now in Time Attack.
Supra,
and this is the new Toyota Supra.
Supra, I mean.
You know, very popular in Time Attack right now. Like I talked about before, there's been times where our street class is, you know, first, second, third place are all Supras.
Well, I remember when they brought the Supra back. Remember, it was a sort of fallow for a long time, and then they finally re-entered, and everybody was begging them to come out with a new Supra, and they did. Did Toyota, and I think actually it lived up to all expectations because it was so loved back in its original format as a car, as a mark, and so many people find it, and even now people go and seek after old Supras, but the new one is, I think it's something like 400 brake horsepower, something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, it's a formidable car. And right here we see James Kirkland in the AMG. He's definitely pushing it, you know, which is great to see.
Yep. James doing a really good job. His last lap of 36.4. So everybody's really pushing it now for the race service number 11.
Now, the dark horse right here is Cable Rosenberg in the Viper. This is a car with like 1,200 horsepower, 1,000 pounds of torque. So it's got a lot of potential. But like I said before, this is his first time ever at this course. So it's a big learning experience for him.
Yeah.
And there must be something going on. It looks like he's pulling in right now.
Yeah, they've got a little bit more time, I think.
They do, so he might be looking for a better spot, which is possible in time attack. If you don't like where you're at, you can come in.
Oh, okay.
We'll find a better spot for you.
And that's another tactical.
It's a tactical thing, yes, it is. Now, like I talked about before, most of these cars a lot of times are built to maybe do one hot lap and they've got to turn it down if it gets too hot. You might be able to go out there and cool it down for a little bit and go back out. So that might be what he's doing right now. We'll have to see.
So they're all chasing. Well, they're not chasing the unlimited, but Scott Speed has set the pace in the unlimited class and has got 133.987. That's his best lap. Robert Robles is out there now in the Studio RSR. Currently 6th. He did a best time of 1:48.6 in his first lap, or his second lap, actually.
Yeah, so this is a street class trim BMW here. It's another example of a car that, is very accessible, that you can jump out and get in the time attack, once you have enough experience. We want to try to bring a good mix, of a couple different classes, some wild builds, some moderate builds, this is a good example of that.
This is a good forum to sort of give yourself a plug, but if people are interested in getting involved, how do they do it? What would you like to see? What kind of marks, cars, etc. are you kind of wanting to invite to this, as it were? Just give us a little bit of a sort of a plug.
Yeah, we're looking for passionate people that are about going fast. That's what this is about. This is about building the fastest car that you could possibly build. And it might be something that you're passionate about, and it might be something that's stereotypical, or maybe it is. We see Kevin Phillips out here with the S10 Chevy pickup truck, and you'll see Gabe Zamora out here with the Porsche. So you see a couple different ends of the spectrum, and that's really what Time Attack's about. So, www.globaltimeattack.com is where you can find us. At globaltimeattack.com on Instagram and YouTube, you can find us as well. We do many events around the country each year. We hope to be back at Velocity next June in 2025. That would be great. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the next event, we are at Buttonwillow in about a month from now.
And that's a big one, right?
That's a big one for us. It's the 20th year celebration of Time Attack at Buttonwillow. Crazy people like Robert here and Cable and Scott and everybody else have been gathering at Buttonwillow to run the Clockwise 13 circuit there for the past 20 years. So again, it's about chasing ghosts. It's about like video games and chasing lap times from a long time ago. Different makes. There's so many competitions happening within the competition, which makes it cool.
Makes it very cool indeed. And the way you describe it, you're right. I can see the video game ghosting idea, because that's exactly how we grew up, isn't it?
Yes.
Colin McRae Rally and all the rest of it. The early video games. That's what it was all about.
Yeah, so that's, one thing that makes it very relatable, 100%.
It's been a great weekend, and your guys have enjoyed it?
Yes, for many of them, it's the first time here, and for all of them, it's the first time at the Velocity Invitational event. So, it's definitely, it's been a great experience for the Global Time Attack drivers, and a great experience to get James Kirkland and Scott Speed, involved with Time Attack as well. Overall, great situation. We love it. And it was awesome to see the Subaru team have a goal and be able to actually get out there and reach it.
Could you ever see a time where you could take it back to its ancestral home of Japan and put on a show?
Yeah, we have a few drivers that go out to Japan every other year to represent, what we do here in the States. And a couple of them have fared very well, guys like Ferris Kurtumi and Will I Young. It's very special. I personally have never been there. I hope to get there soon. Yes, I know. I want to get the scuba circuit and work with Attack, who is the big organization out there right now that has been carrying on the tradition of Time Attack.
Yeah, I think that's a must list for you on your bucket list now.
Yes.
He's obviously taken a wide line and not bothering to keep to the line and let the other car through. And that's all part of it too. Just giving himself a little bit of space for a faster car coming by on a flyer. Kevin Phillips not out in the truck. I haven't seen him yet, no, he has got some laps on the board. We just haven't seen him.
No, not in this session. There must be something going on.
Okay.
again, like I talked about before, his truck is great, representation of building an a unlimited time attack build. And even to get that truck to run 150s here is a feat.
Very cool.
So he's been tweaking on it, and has had some issues with it, and I know he wanted to be out there in this session, so there must be something holding him up.
Yeah, and I'm guessing for the real enthusiasts, the work is really the 3 months leading up to, or the 2 months, whatever. However much prep you put into it, that's really where the work takes place, right? It really does. This is just the icing on the cake.
It's the icing on the cake, yeah, and exactly. It puts a lot of pressure on everybody, in order to, you hope all that work that you put in comes to fruition and you're able to perform on the track. So, I know he was super stoked to be here and to be able to run this track. It wasn't his first time. I think it was his first time in the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a great weekend to celebrate the 5th running of the Velocity Invitational. Time Attack now very much making its name felt here. It's been great to have the likes of Polestar and obviously some of the Hypercars that have been here. Sotheby's have been here. Great to have the Grand Prix Originals as well, putting their merchandise out. Thank you for coming, and everybody who's taken part from Ford and Bronco. And obviously the great display of E-Type Jags and D-Type and C-Type Jags for celebrating their history this year as well. Great to have NASCAR as well, an historic NASCAR, full field of great cars and historic cars. Brilliant field of Trans Am and Time Attack fitting in nicely to an event like this and giving a different kind of motorsport, a little bit of an airing in front of a really interesting crowd and interested crowd of people who perhaps have not seen this.
Yes, amazing weekend. Blown away by this event. Super stoked to be a part of it. And if you have an opportunity next June to get out here, this is where you want to be.
Yeah. No question.
You get so many different disciplines of motorsports and so many awesome builds and so many awesome cars. I just don't know where else you could see all this.
No, it's very true.
Yeah.
Well, Checker Flag is out, and that means that Scott Speed will take his 1:33.987, and that will go down in the history books, and that's getting a thumbs up from Jason. James Kirkham in his race service AMG, a 1:36.9, and then improving Cable Rosenberg with a 1:39.4 at his second attempt. And likewise, Gary Wong, who we mentioned, a 1:44.6. So everybody's got something to smile about. We thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
Dean Hart, for coming in here. And we best of luck at Willow.
Button Willow.
I'm get it right there. It's been a long day. We'll take a short break. We'll be back to wrap it all up from Velocity Invitational after this.
Racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
For 135 years, Michelin has been innovating for a better life in motion. From earth movers to Airbuses, race cars to rovers, we were even one of the first to consider sustainability in the design of our tires. And now our legacy as pioneers continues in the next revolution, with EV-ready tires designed for performance so you don't have to think about tires at all. You can just enjoy the endless wonders they unlock.
Bronco, carbon fiber Bronco. We got
3, 2.
Well, how about this then? We are wrapping things up here at Sonoma, and what a fitting end to what has been a great weekend as the man that founded the whole thing, Jeff O'Neill, joins us fresh from the car. Jeff, you've just been running in that last session. This has been a great weekend, hasn't it? Johnny's got a mic for you there. What a weekend.
We've had a blast. We've just loved the whole event. You know, everybody that worked here, creating these teams, creating these showpieces. I mean, cars from around the world. It really has been amazing.
And Johnny, you were just commentating Jeff's group there, the last of the groups to go out. How did he do?
He did great, and he came right from the back because we weren't sure, and the drivers, it was kind of like Jeopardy. It was kind of like the Sting. Who's going to be driving the Pinelli car? You know, and all of them were worried that Kanaan would get back in again and transfer place. Instead, Jeffrey got in, and he also channeled his inner Kanaan because he went all the way from the back, all the way up to, what was it, 4th or 3rd?
Third.
There you go, he got a podium. But I'll tell you what, the spirit of this event has finally found itself in the hands of this man because he's been throwing racing drivers in different cars, offering his own cars that he owns to racing drivers who want a thrill, including Roman. Do you tell me the stories?
Yeah, you know, Roman Grosjean was just hanging around. I said, hey, here's a $700,000 carbon fiber Bronco. Let's drive it. And he said, okay. So away he went. Then he almost lost it in turn 11, but I figured it's okay, you know. $700,000, I mean, it's probably pocket change for him.
And you're making Kanaan's dreams come true each and every year. But that's been the whole thing. It's like a jazz festival where we take it in whatever direction we want it, but the one direction it's been is fun.
Having these drivers from around the world, I mean, obviously Tony Kanaan, Indianapolis 500 winner, Romain Grosjean, F1, then to Indy, and then the two young drivers, Nolan Siegel and Christian Lundgaard. Having these guys here was absolutely spectacular. You know, we have the new drivers of the future. We've got the older drivers that are still running hard and just had a ball.
And Taylor, I'll jump in here because you caught up with Jenson Button as well earlier today.
I absolutely did. And like he said, the new drivers, the old drivers, that's really what I experienced today. And what about all of them is the similar, is they're all competitors. I said, is this a time for you to relax? We're in Sonoma, have a little wine, enjoy these beautiful cars. He said, absolutely not. When we're here in a car, we're here to race. We're here to go full out. So that's what I experienced today, is some full out action.
Yeah, you did as well because you caught up with Travis Pastrana and Scott Speed. Those boys went all out, didn't they?
Absolutely. I mean, I can never get enough of Travis on the track. The energy that he brings to everything that he jumps behind is absolutely palpable. So what a treat to have both of those guys out here on the track.
It's been fantastic. And just before we wrap things up, Jeff, the big announcement, obviously this time next year in 2025, we'll have already done the Velocity because we're doing it in June.
We will. We've moved it to June, a little bit earlier date in the year. We cannot wait for that weekend.
Johnny, closing word from you, sir.
I think Scott Speed summed it up, which was that Travis Pastrana epitomized the drivers of the 50s and 60s. He is not the risk taker that those great gentlemen were, but we celebrate them all, don't we?
Yeah,
we do celebrate them all. Absolutely.
Taylor, final word from you, closing thought or standout moment.
Standout moment, women in motorsports. We're finally opening it up and trying to break down those barriers to really open it up to all ages and all genders. So what a treat it was to be a woman myself, really enjoying this Velocity weekend here.
Well, everyone, thanks so much for your company. I've had a blast, and thanks to you for watching wherever you are. For me, it's just been the people, and it's been the stories, and it's been the atmosphere at Sonoma. But I think, sadly, everyone, we have to say goodbye. So for wherever you're watching us in the world right now for 2024 at the Velocity Invitational until June of 2025, see ya.
Bye-bye for now.